Yes, it is an unusual night for rum and coke night. Normally, I have these on Saturdays, maybe occasionally on Sunday, but it is Thursday, which is unusual and is way earlier than normal. Why? Why not? It's April Fool's Day. Not doing any prank. Everything I say today has nothing to do with April Fool's Day. I'm not going to do one. I give you my word. If other people do, that's fine. But I really got nothing. I'm just not in a prank kind of mood. But I have been, as people know, not very conversational lately. My apologies to a bunch of people. I know a lot of people have reached out to me. I just haven't been very talkative. So if you think that I'm ignoring you in the last couple of weeks, I'm not. I haven't really talked to anybody. I've been playing with people on Facebook as a I don't know, to get my mind off things. But other than that, I haven't really been that sociable. And my apologies for that. But as people know, my mom has been in the hospital for almost 2 weeks now. She is going to be put in hospice care. She's awake, but not coherent, I guess. I mean, she doesn't talk. She has some eye movement. She smiles, and that's about the most responses she has. She has, I think it's called IB something or other. It's basically where you have low platelets and her blood's not clotting properly, and her immune system is attacking any platelets given to her. So they put her on IVIG. They put her on immunosuppressants. Doesn't seem to be working too well. Am I hanging?
You were for a little bit. I am seeing this is back right now, so hopefully everything's good.
Yeah, I stepped up my frame rate, so it shouldn't.
I am seeing a really low frame rate on this stream. I don't know.
Well, we'll see how it goes. It usually balances out after a while. I am at a decent bit rate. So it should be fine for 720p. Yeah, it says it's dropped 2 frames or no, yeah, a few seconds ago it did drop a few seconds ago, but it's back now, so we'll see what happens. Maybe somebody was just using the internet here. I don't know. If it's still dropping frames, let me know. I'll kick it down to 480 and restart. But anyways, that's kind of what's been going on with me. So I figured, I'll just have a socialization. Maybe talk about some argument that I saw the other day on Facebook that just blew me away on how bad the logic was. Yes, I know my voice is shot. I've been on the phone quite a bit. I've been talking to so many case managers and people and family and friends and daughter. And yeah, my voice is a little shot. And I haven't even streamed, so that's unusual. But anyways, it is from a Coke night, even though it's afternoon. But so I went out and thanks to a couple people, Josiah Hansen, and who else was it? Well, Josh Garver, and I don't know, a few other people had sent me some funds to get a decent amount of alcohol. Now, I was going to get this stuff called, it was like a cheese wine, or cheese whiskey or something that Aldi had, but they didn't have it when I went down there. So the next best thing I got was actually Kraken, like legit Kraken. This is the stuff that Lorence drinks. 94% proof rum. So I haven't even opened it yet. So and I'm gonna try it now. I'm gonna cut it because my stomach can't take pure alcohol. So I am gonna put it with Diet Shasta because I am back on my diet today. I've been off my diet for several weeks. I've just been eating comfort food. Hey,
hello!
Look who showed! Yay! But you know what? I got to fix you guys. You guys are all warpy and stuff. Let me do that before we mix some alcohol. What are you guys drinking before we get into this fun-filled afternoon?
I got some tea.
I have some rum with ginger ale and lime.
I have water because I forgot to get up.
Yeah,
I'm jealous.
I haven't stretched properly. I haven't exercised in 2 weeks, and I was exercising quite a bit on my diet, and then I just stopped for a couple weeks, and now I'm going to go back on. I got to definitely exercise again because, man, you get in that wrong spot and it just kills you. All right, so let me fix your guys'
I don't even have my glasses on yet. I'm currently making a hot dog.
Ooh, I like hot dogs.
Right?
I've been eating a lot of food shows lately.
Coal source starting on the side of my lip. I know. It looks like I got hit in the face.
Hey, it wasn't me, man. Don't try pinning that stuff on me, man. I haven't slapped you around recently.
That's why we didn't have Caffeine Corner on Monday.
Yeah.
So I didn't have Caffeine Corner on Monday.
Yeah, we did. We have to apologize for that. None of us were feeling it. It just was a lot of stuff going on, and
There's been so much stuff going on. We didn't even have to talk to each other to know that we were both.
Yeah,
just like,
I kind of figured that you weren't going to either, and I was like, so nobody even asked.
The last 2 months have just been a chore. Is that just me?
No, it's not. It's and the reason being is and I know you have a lot of ideas. I have a lot of ideas. The problem is that a lot of our ideas we're saving for other things, and I just don't want to bring out a bunch of guests to this particular channel when I want to, if I ever get non sequitur back. People may have found out by now I'm having Dr. Paul Davies on in 2 weeks with Dr. Fazrana and Dr. Hugh Ross. To me, that's one of the greatest things ever. I grew up reading Paul Davies' books. I mean, he's one of the most brilliant men I've ever encountered in my life, and to be in a hangout with him is going to be amazing. It was between him and Sean Carroll, and we managed to get Davies. So maybe next time we'll get Sean Carroll. But these are the type of guests that I think would be perfect for the non sequitur show. I don't know, man. Streaming has been difficult lately, especially when you don't have the motivation, especially when you got a lot of crap going on in real life, and it's just hard. We do have a super chat real quick. And why is my chat not working? What do you guys do? Oh, now okay, maybe my chat should work there. Let me try that then. Angry Veteran for $10. Hey Steve, won't be able to catch this live, but I'll listen to the replay at lunch. Oh, that works. Thank you.
Angry Veteran's a cool dude.
Yeah, I know. And he's not even that angry. I don't know why he has that title.
We do need to get Bearded Heretic on sometime, though. I met up with him yesterday. Yeah, I think I'm sure you've seen him around. But he was over on Answers and Reasons channel yesterday. I was going to do a stream yesterday or the day before. I don't remember what day it was. Tuesday, I think. So whatever. Anyway, I ended up being live for 5 hours plus over on Answers and Reasons channel. So I was like, I'll just pop by their chat and see what's going on with them. And they invited me in, and I'll just hang out for a little bit.
I'm not doing 5 hour streams again. I say that now. I'll watch it do a 5 hour stream. But by the way, this smells
fun, though.
Delicious. This smells almost like
Kraken.
Okay, yeah, the Kraken. If I had it,
caramel.
The hint of caramel, but it's more a whiff of vanilla, but it's kind of like Captain Morgan meets Admiral Nelson with a it's a hint vanilla flavor. Rez Instance $50. Thank you, Australian. Release the Kraken. That's a duck thing. By the way, Rez Instance has been using big words lately, and I don't know what the hell they mean, and he needs to stop it. You need to stop.
Is Kraken too big for you?
No, we've been talking to Facebook, and he's getting. I did bookmark a bunch of stuff he wants me to read, but I mean, if you guys could see, I have so many tabs open right now for my upcoming thing with fine tuning argument, and I've got some philosophical stuff. And
IQ research right there,
dude. I hate having all these tabs open. I'm one of those people that always says I close your tabs, right, and then I don't. All right, let's mix this, okay? So
what?
Can you hear that being poured?
Yes.
Yeah.
Go.
I like the bottle on the Kraken. If you've got any left, try it with Dr. Pepper as well. It's mwah.
I'm sure that does good. I have Diet Shasta and I got root beer.
I don't like Dr. Pepper.
I'm going to try with Diet Shasta first.
Dr. Pepper's nasty.
Woo! That's got bite to it. Holy crap.
The Kraken is pretty good rum, actually, I think. It's one of my favorite brands.
Agreed.
How's it going?
Not bad. I'm still wet.
Oh my god.
Still wet from what?
Wait, what? What the? Soundboard, what? Wait, could you? I didn't quite hear that.
What now?
What?
You
I think somebody in here
Smitty was
trying
in the
to throw us
audience.
off.
He probably would have lost it.
I think it worked.
She knows how to do that with Smitty. She knows how to play him. He likes it. Whatever.
I wanted to ask you guys a question because I think I tagged like almost everybody that's in here right now. A couple weeks ago, not just this past Sunday, but the Sunday before, I had a very brief interaction with the infamous Darth Dawkins.
I think I recall that.
And it was fun. I didn't realize that when you were trying to just genuinely engage with him and be honest about your position and what you think, and then ask him genuine questions to kind of probe what he thinks, that he would get so defensive. But I should have expected that, I suppose.
Yeah, because he's a sophist. He's not interested in dialogue. He's just interested in trying to make a white belt look stupid. A couple super chats. 8 point for two euros. Do a 16-hour stream like someone. Hell no. Dude, I did a 24-hour stream once. It was 3 8-hour segments back when, YouTube only allowed you to do 8 hours at a time. I mean, it still does, only if you use like OBS, you can go like 12. But when you were streaming native through YouTube, it was only 8 hours at a time. And I did 3 of them in a row. Never again. I think Cirrus was just doing a 24-hour stream, and he probably died. So
I did a 24-hour stream back in the day over on Twitch once.
God, no. It's too long, dude. I don't even care what it's not even about the money. It's just why? I don't see the point. It's
money.
like I'm not. That's not my thing.
A very, very specific point and reason for exactly. I knew exactly what I was doing.
I mean, for 24-hour stream, it needs to be like. It's not about it wouldn't even be money. I don't care if there was that money. Now, granted, it helps, and I survive on this shit, so I can't say that I don't like the money, because I appreciate it, because literally it's what I live on. But if I was actually doing a 24-hour stream, it would be based upon view count. If I had like 1,000 people watching, I would be more inclined to do it if I had 50 or 100.
Yeah.
I mean, it sounds weird, but I mean, if I'm going to put out a bunch of stuff, I would like more people to see it, right?
Yeah, it's effort versus reward. Is it worth the effort for what you're going to get out of it? And so the amount you're going to get out of it. I do the same thing with art. Not every single piece of garbage that you put onto paper needs to be completed or finished. Right. Only put into the amount of art that you're going to get out of it.
Yeah. Yeah, man,
like Trigglypuff.
By the way, that came out really good.
And made that look right. I went out of my way and made that look nice and clean and good. And it's like, I'm so happy with it.
Dude, what is it with YouTube streamers and being so good at like art and drawing stuff? Like I don't know if I've met a streamer who's bad at it. Where I can't draw worth a shit.
I can't draw a stick figure, dude.
I can't write worth a shit. Just watch my Dr. Eigenstate Explains videos, dude. My handwriting is really
Mine's
bad.
Worse. But no, your Trigglypuff actually came out. You put detail in that. The only downside is, and I hate to say it, because I want people to actually get them because it's cute. But the only downside is that because like Golden Unicorn bought one of those, every time she takes a drink, her lips are that close to Trigglypuff, which is only one step away from Jason, and she has to think about that every time now. There you go. I
am enjoying though. Yeah, but it's the tears. It's the bit like the Flurf's tears.
Okay, you can you can think it up that way. That's fine.
And there's it's kind of starting to evolve past him. It's starting to evolve beyond to be more than just this one guy. It's just now representative of anybody who just loses their damn shit over nothing.
Why do I do this? Res Instance says, wrong 2420 Australian, wrong res dummy. I don't use Facebook. That is true. It's the other res that I talk to on Facebook. And I don't know why there's 2 of you. He uses the same freaking name.
It could just be that people have the same name. I don't know.
Kind of an odd name, isn't it?
Maybe not in Australia.
It's not Res. It's Rec. INIT. That's okay, but it's close. But my apologies. But you still use big words. Stop it. It says wrong 2420 Australian, wrong res dummy. I don't use.
It's a nice mug.
That is true. It's the other
That
res.
is actually a pretty nice mug.
By the way, this is really good. Yeah, so Manya recognizes that she's drinking Trigglypuff's tears. I did change the chat so it's transparent. I think it's cleaner. Shows the background. I kind of like that. So let me know if you guys can actually read that. But I was going to ask you guys, or I was going to ask actually Dapper here a question before we got started on this really horrible argument that I saw.
Oh, Dapper's in here. Why didn't I?
Hello.
How do you miss the big animated dinosaur?
No, because I haven't seen him pop up on my screen, and for some reason I have the stream playing back on my iPad, and his right there's the dino. I don't know why I wasn't looking for it. I guess.
Hello, I'm here.
Hi.
I exist still. I have a video coming out later, so I'm gonna. If this goes too long, I'm gonna have to dip for that.
Did Steve get the other super chat from Cyborg?
I'm getting it right now.
Okay.
Cyborg 26. Hey guys, have some sex on me. Also, cheers. That sounds dirty. I like that. I don't know if that's intentional. Was that intentional, dirty? Was that accidental or dirty?
Where are my glasses?
I think that was
I'm
intentional.
gonna go with
dirty.
intentional on that. Yeah.
Okay.
So wait, hold on, Steve. I heard
blind.
that you're trying to get Sean Carroll on your channel.
Well, we were trying to get either Sean Carroll or Paul Davies.
Oh,
We
okay.
got Paul Davies instead. Who I grew up reading his books, like Super Force and some other things.
Because I was gonna mention I don't think it would be all that hard. He was just on
No.
Arn Ra's channel
No, it wouldn't be
earlier
that
this
hard.
week. I think it was.
I'm saving him. So no, I can get we can probably get Sean Carroll. Like I said, we getting people is not the problem. It's just I don't want to like use them all up for this channel. I mean, I'm trying to hope that Cheshire and I can actually do something one of these days. On a different channel. That's kind of, we have a lot of ideas. I actually got a spreadsheet of ideas of things that we just have never talked about. That Cheshire and I are like, let's do this. I'd love to do this, but let's wait.
So is Paul Davies coming on your channel,
No,
or
it's
is he
gonna
going to
be
be
on
on
our
you guys with? Okay, that's what I thought. That's next Wednesday, isn't it?
Yes, the 14th.
Okay, that's what I thought.
So, by the way, the phone
That's
number
gonna be
is
a good
on here
one.
with PIN number, so anybody can call in. And by the way, it doesn't show anything, so I'm not worried about getting that. I'm just going to give the link to certain people. But I do. Dapper, you there?
I am here.
All right. So remember, I told you before we went on air, I was going to ask you a question on the spot to see if you recalled anything or had them or anything. Remember?
I do remember that. Yes,
Okay,
it
good.
was about 20 minutes ago. So yes.
All right, good. You're not that much Alzheimer's yet. Okay, so you were an electrician's mate in the Navy. You had nuclear training, and by the way, I sent you some DoD training manuals. That pretty much what we had in nuke school. Not
Yeah,
easy
they
stuff.
were. I don't think it was the exact same edition that we were using when I was
No,
there.
this was the next edition because mine was that thick, and it was volume 1 and 2, but it was in red and had confidential on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was. I mean, it's essentially the same thing. It's going to be the same. Like it's essentially the same formatting, the same. The same information. I'm sure that there's been some little changes here and there, but I mean, honestly, it looked essentially the same to me.
All right, so do you remember what an amplidyne does?
Amplidyne.
Yeah. The reason I asked was because I'm in the Facebook group with nukes, and I remember the term amplidyne, but we didn't have one on my ship. So I was wondering if you ever heard the term or know what one was.
I don't think we had one.
What it is an amplidyne takes a small current and changes it into a large differential in voltage, so you can have a small IC control, instrumentation and control to lift something like really heavy. So you have a small change in current that can actually control something very large, is from what I understand, called an amplidyne. So it's a high voltage from a low current input. We didn't have them, and a lot of people in the nuke group were like, "Yeah, we never had these things," and yet other people were like, "Oh yeah, we remember what an amplidyne was." I'm like, I knew the term, but I had no idea. I didn't.
Well, I'll say this: I don't remember any in the power plant. It's possible it's somewhere else on the ship, like maybe hydraulics for like the aircraft elevators or something.
Yeah,
like
that's
that.
probably what I would think would be used for, something along those lines.
So that might be the case, but I don't remember ever having any of those. They certainly weren't in our maintenance, schedule. I don't remember hearing about them anywhere in the plant. And I mean, if it was electrical in the plant, there's a fair chance that I put my hand on it at some point.
Yeah.
Even if it was just a light bulb, because for some reason, some of the mechanics got into their head that we were the ones in charge of changing all the light bulbs in the
That's
plant.
A-gang.
Yeah, we were like, you can. We basically told them, you can come to us and get a light bulb if you need one, but that's it. That's all we're doing.
For people that know, the A-gang were basically the nuke wash. The A-gang were people that failed out of nuke school, and they were bitter about it. They even had a crappier job than we did, and we had pretty much the crappiest job you could have. John Maddox, by the way, you were talking about John Maddox. You talking about the mathematician John Maddox? Or you talking about that guy that goes around on modern day debate that by the name of John Maddox?
Modern day debate. Brian Stevens asked me, he's like, "So when are you debating Darth Dawkins on modern day debate?" And I said, if I'm going back to modern day debate, I'm going to make it worthwhile. I'd rather debate John Maddox. He's got a YouTube channel, Logical, Plausible, Probable is what he calls it.
Which one? Which John Maddox? The real one?
The creationist.
Yeah, the creationist with the YouTube channel, Logical, Plausible.
Because there is a
Probable,
John
which is
Maddox.
really-
That guy's a mathematician, right?
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Wait, logical, probable, plausible?
Yeah,
Logical,
you're
probable, plausible. Yeah, I think that's it.
I think Steve's thinking of John Lennox.
Lennox, yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. John Lennox.
Yeah, he's a mathematician at
Yeah,
Oxford.
Yeah.
And
So-
a Christian apologist.
Right.
I
Interestingly,
actually like the guy.
John Maddox featured in my my last stream a couple days ago where we were doing a tier list for YouTube creationists. He got an F.
Got correct. Yeah, I didn't watch
He-
that. I watched the tier
Wait.
list.
Which
G-Man and
direction did
Neffy.
this-
Oh,
Which
so
direction did the
Let me
scale
guess.
go?
F is means that you're very bad at what you're
Yes,
doing.
you gave them a D.
Bad arguments, bad. He actually has a decent level. We judged on argumentation, like how good are you at actually making arguments. How willing are you to actually engage with the discussion, and how cringy are you? He ended up getting an F, which is lower than G-Man or Nephilim Free.
What'd you give them? D's?
I'm gonna be honest. Nephilim Free is worse than Maddox.
I
well,
never really listened to Maddox. I know who
So
he
we
is.
get-
I mean, I've seen him on debate channels, but I've never said he's like standing for truth. I couldn't stand listening to more than 5
Oh yeah,
seconds.
yeah.
Neffy
Very
got a
much.
D, and I was willing to put G-Man in a D, but Gutsick Gibbon, who's had very pleasant and cordial interactions with G-Man multiple times, was not having it, so we ended up putting him at a C with Jungle Jargon, who I don't know if you know who that is, but
F
he
minus.
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
He would have to study to get F minus. Jungle Jargon. He is the
Well, see-
worst of the worst.
So the reason we did that was, one, he's reasonably willing to like have decent conversations with people. Like when you go on his channel, he doesn't just scream at you or mute you.
Oh, true. He's calm.
It's frustrating. And also, he doesn't really do anything that's all that cringy. Like John Maddox will go out there and post like, basically, he'll say things about like how he goes by Alpha Wolf at work because that's just what people call him. Or one time while he was contesting a speeding ticket, he gave such a good speech that the judge stood up and clapped for him. And it's just like, come on, dude.
Yeah, that happens
So-
all the time, man. I watch those
So
videos.
you're telling me he's the like the progenitor of the subreddit "Are That Happened"?
Right,
Yes.
exactly.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
because of all that cringe, we were like, there's nothing that Jungle Jargon has done that's even close to that cringy that I can find
Yeah,
at
fair
least.
enough. I mean,
So
if that's your ranking scale. Now, look, I can't remember his name, but somebody had on my Facebook. I said like the guy said he was a Mensa and 175 IQ, and he was invited by philosophers to talk all over the world at all these. Didn't know shit from Shinola, right? And it's just like, really, okay. And then I got Otangelo coming around, going, "Why won't you discuss this with me, Steve?" Because I have like low standards, but. No.
oh,
I think I may or may not have chased Otangelo away.
Yeah,
So this
he wants to talk to somebody. Why doesn't he talk to you? You're willing to.
well, Otangelo has yet to be ranked. We're going to be ranking him next week.
Yeah. Well,
So-
I thought you did them all at once.
No, so we started running out of time. We went 2 hours and we got through 9 of them. So there's 8 left, and we're going to do that next
Oh,
week.
you've got Finding Truth in there, huh?
Oh yeah.
I actually don't think he's the worst. I mean, his arguments are bad. They're the same arguments all of them use, but I don't think he's like the worst
Well, yeah,
apologist
he's
I've
a
ever met on the
prater.
internet.
It's a lot of the same prats, but at least he's cordial and he's fun to talk to.
Yep.
And, I mean, that means a lot to me, actually.
And he's willing to come on and engage a lot. So I think he's actually going to do pretty well on the ranking. We've
So
also
who is
got,
it? The guy? What was the guy's name who thinks he's Abacus Finch?
is that a guy?
The guy who stood up and clapped, like the courtroom
Oh,
clapped for him.
John
That was
Maddox?
John Maddox. That was our guy
Oh,
in
okay,
F here.
okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
I call him
gotcha.
I call him Quantum John because he thinks he understands quantum mechanics and
Oh, wait, that's
definitely does not.
Wait. That's not quantum eraser, is it?
Wait.
AKA John Independent Variable.
Oh no, yeah, it's John consciousness causes collapse Maddox. Yeah.
Okay, no,
Like
there's a guy named Quantum Eraser.
It's not a flurf.
He's a flurfer. Yeah, he's a flurfer, and he's just bizarre. Just, I mean, in a realm of insanity all unto himself. I mean, flat earther. But even among flat earthers, he's way out there. You never heard of him? We used to call him John,
I don't
Independent
think I
Variable
have.
John, because like 6, 7, 8 years ago, he used to always go on about what's the independent variable. What's the independent variable? And I
Oh
kept-
yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, and I kept explaining to him, dude, time is an independent variable. You have no control over that. It's not. I mean, that's usually what your variable that is independent is time. Because when you do an experiment, you have other control factors, but time is
And he's
independent.
like, you can't manipulate time. It's like, well, I can choose when to start and stop an experiment. So,
But
yeah.
that's not. But that's.
Yeah, I can.
I mean, but But normally, if you do an experiment, you do it for a length of time, right? And so you have control and things of that nature. So sure, you can have a dependent variable, but in most experiments, time is considered to be independent variable. But I mean, he's just like, dude, he's against evolution, he's against cosmogony, he's against every scientific thing, and yet he's like, everybody else is stupid, I'm a genius kind of thing. And you ask him basic questions about science, he's completely clueless. So
I find that's pretty much like the standard with creationists.
Well, yeah, especially flat Earth, and because you said he's a flat Earther, he's against evolution. I mean, find me a flat Earther who isn't against evolution, honestly.
But so why isn't Antangelo in having a discussion with Chesh then?
So yeah, that's actually come up a few times, both on your channel as well as mine.
He's intimidated.
Antangelo,
is he sexist?
I don't know.
I know what it is. No, it's because Chess has never debated. That's why.
Well, so basically, at one point,
Chesh is big-brained, so
in a live stream,
I swear I thought you were going to say boobs for some reason. I was like, wow, okay.
So at one point during a live stream, Antangelo showed up in the chat as he is often wont to do, and so he said that I had told him I was an atheist in a private conversation. This was Speed of Sound of Gravity's channel, or now his channel is going by
Answers in
Atheist. Yeah,
you should subscribe to that channel, by the way.
Yeah. So, but Speed, which is how I met him, so I have trouble calling him anything else. So Speed was like, well, that's interesting because I've had private conversations with Dapper before on numerous occasions, and he's refused to tell me. So I feel like
never told me. I have no idea what your positions are.
Right. So then I hopped in and I was like, yeah, no, I never told you that, Antangelo. And then, so I don't like that this happened, but I'm willing to just drop it because I don't want to make it like something that keeps coming up on my channel. However, Chesh, I think understandably, has a take on it, which I will just let her go off on because I don't want to steal her.
I don't know what you are, but I always thought you were Bajoran, by the way, but whatever.
I took exception to that. Essentially, I get that he was being just a lying douchebag about, or maybe there was some kind of misunderstanding with whatever conversation he did or did not have with Dapper in private. That's not what irritated me. What irritated me is that I want to know what his justification was as for why he thought it was appropriate to out somebody without their consent.
Yeah.
So even if he was right,
wait, who did that?
Oh, that's why you were like
Antangelo.
Yeah, that's why you were hiding him all that.
Wait, he doxed somebody?
Well, no.
He
No.
tried to out me as an atheist, which I am neither confirming nor denying. Although the video that's coming out at 5 Pacific on my channel is called Dapper Dino is an Atheist 100% Confirmed. So make of that what you will. But anyway, well, I'm still not going to confirm or deny that right now. Basically saying it is an attempt to out me as such, and I could be in a situation where having that be revealed could be a problem. Like, for instance, maybe I'm relying on family members for some aspect of my life, and they are very religious, and they would not be okay with knowing that about me, or something like that.
Yeah, whether it's true or not, it's irrelevant. First of all, he completely makes that shit up, because I'm sure you didn't tell him anything. But no matter what he said you were, let's say he said you were an atheist, let's say you were practicing Catholic, let's say you were practicing Jew, Muslim, Buddhist, Bajoran, whatever. I still think you're Bajoran. But whatever it was, that
watch the video at 5, Steve.
That isn't his position to tell anybody, And I don't understand why people need to put out information like that when it's not their position to do so. Let me get these
so
two
that was my
real quick.
question, right? My question was, what is your justification for doing so? Because you clearly made a decision to do that. Why did you do that? And
He
say,
didn't answer that.
well, I just didn't. Well, what he tried to say was, I didn't think about it that way. And I'm like, no. You knew that these people did not know. And so you decided to say. Why did you decide to say?
Yeah.
Right. You made a conscious decision. And so your decision, your reasoning might be good or bad or whatever. I just want to know what it is.
Yeah.
And the fact that he won't tell me tells me that it was malicious.
Yeah, no, and I think that's a fine inference to draw from that, actually, Billy, to be honest with you.
Yeah. And it's not even just that I don't tell people, it's that I tell people I won't tell you.
Nobody knows what I am either, by the way. I never tell anybody what I am.
Yeah, I have no idea what Steve's position is on the question of whether or not there's a God.
You know what's funny is There are people, and I'll get to the super chats in a second here. There are people out there that remember shit that I've said like 6, 7, 8 years ago. And then they, like, well, you said this. I was like, yeah, that was 7, 8 years ago. I mean, I remember I was in a discussion with Malpass and I think, Alex O'Connor. And I had said I tend to more nihilism or error theory. And I said that I accepted it. I really didn't mean to say that. I meant that I just kind of appreciate it because I do tend to more realism. So I did kind of make a mistake on that. But, people will call me out on things like that. Well, you said you're a moral error theorist, and now you're a moral realist. I'm like, well, I kind of made a mistake back then, but even if I didn't, I changed my mind, right? I mean, I still think moral error theory is interesting, but that people don't think that people change, and they don't change their positions or something. There's nothing wrong with that. We all do. If you don't change your position on something at least once a year, you might want to reconsider things because, I mean, we all kind of grow. But real quick, Helios 575 $5. Then everyone stood up and clapped. I'm not standing up. The men instantly became.
Way to go, Maddox.
The men instantly became gay, and the women began ovulating. What John claims happened every time he enters the grocery. So when John walks into that grocery department, the men just swoon. They all become gay and swoon over him, and the women just start ovulating, and just the hormones just go all over the place.
And there's a rhythmic chant of Alpha Wolf, Alpha Wolf.
Alpha. Ink Boy, 2 pounds. So who drinks what? Or did I miss that part? We didn't really go through it. We'll do that now, actually. Like I said, I'm drinking. Where the hell did Lorence go? God damn it. Lorence, get back to your mic. One of the reasons I got this was because Lorence said it was good. And he wasn't lying, by the way. I got to admit.
Yeah, no, it is good.
This is a really fine rum. Not joking. I tell you guys what I like and what I don't like. This is smooth as
this is my.
I'm just drinking beer.
I'm having
Midwestern
some
Minnesota beer.
I'm having some rum and ginger ale with a bit of lime juice.
See, on a Thursday afternoon, what the hell's wrong with this?
Well, it wouldn't be, except someone sent me a link to a rum and coke night. So.
Oh, Smitty showed up. He missed your whole comments earlier. He's trying to get him excited.
Yeah.
But
I forgot to go to the shop, so I didn't get any booze.
Oh no!
Ooh.
Can't be one of us.
Milwaukee 8th is probably off, like, I don't know, brewing his own beer or something.
As you guys know, I went on a little mini vacation. I got to hang out with Heather and her husband. And great people, by the way. 2 of the nicest people I've ever ran across. I mean, the hospitality they had was off the charts. Literally, those kind of people that you hope are in real life as they are, online, and absolutely were.
And then they are.
Yeah, and then they are. It's surprising. It's like, wait a minute here. No, you're not supposed to be this nice. Stop it. But one of the days there, I went to the old bar that I used to go to, and they got to meet a bunch of my old friends, and I got hammered. The whole next day, I was.
You get hammered?
Who got hammered?
No, I was saying, you got hammered. How hammered did you get?
Oh, I was the whole next day. I had to recuperate, and we really.
You guys get high?
No, I don't. I don't get high. I tried an edible about a couple months ago, and it was okay. It was like 10 milligrams, so it really didn't
Steve
do much.
needs professional help when it comes to weed.
Yeah. Oh, Smitty has been here the whole time. I'm sorry, Smitty. I didn't see you. I'll pay more attention. I'm sorry. But wouldn't you rather have Cheshire pay more attention to you? Not me.
Yeah.
He'll take
what
he
getting
get.
attention.
Okay, okay. Whatever, attention. But yeah, no, I want to tell Lorence that he was right, but he left. I mean, he's there, but not there. But anyways, yeah, alcohol with me takes a long time to recover, and so I don't usually drink that much. But I gotta admit, I kind of went overboard. But I was out, right? So the whole day was wasted, but it was worth it.
Kraken is really good, and if you mix it with Coke, it starts taste or Pepsi. Now it's a little bit better because
this is not bad.
But the reason is because it's very, very vanilla Cokey.
Yeah, yeah, it's like Admiral Nelson.
That's why I like to mix vanilla... it with root beer.
Yeah, root beer would be really good. Vanilla root beer. I have root beer.
It tastes like a root beer float if you put it in root beer.
By the way, Lorence, you were so right. This stuff is the bomb, dude. This is better. This
vanilla,
is better
than good rum.
Yeah.
Vanilla caramel.
When did I say that was the bomb?
You said you got Kraken. This is what you drink.
No, I drink Captain Morgan.
You have the Kraken.
No, I drink Cannon Blast.
Who the hell is it that drinks Kraken? I thought it was you.
I don't know.
It
was
Something
me.
drugged, probably.
No, somebody
Yes,
was telling me
I'm
the shit was
being-
good, and it really is. I thought it was you. Okay, fine. You suck. You don't know what you're talking about. Wait, I'm having a weird experience here because reality as I know it just shifted. Did I go through a quantum jump?
Mandela effect.
Maybe.
Mandela effect?
Perhaps.
Yep.
There you
And
go.
everybody clapped.
Did not Lorence? Isn't he the one that used to like always come on Rum and Coke saying how great the Kraken is because he's a pirate?
That was
Not
me.
one.
All right,
It was
Steve,
me.
reality check. Is it Berenstain Bears or Berenstain Bears?
It's the one you don't think it actually is. It's Steen. Yeah.
Both.
It's Stain, but
Stain, whatever. It's STEIEPOOQ.
I think it was
Is it
more
tomatoes or-
in the country.
Now I am
Steve-
gonna mix this with root beer
Steve.
because I got root beer in there, so we're gonna give it a
Steve,
shot.
you just answered the question about the pronunciation of something by spelling it.
That's true.
So, this is like, do you call it tomatoes or tomatoes, and then you just spelt
Potato.
the word?
I think, yeah, you know what?
Cream
I think
cheese.
Lorence is gaslighting me, isn't he? It's April Fool's Day. Is this what it is?
I'm not. Although that's a good idea. I should have been gaslighting.
Okay, wait, Lorence, you do like pirate metal, right?
Yes.
Okay, pirate metal, Kraken
Doesn't
go-
like
fits
pirate
the
metal.
motif, does it not?
It does fit the motif, but so does
So does
Captain
the
Morgan.
captain.
That's
Yeah.
true too. And so does Abner Nelson.
Also
Eh,
true.
Well, not as much.
It's,
But
al-
yeah.
it's almost as if rum is associated with
Piracy.
sailing the high seas.
All right, so who's the person that drinks Kraken then? Paul?
It was me.
Did you actually show it on camera?
I showed it a while back, yeah. And I have mentioned it to a couple of times to try it.
Well, it's really good.
Well,
I mean,
yeah.
I'm not just guessing. It's really good. Have you tried this, Lawrence?
Which one is that? Is that just the regular one?
This is the 94%.
Oh,
94 proof.
yeah, that might be proof, Steve.
94%.
It's not 94% because that's moonshine.
That's moonshine.
Uh,
That's
Has-
Even a
Has
lot of
anybody-
moonshine isn't that bad.
That's one shot and
anybody-
you're stumbling down the stairs.
Has anybody here ever tried Newfie Screech?
I don't think I
What?
have.
No.
I don't. I've never
No,
even
I
heard
don't
of
If it's,
that.
if it's made by Newfies, I'm not sure I want to.
Nevermind.
Is it made by Newfies? Because I try to avoid Newfie-made stuff. If I'm being
Yeah,
honest.
it's Newfie Moonshine.
Yeah, no, I'll take a pass on that.
So
Sorry,
like,
I know too much about Newfies.
wait,
which is
are you saying
anything.
is this Canadian moonshine?
Yeah, because
no.
Newfoundland is
worst kind.
Okay. So
Newfoundland
it's
is the
only
Alabama of Canada.
well, I mean, if it's Canadian moonshine, it's only like 20 proof. It's not gonna be that bad.
The
Now,
thing
American
is that
moonshine, that
it's-
shit'll fuck you up.
The thing is that it's specifically Newfoundland, not like Ontario. Ontario isn't their beer is good, but not so well known on their liquor. They're known for wine in like the Niagara region, but Newfoundland and just that whole East Coast there.
I didn't
Yeah.
understand half those words that you just
Like I
said.
said, Newfoundland is sort of like the Alabama of Canada.
Well, there's like Nova Scotia, Newfoundland / Labrador, and PEI, and so
Nova Scotia.
that area tends to be a little bit of the. It's not like so you know how you have like the plains where it's just like these are the hicks of Canada. They're
That's
they're
where all the
southern-
conservatives live, isn't it?
Yeah, that's and so that's your Saskatchewan, your Alberta, your Manitoba. Then you've got like the same kind of thing, but instead of being farmers, they're fishermen. As the East Coast.
The only thing I know on the East Coast is Nova Scotia, and that's because of Oak Island.
Well, Nova
Fucking
Scotia is
love
about as
that
far east as you can get. I mean, any more than that, you're like halfway to like Iceland or Greenland or something, right?
See, the Pheasant says that they've had the Screech. If you ever want to try it, it's worth trying at least once. But it is like the level of you might hallucinate kind of alcohol.
You know what I want to try? I want to try absinthe with actual wormwood in it.
I've tried 2 different kinds of absinthe. One of them was awful and nasty, and I will never have it again. And the other one tastes like Listerine, which wasn't so bad.
Yeah, that would be better.
Yeah, I had one. I didn't hallucinate at all on it, but I was already really high, so that might have had something to do with
Turns
it.
out that wormwood isn't actually a great hallucinogen, and the levels at which it occurs in absinthe is
Pretty low.
negligible. So the whole absinthe makes you hallucinate was basically a propaganda arm of like American wine and liquor makers who were tired of competing with cheap European absinthe.
Well, yeah, you
So,
can get it over here. I
they
mean, you
just
can get it
made
without
it
the
up.
wormwood, but with
Yeah,
with
if
it,
you
it's
want,
illegal.
you want European. If you're gonna get absinthe, you want like you can't get legitimate absinthe in Canada. You're not
Same here,
allowed to sell
same
it.
here.
So you have to actually travel to go and get some.
The
I
only-
would love to try some of like the high tier legitimate stuff.
I would
but-
definitely try it. I mean, I'm sure it does taste like mouthwash, but I mean, hey, look, I like anisette, sambuca, and that kind of
I
stuff.
don't
People
like
usually hate black
Sambuca,
licorice.
but I will drink it.
Yeah,
I don't
black
I don't know what
licorice is one of the things you
sambuca
like
is,
or
but
don't
I know
like.
what
Some
kombucha is.
Some people think that black licorice tastes like baby vomit. I don't know. I happen to like.
I don't know what baby vomit tastes like.
You were never a baby?
Yeah, that just raises questions about those people and their eating habits outside of licorice.
Mm-hmm.
I
Is
hate
that
I
like-
used to hate anise, but then I started hanging out with a bunch of Arabs, and Arabs love smoking double apple, which is a misnomer because it's just black licorice. I don't know, it has nothing to do with apples. So yeah, I just started smoking that, and I just kind of got used to the flavor, and yeah, now I like it.
They actually.
Wait,
Is
you were
it-
smoking what?
Is it spicy black licorice?
I mean,
Is
no,
it
it's
just like
it's all hookah, anyways.
They also like
Oh,
smoking
yeah.
donkey dung. I'm not even bullshitting.
I'll love it,
You like smoking donkey dung?
love it.
Why? Have you tried it?
No, I actually have no idea what you're
Yeah,
talking
no,
about.
they take donkey dung and they smoke it or at least put it in a little incense thing. So it's a big thing in Iran, in those countries.
Well,
I don't
in
get
Iran,
it, but they're
those
little
aren't
balls of
Arabs,
donkey
Steve,
dung.
come on. You just said in Iran. Iranians aren't Arabs, Steve. Come on. Get with the program here.
Yes, they are. They're all Arabs over there. You were
No,
part of-
no, they're not.
No,
Indians
they're
are
not.
Arabs? Really?
They're
They're
not.
really, really not. Iranians are not
jumping
Arabs.
into the racism.
They're Persians. They speak Persian. They make Persian rugs. Arabs speak Arabic.
Well, I'm
They're
pretty sure
entirely
Iran
they're
used
not
to
even
be
related
Persia.
languages. Persian is more closely related to Hindi and English than it is to Arabic.
The term encompasses all Arabic-speaking peoples living from the Atlantic coast of Mediterranean to Iris region of Iran.
Okay, but the Arabs who happen to live in Iran,
Yeah, well,
Ethnic
whatever. I'm
Iranians
talking
are
about the people that live in
Persians.
Iran. Some of them are Arabs.
yeah, some of them, but like you say Iranian and you think ethnically Iranian, and those are not Arabs.
What? Okay, I'm confused. What does it mean to be ethnically Iranian? Because I think of Iran as a nation, not an ethnic
Yeah, me
group.
too.
So the country of
Persian
Iran
family.
contains numerous ethnic groups. Some of them are Kurds. There are the Parsis, who are ethno-religious group mostly. There are the Iranians, who are mostly Muslims who they're Shia Muslims mostly, and they speak Farsi or Iranian or Persian.
Well,
As
an
do the
Arab is
Parsi,
somebody who
but-
speaks Arabic, right? I mean, that's really kind of what it means, right?
Well, unless it's
Couldn't
like a second
anybody
language.
learn couldn't anybody learn
Yeah.
a language that
So-
they suddenly become
Okay.
Arabic?
Sure.
The
I mean,
predominant language in Iran.
I have
is
transformed into an
Farsi.
ancient Greek. Everybody.
I have evolved beyond.
So the predominant language in Iran is Farsi, which is not Arabic. It's an Indo-European language. It's an East Indo-European language, so it's related to, Urdu and Hindu and all the sort of Indian subcontinent and Central Asian Indo-European languages, which makes it closer to English than it is to Arabic. But it has heavy Arabic influence because around, I think the 9th century or so, the area was conquered by various Muslim caliphates, and pretty much everyone converted.
Okay, I found
But
this.
yeah,
I feel like it's one of these situations where some old white men drew some lines on a map and fucked everything up.
It says this: although no globally accepted definition of Arab world exists, all countries are members of the Arab League are generally acknowledged as being part of the Arab world. They say that, quote, an Arab is a person whose language is Arabic, who lives in an Arabic country, and who is in sympathy with the aspirations of the Arabic people.
Okay, so
Well,
some of those things
interesting.
apply, but some don't. So overall, the average Iranian is not an Arab.
Well, yeah.
So, I
it says
just
that
wanna know
definition is
for
problematic.
sure.
And it seems to be right.
I just need to add this to my list of things I need to do. I need to learn Arabic so I can become
and sympathize with the
even further
aspirations.
beyond. I
and
need
move
to
to
become
an
even further
Arabic
beyond.
country.
And I need to do my psychology degree through the same school that Skinhoven did so I can be Dr. Arabic.
Helios for
Wow.
575 says, I learned my Canadian geometry from picnic face. So I know Halifax is in Nova Scotia. I even know that, which is in Canada, which is on Earth, which is in Canada. Yes, exactly. And,
I
and
feel
by the way,
that's
inside
geography,
of-
not geometry.
I did figure out my daughter's geometry thanks to Josh Garver, who
Yeah.
explained to me in like 30 seconds how easy it actually was. I was way overthinking it because that's what I do. Because I didn't never seen that notation before. But once I looked at the notation, I was like, and they explained to me what it was. I'm like, oh, this is like child's play.
I just so anybody who isn't aware, the Earth is Canada Major is part of the larger solar system and part of the galaxy, which is called the Milky Way.
You guys think you're actually American. That's what the weird part is.
What?
Canadians.
What?
Canada.
We are American.
Shut
We're
up.
from North
You're not
America.
I'm going to take my nationalism and...
What national? You
Oh,
guys
God.
don't even have a country. Don't even start with me. Your country doesn't even have a name. You're a bunch of United States. That's not a country.
We're a federation of states kind of thing.
Yeah, which isn't. And what's the name of your country?
America.
Oh,
United
you don't
States
have
of America.
one. Oh, you
I'm
don't
also going to
have
say that
one.
the United States is not a nation. It's a collection of a bunch of nations which share a federal government.
so the best thing
it's
is
one nation under
United
God,
States,
though.
Yeah, great.
I
Some
like-
guy in the 50s made up a little one nation under God thing that kids can say, who cares?
Indivisible, with liberty and justice
Oh,
I
that's
for
great.
do
all.
like.
Wait, I'm pretty sure the Pledge of Allegiance came before that, and then it was in the 50s that people added the under God, which is not
No, they
original to the Pledge of
Oh my
Allegiance.
God.
Well,
He
he was
just
talking about
said
the one
that.
nation part, which was original to the pledge.
Yeah, but the
Yeah,
under
the
God
under
was
God
added.
part wasn't. It
Under
used to
God,
be
yeah.
one nation indivisible, and then, the Christian anti-communist dipshit troglodyte brainworm infested dumb fuck conservatives got a hold of it and fucked it every which way from Sunday.
I
Я
do
тебя не
enjoy.
понял.
I do enjoy
Minneapolis.
teasing.
Я тебя не понял.
I have to what?
I enjoy teasing Americans. So when they say that, oh, we're the United States of America, I go, which one? And they get really confused because there's
course.
there's two Americas. There's South America and there's North America. So I like to
What about Central America,
jokingly
you
I like
nationalist?
to jokingly call America the United States of Middle North America.
You see how conveniently she just forgot about Central America like they're nobodies?
As geologically speaking, Central America is just the southern part of the North American plate. Get
Southern,
wrecked,
Southern America's got all the cool shit. They got Chichen
Yeah, I
Itza,
love when people
and,
explain
and they got
jokes.
the Temple of the Moon, Temple of the Sun. They got the Yucatan. They got Guatemala,
They're still on
Nicaragua,
they're
and
still
Honduras, and-
on the North American plate.
So what? Yeah, I know it's on the North American plate, but they got cool,
So
things there. I would love.
It's
to
like
go
saying,
there, by the way.
you talk about Europe, but you forget about France. It's like, no, I don't. It's just part of Europe. What do you want from
I
me?
tell you what, I would much rather go to like Costa Rica than France, in a heartbeat.
Well, okay, but that still doesn't make Central America
No.
not part of North America.
Well, no, I'm not
I would
saying it's
rather
not
eat
part of
French
North
food than
America.
Costa Rican food.
Steve, how much have you had tonight?
So if you say there's two Americas, North and South,
It's pretty good, actually.
you're including Central America in there. You're not forgetting it. You're just not specifically mentioning a region of North America.
Yeah. This actually's got a bite to it. Holy shit!
I'm
I
with
mean,
Chesh on this one.
it started up here, so I mean, I did put a sizable amount in. Can somebody read the super chat?
listen, we've already learned that Steve isn't the greatest at geography. And
I'm not.
Question
No, I'm
five
not.
says,
I'm not. I admit that.
Does anyone know what the most archaic Indo-European language, which is still alive and spoken today?
I mean, I guess it depends on what you define as archaic. Like least lexical change, I don't think you could even figure out what that is. Least grammatical change. I mean, most of the Slavic languages are pretty grammatically conservative. So are some of the Indian subcontinent languages. I mean, most divergent. It's hard to say because pretty much all Indo-European languages I'm aware of fall into one of two categories, or either essentially Western or Eastern. If you expand it to extinct, maybe Luwian or Hittite, because those are extremely unusual. But then again, they're archaic because, well, they're ancient languages. So I'm not sure that you can actually answer the question. It's sort of like saying, what's the most evolved animal on the earth? It's like, how would you even I don't know.
I think they're.
By
just
the
asking
way,
what
it's
the oldest
definitely the
language-
tardigrade. The tardigrade is the most evolved animal.
Well, there you go. That's actually a pretty good argument. That's not a bad pick. The most, so
I think they're asking more like, what's the oldest language that's still spoken?
But see, that's the problem, is that any language you pick, as long as you're okay with saying that its ancestral forms are the same language, you can pick any language.
Well, yeah, I think it would
So you
just
could
be a
say, like-
matter of like it has to still be spoken by people today. So you would need to say that the line comes when nobody currently the changeover comes when somebody like nobody speaks it anymore.
But see, that's the problem is that it like let's say I go ahead and say, okay, it's Greek, right? And I just pick Greek because Greek is still spoken today. It hasn't split into any other languages that are still spoken, and it's got essentially the same name since, antiquity. Okay, but a speaker of modern Greek can't read Homer's Iliad without a translation. Have to translate it, just like a speaker of French cannot read Virgil without a translation, without having studied Latin. Similarly, most English speakers can't even read Chaucer without a translation. So, is Greek older than English?
We don't know.
I looked it up. They said that the oldest living language of the world is 5,000 years old, and it's called Tamil. Spoken by
I've heard of
78
that.
million people.
Spoken
And the official language
Sri
is
Lanka.
Sri Lanka and Singapore. And I've been to Singapore.
But the thing is,
too.
if I go back 1,000 years and look at 1,000 year ago Tamil,
yeah, they
would a modern speaker be able to? So, is it the oldest language, or is it just the oldest group of speakers who haven't split into new languages that we've given
Well,
new
it doesn't
names?
say how
That's
much
the
has
point.
changed, so I really have no way of knowing.
Inkboy is clarifying to say least changed phonetically.
Oh, phonetically?
Greek,
That's
maybe?
actually pretty tough because if you look at the reconstructed phonetics for Proto-Indo-European, they're actually, in some ways, they're more like Caucasian languages than they are like modern Indo-European languages. But
How about Farsi?
Farsi actually has a really boring consonant inventory. I'm not as sure about the vowels, but like as far as consonant inventory goes, it's actually not all that different from English. It's really a pretty boring phonology when it comes to Indo-European. Phonetically, I'm gonna go ahead and just go with a gut call and say, since I haven't actually looked into this extensively, just based on what I remember for Indo-European phonology, I'm going to go ahead and say that Serbian, because Serbian has something that Indo-European had that most other Indo-European languages don't, which is consonantal syllables course. So in Serbian, certain consonants can be the core of a syllable instead of having a vowel, which is also something that Indo-European or Proto-Indo-European did, and which I can't think of any other Indo-European languages that still do.
Rodent, no last name, makes a comment that says, "America is a corporation. I'm a free man of the land. You are impeding on my right to travel. I do not consent, mommy." And I just want to say real quick, America needs to stop pretending they're a democracy because you're not.
The United States of America has never been a democracy.
No, but it's been a constitutional republic. But Rodent, no last name.
Well, I mean, I don't mean in that sense. I mean like because a republic is a subset of democracy. Like that they're not one and the same, but they're very much related. When I say that the United States has never been a democracy, I mean that in the literal sense.
Yeah, I agree with you.
What are democratic values? What are values that a republic exists under? The United States has never upheld those. For Christ's sake, for 3/4 of its history, it completely suppressed, oppressed, and segregated an entire demographic of its own society. The United States, to this day, is not really very democratic.
But we do like to pretend to be democratic.
It is a fact, though.
That's true.
I suppose it's not a fact, but Rodent, no last name. When he was born, what the government did was they put money in his real name, and this is his corporation.
Who was
name.
this?
No last name. When anybody's born,
he's making a joke.
What the
about
government does is
person
they put money into an account, and that you're a commodity. You're being traded to China, so you're worth a certain amount of money, and so there's you, and then there's the corporate names. Like when Ken Hovind, said he didn't owe the taxes, it wasn't him, Ken Hovind, the man that owed the money. It was the corporation that the government has made for him.
My government name.
Yeah.
Plus, that was God's money anyway.
This is like
and it wasn't God's will.
Ken Hovind's slave name.
Goodness.
We're gonna have to dive more into sovereign citizens one of these days about that. But that's actually what's.
Oh, we're gonna bring Adam Kokesh back.
Wait, did Adam Kokesh go sovereign citizen? Because I thought he was going.
I don't know. I think I ran into him on Twitter not too long ago.
Iron Charioteer actually makes a really good point. You can't have democracy with capitalism.
Yeah, because you need some kind of restrictions.
Exactly.
Capitalism. But democracy is more about how you vote people. But But yeah, there's no democracy in any of the Constitution. None of those things say it's democracy. So
Kimomaki says the word democracy does not appear in the Declaration nor the Constitution. So I'm going to have to go ahead and say I don't actually think that's a terribly argument, because like lots of words don't appear in either document, but are still important aspects.
Well, we started with the Federation.
United
I mean, it was
States.
the Federalist papers, right?
Right. Well, so like an example might be the Supreme Court has defined one of the 10th Amendment rights as the right to privacy. That phrase never occurs in the Constitution. It's still a constitutional right because it comes under the 10th Amendment, which is the unenumerated rights. So that a particular word doesn't appear in the founding documents of the United States of America doesn't mean that the word doesn't apply to that polity. It just means that that particular word didn't make it into that document. So I don't actually think that the United States functions much like a democracy, but I don't think it has anything to do with the exact wording of the Constitution not having that in there.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. We're just having sexual innuendos in the live chat with Manya. So.
Oh, interesting. I like the comment that Rodent made. I'm an asset that the U.S. money borrows against.
Yeah, exactly. You're an asset. Yeah, exactly. The sovereign citizens have this whole weird scheme of the things that they actually believe in. It's all maritime law, and it's Article U.S. Code 18 something or other. I don't know. I'm gonna have you guys know who well, most of you guys know, but maybe some of the audience does. Who Schrodinger's cat is?
Yeah.
Who?
Schrodinger's cat.
Oh, yeah, because you're fucking really, really white, Steve, and so you say it's Schrodinger instead of Schrodinger, which is the way it should be pronounced.
Yeah. No.
But
Steve
yeah,
also
I know.
can't
And
roll-
no.
I can't roll my R's
can't
either. You
roll
want to mock
his
me more?
Rs.
Yeah, I was going to say. Yeah, so, okay. Steve has a speech impediment. We get this. All right, so Schrodinger. But you know what? I can't pronounce some things right. Like I was watching a video, and it mentioned Borel, which is a mathematician, and I found out a long time ago it was actually French, pronounced Boré. But whatever. And I also know that, like, Euler is Euler, not Euler. So I got know those things. But anyways, so I reached out to Schrodinger's cat about a week or so ago because I've just been binge watching shit. I've literally been not depressed. It's just not outgoing. How about that? And so I've just been watching shit, and I just was binge watching the shit out of his videos. And I actually messaged him and wrote him saying thank you because they were just making me laugh. But he wants to do something on sovereign citizens and have a stream on that, either on his channel. He invited me on his channel, or him come on here. And I thought about inviting Landon and also OPT Lawyer when he's feeling better. As people may know, he has some issues going on. So we wish the best for him. But I think that'd be fun because I want to get back into that stuff. I mean, I really do. I find the topic.
He's been doing a lot of like the cop stuff, right?
Yeah, and so I want to get back into like addressing the first and second auditor kind of stuff, because it's weird because I have such weird things. I kind of understand what they're doing, although I think that the vast majority of them go about the wrong way. But I find it entertaining, and I don't know why I shouldn't, right? Because I'm like, God, these people are really being assholes to people, and I don't like that. I think that these people are working. Why harass them? But I'll still watch, and I can't reconcile that. It sucks, Usually because I like to see them get arrested, but whatever.
My one take on the sovereign citizen thing is let's just assume for the sake of argument that they're 100% right about their legal arguments and the documents that they say are all of that's true. The guys with the gun disagree, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, I one of the mistakes I think the auditors make is, look, first of all, if you get arrested, you're arrested, period. Don't fight it. I mean, you're not going to win. There's no winning on that. You fight it in the court system. And two, well, why provoke them to get arrested? I mean, sure, there might be the off chance that you might get a lawsuit out of it. Very off chance. It happens very infrequently. But most of the time, you're just going to go in the jail for the weekend. And
I think the reason why a lot of them do what they do is to expose corrupt and misuse of police power, if I am not mistaken.
No, and I think you're right. I think that's the intent, but does it really? I mean, people know by now. Look, most agencies have cops that are just crap. I mean, was there left to expose? We all know this. And yes, we do like seeing some cops get
Do we really all know this? I mean, there's
so.
a whole demographic of people in the United States that fly Blue Lives Matter flags. I mean, do we really all know that cops in this country are the most
talking
corrupt?
about YouTubers.
All we have to do is get all those people on r/public freakout and they're gonna see.
I mean, to be fair,
So-
I think a lot of them probably have shown up on there.
Probably.
So is there a Smurf on the flag or something?
No, there's
there a what?
The blue line's a blue line, and that's a lot of people say that's the
Smurf.
flag.
Oh no. It's
Smurf,
yeah,
yeah.
it's a black and white American flag, and then one of the stripes on the flag is blue, and it's the thin blue line.
Yeah.
And
But
you
you
know,
see why I have
blue lives matter,
But you see-
even though you chose that profession.
But you see why? Well, yeah, they make $100 to $2,000 a year. But do you see why I have like this weird ethical contention between I enjoy watching some videos that I shouldn't, and also that I understand what they're trying to do, and I appreciate the fact they're standing up for people's rights. Although I think a lot of them do go about it the wrong way, and I want to talk.
Well, there's
to the
a
Sword Cat
line
about
that gets crossed, right? There's a line that gets crossed when you're trying to do something for the greater good. You feel justified to do shit that you shouldn't be doing.
Maybe.
As well as like the different when you have like a, I don't want to call it a movement, but when you have a situation where people are trying to expose or trying to do something like this, you have this sense of self-righteousness, you have this sense of justice, which tends to attract like sort of this toxic hero complex of like, no, I'm stepping up, I'm doing the thing, I'm the good guy here, and you end up with some really, really toxic assholes.
Revolutionaries come to mind.
Right, they don't actually understand. They're doing it for self-satisfaction, not actually for the cause.
Yeah, and I have to agree with you on that.
When you start to blur that, that's where you start to see there are some people who are actively trying to do this in the best way possible to succeed at this in the best way possible, and then you've got people who are just self-serving.
Well, I do think there are people that, and I hate trying to like bring in personality kind of things, but do you think there's people that seem to me, it's me. They get an ego trip out of it. They get oh, look, I'm putting one over a cop, and I'm feeling powerful and empowered. And I'm not saying there's necessarily anything wrong with that, but it's at the same time, you're kind of just going, hey, look, I just want to feel important for 30 minutes or something like that. Why berate some cop that's probably just doing his job for the most part. But yeah, I don't know. I take some umbrage.
It's this self-serving, and so you can kind of tell. It's like if you know about whatever it is that you're analyzing or watching, it's usually not too hard to tell the people who are doing it for selfish reasons and just to feel good about themselves or be the bully themselves or whatever, and the people who are trying to do good and trying to help bring change and trying to show a spotlight. It's usually not too hard to tell the difference. I mean, you can see it with a lot of the trolls we deal with all the time. You can tell the ones that are just being shitty for the sake of lulz, and you can tell the ones that are just feel this self-satisfaction or this power trip or self-righteous, and it's all self-serving. Right?
Yeah, well, like Bad People says, when they frauded a library, they're cunt, and it's less like that might be the case, but I think it's worse when my biggest pet peeve, and any auditor does this, they're a piece of shit. When they try to audit something like a woman's shelter, there's just never a need for that. Never a need for that.
There's something to be said for making sure that the social services are doing what they're supposed to be doing. Like, it's not unheard of to hear of. Right, but it's not unheard of to hear of something like an orphanage that is abusing children.
Sure,
like these are not things that are unheard of, but there's a way to expose that. There's a way to go about it, and this is just not the place nor the setting. Also, the cops should not be the ones in charge of any of this social service stuff.
Yeah.
Maybe audience should be involved.
If you heard that a woman's some woman's shelter was turning away women or just mocking those kind of people, and you wanted to get that on camera, I totally.
You mean like how
that.
a lot of them turn away transgender women?
Yeah, that would be optimal. Yeah, totally pro doing that. Go. I really do like people going out and doing their First Amendment and Second Amendment rights. I get it. But when you're an auditor, that's all you do is audit, and you go to this place and that place and this place. You have no reason to go to a women's shelter unless you have there is a reason. I don't think that's appropriate.
You're not talking about like IRS auditors. You're talking like auditors more in general.
I'm talking about
First and Second Amendment auditors.
I'm talking about
okay.
Yeah, First and Second Amendment auditors. A lot of them are called frauditors because they go out of their way to elicit some kind of a response. Now, there's only one right now. There's really one auditor that I actually do like. And his name is, and I can't pronounce the city. He's from Asmagazi Press. He and his son going around, and his son's watching the watchers. I like the way he does it. Now, again, he can still be a little gruff, and I think he might.
Who watches the Watchmen?
Yeah, exactly. But at least he's very cordial when people are cordial to him. And he doesn't go out of his way to be antagonistic. But I mean, push comes to shove, he'll push back. But out of all the auditors, I kind of enjoy his videos the most. If people are familiar with him. No,
I don't really watch any auditing videos, so
Yeah, neither
got
do I.
nothing.
I find them interesting,
Yeah,
but I also like
this is
Schrodinger's cat
totally
ones
a
when they
you
get
thing.
arrested. You know, when they get arrested, it's hilarious because
Yeah.
you can't arrest me. Oh, really?
Well, it's that karma. It's that karma. It's that instant justice, instant karma, where you've got somebody. It's like when you see somebody run a red light or cut you off in traffic, and then you see them like 5 seconds later getting pulled over on the side of the road. You're just like, fuck you.
Well, especially when they're wrong. I mean, there are cases there
Right.
have been where auditors thought they were in a public place where they were allowed to film, and the law had been such that they weren't allowed to, and they got busted for it. And that's why they say you really got to know the law. And so when people are saying, I know the law better than you, and they get arrested and they don't, it kind of makes you go, eh. I mean, I'm the same way. I tell people all the time, hey, look, I may know about this topic a little more than you. And if they were to show me up, that I'm wrong, I'm like, okay, cool. And people would probably go, yay, look at Steve sucks,
Actually, Rodent No Last Name brings up a decent point. He said that the First Amendment auditors would be fine if they adhered to journalistic standards, and that would be interesting. If they actually, I think that would be probably help immensely with.
Really quickly, what type of journalistic standards? Like modern day ones, or like the ones?
No, like real ones.
Because at least in the United States,
like back in the day, Walter
journalistic
Cronkite
standards
kind of
run
stuff.
any story that'll get you clicks. Like journalists, I should say, mainstream media in the United States is just awful.
Oh, it's awful.
So toxic.
Yep. Yeah.
Super chat just came in.
Yeah, Helios for 5 said, if a woman's shelter has to call the cops on you for trying to record women through windows, I'm rooting for the cops to tase you in the groin.
Yeah, no, I'm okay with that. I've got no issue with that.
Yeah, I'm okay with that too.
Yeah, maybe don't because that's now you're into invasion of privacy if you're trying to film somebody through windows
There's
of
just no
wherever it
reason
is
to.
you're supposed to be.
Look, I'm all for people's rights and stuff like that, but I mean, come on, have a little courtesy,
Yeah.
Oh please! Oh please! You want to talk about that?
Trash.
Yeah, right. Are we really going to start talking about the dude who got away with it by making the argument that public upskirt shots were allowed because you were in public, so you weren't considered that it was part of like a private.
Wait, who got
place
away
or
with
out
that?
in public?
Wait,
let me pull it up. Wait,
get out! Stop it! That was a defense. That was an actual defense.
That happened in the U.S. I wouldn't be surprised at all.
As far as I know,
laws
most
against
jurisdictions
that.
in the U.S. go with if you're photographed or filmed in public and the person who did it didn't have to leave public to do it, there you go, they're fine.
No, there's certain laws on the books in California, I'm pretty sure, I thought, against that.
Well, that's why I said, as far as I know, in most jurisdictions, there are always going to be exceptions.
Yeah.
But, yeah. Now, bathrooms don't count as in public.
Yep.
So you're not allowed to go in there. But, like, if you're having a weird camera phone shoe that you're sticking under people's, like, between people's legs, in many jurisdictions.
So hang on. So
there you go.
You're
fine, technically.
As somebody who worked in, Kohl's for like 7 years, in California, upskirt photography is considered to be disorderly conduct. That's what they claim it under.
There you go. Well, also, stores aren't necessarily public.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but even it doesn't matter. Even if you're outside, I mean, it's still considered to be. Now,
So,
not
like,
all,
if
but
you're
in Georgia, it's legal apparently.
Well, it's Georgia. I mean, you're comparing California, the world's 5th largest economy, to. Are you going to finish the rest of that possum, Georgia?
So, are we saying that the women in California should have more? Should be better protected than the women in Georgia?
No. Point I was making is that the reason it's allowed or legalized, I guess you could say, in Georgia is because it's fucking Georgia. Not that it's okay that it's allowed. But
are you saying that they're all inbred and they've probably always seen each other all naked anyways because family?
Close, but that's you're thinking it's.
I'm just taking the slippery slope. That's all I'm doing.
Yeah,
by the way, I don't think Georgia is all inbred. I actually happen to like Georgia people.
Actually, I think Georgia's
and they have the best sweet tea.
I mean, they gave us Biden and they gave us both Warnock and Ossoff. I think Georgia's always been a bit more progressive than it comes off as because I think the South in general there's a lot of African Americans that live there and they tend to vote more left leaning than they do right leaning. I just think that it's the Republicans that serve in the state legislative chambers that pretty much. I mean, let's be honest here. The voter ID laws are, hey, we don't want black people out voting. Like it's literally what they do, and that's why conservatives have dominated the political environment in these states. It's not because they're conservative states. It's because conservatives don't win unless they cheat.
Well, I think most elections have some kind of. I mean, I don't think like widespread cheating, but I mean, I think the whole system's kind of screwed it.
Have irregularities, yeah.
All right, so you guys want some
Here
story
first,
time?
heard it here first, folks. Steve thinks the election was stolen from Trump.
Oh God!
No, you can't say that. Video will get taken off YouTube, but you can't say the election was borrowed. It was
borrowed with no intent of giving it back. Yeah. Okay. No. No. I cannot believe that Trump is even in the news. It's just why just forget
I've
about it.
completely
Let it be a
forgotten
blip
about
in the history.
He
of
gets
the annals
clicks.
Of
yeah.
what? You know, there's certain things it's about. I don't care how many clicks somebody gets. You don't want them around. That's just.
Well, I mean, that's great, but good luck telling the people who are trying to make money solely through driving clicks to their website.
Well, unfortunately, some people have no ethical standard, and that's all that matters to them. And I hate that. But that's one of the reasons why I never became super popular. I'm still a class D minus A YouTuber. Cheshire is becoming more popular YouTuber than me.
I'm not popular at all.
You know,
I don't do it for that though. So,
but according to some people, she just has to sit there and look pretty. That's all it takes. Is that true, Chesh?
I don't fucking know.
That was a big thing back then when people were saying, "Oh well, all women have to do is sit around and look good," and I'm like, they still have to have some skills.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt,
kidding?
but it's not
You
gonna.
don't remember
it's not
that
gonna
conversation?
I remember that conversation. Yeah, I'm saying I remember that wasn't that long ago. A couple of years.
That was it?
Uh-huh.
We had this. I feel like we had this conversation like last year
No, it's
during
been
another
probably 2
rum and
years.
coke, and you were agreeing with the guy who was like, "Oh, women can just show their tits and make money." And I was like,
Well,
okay,
I do agree
no.
that they will make some money, but they'll make a lot more if they actually have some kind of
You
skill
have
set.
to do more than just show your tits. You
Yes,
can't
I
just be any woman and show boobs and make money.
You're not going to
there's
make
work
nowhere
that's
near.
involved.
Yes, nowhere near.
You're not gonna make anything. I just flash my boobs, that's not gonna make me any
Somebody
money.
will
I
give you
have
a
to
buck.
do more work.
You might even give it to you.
Boobs
one
are
for
free
each.
on the internet, man. Boobs are free on the internet. You gotta do more than that.
Smitty, you want to give $1 for each? I would give you $1 for each, just so to show Smitty. I don't care.
If I make the offer that if you give me $2, I will show you my tits, that's still me doing more work than just showing my tits. I just flashed the screen right now. It's not gonna make me anything.
You already demonetized fucking other channels by drawing circles. Don't demonetize my channel. Get them away. Put them away.
I heard about that.
Yeah. No, she's like the kryptonite of YouTube channels. She just draws circles. They get demonetized.
Yo, I cause problems everywhere I go. I don't know why people invite me anywhere.
Well, I mean, I watched one of your streams when I was on my mini vacation. It was really good. 3 hours long. Oh my god, ridiculously long stream. But I watched the whole thing. But somewhere in there, you had said something that really piqued my interest.
Be right back.
But it was mostly along the lines of what was it? I'm trying to think how to put it. Well, you're saying you were saying, and I didn't agree with you, but you said like, okay, well, when it comes like this show and that show, Steve's less expendable than kind of me kind of thing. And you and I was like, well, no, not for Caffeine Corner because
it's like a matter.
Yeah,
it's a matter of like I was talking about the matter of skill set. I'm a lot easier to replace than you are because you have a very very specific set of skills that also come along with a specific set of like connections and people that you've met and learned. Like there's a value to a lot of that.
Yeah,
and
no,
there's
I
just a
understand
lot of
what
that
you're saying with it.
I just don't have, right? So it's not as easy to find somebody who brings to the table the same amount of things, like all compiled together, all wrapped into one person as you. I do art and I'm kind of funny. It's not hard to find somebody who's kind of funny.
But if we were doing OnlyFans, I'm not going to make any money. I mean, I'm not going to do well.
Well, yeah, but I was specifically talking about
Yeah.
like the shows we do, right?
I mean, look,
I am better at some things than Steve is.
Oh!
Yes.
without question. And no, that wasn't sexual, Smitty. Good God. Well, that might be true too, but still.
Wink. Okay, so here it is. Oregon, this is Kansas City Star. Oregon judge upskirt photos of a teen at store are not illegal.
I find that to be just bizarre. I mean, there's something saying that there's an invasion of privacy. I mean, if you're not showing it publicly, then it's not meant to be shown. Why? How is that not illegal in every state?
Because The women aren't.
Well, it's not just women. I mean, men can get it too, not as much because that's even weirder. But I don't know how that's not protected. I mean, it should be something like public.
An origin judge has An origin judge has ruled that a 61-year-old man did nothing illegal when he crouched in the aisle of a Target store and snapped photos of a 13-year-old's up a 13-year-old skirt. It was lewd and appalling.
How is that not illegal?
Washington County Judge Eric Butterfield said, quote, from a legal point of view, which unfortunately today is my job to enforce, he did nothing wrong, the judge said on Thursday.
Oh, so the judge was saying it's not that I don't think he did something wrong. It's according to the law he did nothing wrong. I don't think he's
interpreting the law right. I'm sure there's some law. There's got to be some law that he's overlooking there.
Then the prosecution should have found it. Yeah. I mean, honestly.
I mean, wait. Did this happen in the U.S.?
Yeah, this is Oregon.
Well, okay.
Wait, so we're talking about the same country where two dudes caught a guy literally full-on raping an unconscious woman behind a dumpster, and he served 3 months in jail because they posted his swim times, and he's such a good athlete.
Yeah,
we can't ruin that.
I've heard something like that too. But let's assume arguendo that there wasn't any law in Oregon's. The very next day there should have been.
Yeah, no, that's the thing, right? It's
when did this happen though?
The law, but yeah, as soon as possible. It should be law.
Sorry.
When did this happen?
This article was posted.
How is that not lewd and lascivious or something? I don't know. It just seems odd to me.
Exactly.
Because if the description of lewd and lascivious behavior, which might be a law there, I don't know, but if it doesn't actually include those things, then it's up to the legislature. Like, I'm not saying it's a great system. Because I don't understand.
Because if most people did that to somebody's daughter, they would probably be killed. They would literally, and I'm not even being facetious here. There are people that,
and in this case, if that had happened,
literally killed the person.
That would have been a murder charge.
Yes.
And I'm not saying that I wouldn't understand why that murder occurred, but like, the fact is that it's cases like this that get new laws introduced. It's because when legislators draft laws, even if we assume that they have the best intent possible, they can't possibly think up every abuse that.
Well, come on, though. That's reactive, not proactive. Somebody have had to address it. And
writing the law in the first place is proactive. Writing the law in the first place is proactive, but you cannot possibly think up every single circumstance and cover it in law.
No, and I get that, but the way our system
circumstances happen, then you change the law to accommodate them so that it so we can punish people if it continues to happen.
Yes,
so
but the way our system is set up, unfortunately. Our system is set up that laws don't tell you what you can do. They can't tell you what you can't do, right?
Okay.
So if there's no log on the book that tells you cannot do it, under the law, it's not illegal. And that's the way the entire system is set up. And it sucks, right?
Mm-hmm. It does.
So I think the contention is that you're not going to be able to come up with every single contingency, but however, you would think that there would be like larger coverage laws that would be like, no, you don't take a picture of somebody's skirt, especially a minor. So you would think now that's not the judge's job. That's fair. It's not the judge's job to come up with whatever law that would be, but it is the job of either the government and the representatives to, give a shit about women and children.
The state Congress. The legislature.
As well as whoever the prosecutor was needed to be looking for these overarching laws. I don't want to blame the judge for it.
No, I don't blame the judge.
It's not really it's their job to deal with what they've been given, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Inkboy too.
Well, I mean, primarily it's that guy's fault. That 62-year-old guy. It's mostly his fault. But secondarily, it's the legislators.
Well, yeah, we're talking about it's not their fault. The
crime
it's
legitimate false, right? Yeah, there's only one person that has fault for the crime, but other people's fault for not making it a crime. But Inkboy for €2. Speaking about demonetization, when's the Portal 2? We got to try Portal. I try to get through it. And
I finished Portal 1.
I finished Portal 1 and 2, but I couldn't get through Portal Mel. Mel's hard.
No.
Yeah, Mel is an ongoing. It's a fan fiction.
So
no, seriously, it's a fan fiction thing that somebody did or some people did. It's hard as hell.
We need to do the co-op, Steve.
Yeah, we'll do co-op.
Do you want to be Peabody or do you want to be Atlas?
That makes no difference. I could be either.
It does. Do you want to be the little short circle guy, or you want to be the tall guy?
No, I know that. I'd be the short circle guy. I'm fat.
The short circle guy. Okay.
Actually, I'm not. Even though I'm off
All
my
right.
diet, I still have lost considerable amount of weight.
You be Peabody and I'll be Atlas.
Okay. So, do you guys want to hear story time? You want to hear the horrible argument that I had to listen to?
Absolutely.
Is it going to be better or worse than the fact that I ran into Christopher Mann over on Answers and Reasons channel?
Oh, good God.
Christopher Mann. Why do I know that
Who it
name?
was.
Duke's
I didn't
buddy.
realize who it was. Yeah.
Duke's, but wait, what?
Well, anyway, yeah,
I didn't realize-
he's been messaging me, and he's been going. And I want nothing communication wise, and I cannot deal with his insanity.
Yeah, I didn't realize who he was until like today when he left like a huge thing explaining who he was and whatever past interaction. Because I don't really remember. I'm like, I vaguely remember that you're a person that I had some kind of conversation with before, but I don't remember. And then he just went on a spree explaining what it was on Twitter. I just saw it like when we started, and I was like, oh, you're that guy.
That guy.
Okay.
No, it's well, you're gonna. Well, I'm not gonna tell you the problem with this argument. See if you guys can figure it out. And I'm not gonna say if this person was a theist or an atheist. I will say that they are relatively associated with a pretty well-known organization, and they put it in different groups.
Sounds like an atheist so far.
And
Yep.
I'm not confirming or denying.
I know. I'm just speculating.
Well, there's a lot of theists in organizations too. But he put it in multiple places.
Fair.
I did ask if I can use it, but I'm not going to tell you what group it was from or anything like that. Okay, so I put it on the screen now. I'm going to try to put this in a location where I don't block anybody, but Lorence, you might be a little bit blocked. Sorry about that. We all know how pretty you are.
How could you, Steve?
I didn't get my glasses. I can't see nothing.
It's going on the outside, so let me wait a few seconds for it to catch up here. I'm going to put my projector on so I can see it better too. All right. So to give you a nutshell, this argument basically, this person believes that they have shown the law of identity to be wrong. That logic is wrong. This is their argument.
Well, first, it starts out with knowing all apologists. So yeah, Steve, it was someone who's going to call themselves an atheist.
There are atheist apologists. Stop it.
Yeah, but they don't call themselves that, and neither do the other atheists.
Whatever. Okay, fine. It was an atheist. Okay, great.
Yeah, of course.
Great going there, Sherlock. Okay.
I'm just gonna say, like, if you wanted to make this, like, oh, we don't know who it is, you should have.
Well,
cut
yeah,
out
you
that
still
for a
don't.
second.
Okay, so they're an atheist, but you don't know who they are, and I doubt many.
Okay,
of you know.
yeah, I don't
Fuck
care.
am I
who it is.
reading?
Yeah. Well, this is a logical argument again. And by the way, I will tell you this:
Logical.
numerous people told him how flawed he was. I sat there for hours telling him how flawed he was in every excruciating detail. Other people have told him how fractal wrong he is, but it doesn't matter. He's an atheist of a pretty large organization, and you know. All right, so here we go. This is his argument why the law of identity is wrong. Matter of fact, you can read it. Do you want to read it, Leo?
Someone
All
should
of
read
it?
it out loud. We might have some visually impaired people.
I can read it out loud, yeah.
Look at those glasses. You got it magnified.
Knowing how apologists love to resort to logic, I wonder what they will think of this.
Okay, let's do this.
Logic is wrong. The law of identity is incompatible with reality.
All right, one
I
sentence
can't
at a
help
time.
but laugh.
One sentence at a time here. Okay, and I'm going to ask you guys a question. I'm going to have you guys work through this, right? Because this was trivial to me, but I want to have you guys work through this. First of all, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's not the axioms of logic descriptive.
I would say yes.
And so we observe things about reality, and then we come. And by the way, I mean they're not a posteriori. You don't need to absolutely observe anything to have the laws of logic. Mm-hmm. They're a priori knowledge, in my opinion, which just means that we can discover them without observation. But you know, generally speaking, we observe things and we formulate a description about them. The law of identity is something that we observe that an object is itself.
Yeah,
it's a lot like geometry. We have these background assumptions in geometry, but they were based on people noticing things about shapes in real life, and then turning them into postulates beforehand, or as prior bit to geometry. I can't talk. So yeah, the basic postulate formal logic are based on people observing, like, hey, this can't be both an ostrich and not an ostrich, so we'll call that a law of identity, and we'll generalize it.
Right.
Yeah, nobody's ever walked into their house and watched the mug of root beer sitting on their counter turn into a horse.
Well, I mean, that doesn't. No, that's different. I mean, that's not the
That's
same
what
thing.
you think. I mean, some people drop a lot of acid before they walk in their house.
But I mean, there are axioms of mathematics like ZFC have various axioms in there, and some of them make sense to me. Some of them I will never understand. ZFC is very hard. Certain ones, like the axiom of extensionality, is quite simple. Axiom of choice takes a little bit more, but there's some other that are just way bizarre, and so I'll never get into ZFC theory. But the law of identity is a very simple axiom. It is an object in itself. That it doesn't matter if it turns into something out later on. It is whatever. An identity is something that means this is that, and they mean the same thing. So whatever you instantiate with, green apple equals green apple, blue sky equals blue sky. Whatever you put over here, it equals the same thing. Always. There's no examples of where that doesn't happen. Okay, but he's saying that it doesn't correspond, incompatible with reality. So already it's like, and by the way, mathematics doesn't have to correspond with reality, but a lot of identity seems to do so. But here we go. Go on.
Oh, okay. The law of identity states that a thing cannot simultaneously be something else. That I don't even understand what that sentence. Yeah. He didn't word that right.
This is like the wrongness of wrong. This is not what the law of identity says. And everybody's been pointing out to this. This is when you start off in your third sentence and you're this wrong, it can't go anywhere good.
No, right? This is the second sentence. Or wait, no, I guess it is the third, yeah.
Because the law of identity does not state that thing cannot be simultaneously something else. What it says is it cannot be not itself.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's a huge distinction to be made there.
I mean, I can see why you think logic is wrong if you're so badly misinformed about logic.
And so many people, theists and atheists, have been telling him, dude, this is a bad argument. Stop. Theists have been laughing at him, and then the atheists going, dude, stop embarrassing us.
Words are hard.
But am I incorrect here to think that statement is just wrong?
Yeah, no, he's just not knowing what the law of identity is. So from here on in, which I assume, I haven't read all of this yet, but I'm assuming that's going to be the basis for the entire rest of this. And since it's that wrong already, I'm just going to go ahead and assume that all of this is just going to be nonsense.
I just noticed that on the outside, we have a bottle of Kraken predominantly showing.
Did you like that? I made that.
Did we suddenly get sponsored by Kraken? Because I'm going to be really... God damn it.
Dude, I added. I mean, the outline came kind of pre-prepared, but I added a bunch of shit to it, like the Kraken stuff. I added all the Kraken stuff. I got some skills too, by the way.
Your parchment in the background there is really different resolution than the rest of the images. So next time, just approach me or Chesh, and we can do with that.
Oh yeah, look, I didn't say I was good at it. I just said I can do certain things. But
I'm the one who does all the visuals and the audio and all
that. She's really fastidious on the whole resolution.
I do have a question about Kraken rum, if I may. It's made with Tegrity, correct?
Tegrity Farms. Yeah. But anyways, real quick, so Landon, I got Kraken. I got Kraken. That sounds funny.
He's got Kraken. He's like 2 drinks in, and he's getting. He's already.
He's so good.
He's floating a bit.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on your time zone and latitude from your friendly secular astronomer. And how are you folks doing? Mighty, of course, Steve, Chesh, Leo,
I'm doing well, Landon.
And hey to Milwaukee.
Landon, we're going to see how good we're doing. Can you briefly, if you recollect in that big head of yours, because his brain's so big, it thinks it lost up there.
It's a mega mind over here.
Can you tell us what the law of identity is?
Law of identity is that you're talking about in logic, that items are equal to themselves.
That's not too controversial of an axiom, right?
And it typically is stated, although it's a necessary axiom, because without it, some of your logic systems break down.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
And you can construct axiomatic systems where things don't equal themselves. They're weird, but
can I ask a quick question? Because I did have somebody who I think they've got like a bachelor's or a master's in philosophy. Their focus is more on like ethics and meta-ethics and whatnot. But he worded it this way, and I'm just curious if this is accurate, that what the law of identity really is saying is that the way that we choose to define something is the way that it's defined. You can't define something one way and then define it in a separate way unless there's some other like broader contextual reasoning that allows.
That's really a way to describe it. Though.
That's it. Yeah. And I would also be cautious to assume that a definition is the thing.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I would look at the Kantian way of doing it.
Yeah.
The thing in itself.
Please.
Yeah. The thing in and of itself, the noumenon, right? The object that we're actually observing rather than the phenomenon. The object that is in it of itself. When we're talking about the object, we're talking about the actual object. And so we're saying that the object must equal itself. It cannot be no other way. And that goes in what's called the identity of indiscernibility, which if you have two objects with the exact same properties, they must be the same object. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a fundamental understanding when somebody says the law of identity states that a thing cannot simultaneously be something else. Yeah, it can. It could be. I'm simultaneously a human and ape at the same time, right? But I'm still the same object.
Yep.
Yeah, and also you have issues where, for example, in your system, what is an object is actually what's being stated. Like for example, in space time.
Yeah.
When you talk about some event in space time. And then you go back to talk about another event. You no longer have the same spot. It's the old, the can you step in the same river twice, right? You have to be careful when you're talking about an object what the actual object is. For example, if you've got an object that's moving in time, that object is constantly changing, but it always is itself.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and like I said, I mean, sure, you could develop some axiomatic systems where it's not. I don't know what they'd be like, and I've never seen them, but I just assume they exist. But even Aristotle, that's one axiom that he even didn't forsake. A lot of them, you get rid of the LEM, you can get rid of the law of non-contradiction, you can have paraconsistent logics, you can have logics that have true gluts and glutes and gaps and whatever. Whether that's not always the case where they're true and false, but for the most part. Generally speaking, in every logic I've seen, there's a form of identity, and so, and in mathematics, you find identity a lot. I mean,
yes, and in the in formal logic, not the squishy logic, but actually formal logic. One of the exercises you go through is to take out various axioms and see what happens to the system.
Here's a good.
Take them out. Or assume they're false, and then go through the absurdity that you end up doing. I mean, one of my favorite things was to for example, take out the number 4 in the number line, and build and see what happens to the real line.
Are you bigoted against 4?
That's actually no. Actually, that's something that comes up in Dungeons and Dragons because in 4th edition. In 4th edition, there's something called the Thief of Legend that you can become if you take that route, and it's like the god tier level of thief. You are so good at stealing, you can steal things that are incorporeal, and some of the examples they give is somebody's eye color, or the ambition from a warlord, or the concept of of a number from somebody. So what happens if you take the concept away from somebody? What happens if you remove the number 4 from somebody's existence?
Yes, and so in that sense, you could you ask a question. If 4
don't do that to your DM, please. If you're a player,
if 4 is not an integer, is 8 prime, right? Well, I'll answer. Well, no, it's divisible by 2, but 2 and something that doesn't. You end up saying, well, okay. What do you do about 8, which is 2 times something which is not an integer? And all of a sudden you start having integers that are a product of things that are not integers. And so you come back and you make the argument that, well, if 4 is not a number, then 8, under certain definitions you can try to say is prime.
You start you start losing every other number that comes afterward. Your math is like, imagine you're a businessman, you're a merchant, all of your stuff is done through business and money, and now all of a sudden you have lost the concept of the number 4 in all of your arithmetic.
Yes,
you are screwed.
And so anyway, you end up, of course, you run into big problems, but that's part of the formal logic process is to explore those things.
Before we get more into this bad argument here,
sorry.
No, you're fine. And if you look on the outside, you can actually read it. I moved it. So
we would rather hear what Landon has to say.
Well, I want him to evaluate this.
Moron on Facebook is saying.
Yeah, but I want Landon to actually evaluate it. But I will ask. I thought about this the other day, Landon, and I don't know. It just seems odd to me. So maybe you can reconcile it into my head. Oh, what is that?
Whiskey.
This is
Copperworks.
Copperworks. It's a Seattle distillery, and it is a double peated special release single malt whiskey, small batch on there.
Small batch, single malt, good to go. In whiskey oak, in a brandy oak barrel. Mm.
Yes. And so there you can see from the.
Aren't those called casks? I'm pretty sure it's called a cask, Steve.
Man, I could boot you.
I think it's called a bottle.
Yeah, I think it's called alcohol. Does it matter?
Aged for 45 months in oak casks. Finished 7 months in an Edinburgh whiskey cask.
This was
Did
aged
you
for
just
24
ask-
hours. They're like, hell no, we ain't even gonna wait.
Did you just ask if it mattered about whether something was bottled or in a cask? Or a cask?
Cask.
Because the answer is yes, it absolutely does matter. There's a big difference between
Agreed.
Cask is so much
I got
better.
this Kilkenny on tap and I got this Kilkenny in a can.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cask is so much better. By the way, that's all.
And
that's
bottles are better than
like
cans.
But congratulations
That's like
bottles
six
on
shots
your
already.
Kraken thing. That's
it's
an
really good.
interesting.
Hey, I'll have a drink in a second. Okay, so
Release the Kraken.
Release the Kraken.
Cheers.
Fuck, that's wrong. I ain't gonna.
Cheers.
I ain't gonna fun. That's it's tasty. It's really tasty. I'm not. I mean, it's one of the smoothest rums I've ever had.
Is
Wow.
Steve
Kraken
gonna
is,
have a
Kraken is
shot?
very good,
It's very
especially
good.
for this price.
If
It's
you like
also good-
peaty whiskeys, right? This is
I like peaty whiskey. Yeah.
So I have a question. What does peat mean when it refers to whiskey? That's actually something I don't know anything about.
it comes from the peat from a peat bog that they use in Scotland. Many distilleries will take and use burning of peat, which basically is swamp mash that's been dried out.
Yep.
And the smoke from that peat is what gives scotches some of their pokey smoothie flavor. So people will then sometimes will actually take real peat, or they'll have things that simulate peat in their brewing of their.
Over in Seattle, because that's where we got that, right?
Yes,
Seattle
yes.
whiskey?
Down
Over
there
in
in I got Harbor
Seattle,
Steps.
They have to take every so often. There has to be a slew of children that are all named Pete, so they can take them and throw them into the barrel.
Oh, that's how they make it. I got.
Well,
it.
you're-
I got.
yeah.
You.
Hey, look, you guys are atheists, so that probably does.
Yes,
yeah.
that's I mean we
I am.
atheists.
So let me ask
we have
my
an
question.
atheiist allegedly from Milwaukee, but please go ahead.
And by the way, no,
Allegedly.
it's not Smitty's question. So if they're gonna blow your mind, I'm gonna look really stupid right now. It's gonna
And
be
I
no-
have a question
There's really
in
no
response
middle
to you.
ground here. All right, so here's the question I thought of the other day. This is gonna suck. All right, so I always thought classical logic and propositional logic meant the same thing. I don't see a distinction. However, the law of logic is not something used in propositional logic, but it is in classical logic. So there must be some kind of distinction. If there is, what the hell is it?
I mean, you come back on the case of they talk about standard logic is really it really is stuff like it has the excluded middle and
Yeah.
the things of that nature, the commutative conjunction, that sort of thing. And so you say, well, then what's that? How is that different from, you said the other one you were asking was classical logic versus
Well, because
Propositional.
propositional logic
Okay.
doesn't have the law of identity. You can infer something like P there for P, but there's no for all of X, all X equals X, or all of X, X equals X kind of thing. So
Wouldn't
there's
you
none of
have
that.
to-
Only
It's not a
Sith work in
propositional thing like
absolutes.
the law of excluded middle or the not contradictions are propositional statements. But the
I mean,
law of identity is
propositional-
not a propositional statement.
Sure, and it comes from the whole propositional calculus field.
Sure.
But I don't know. For example, could you essentially say that is that the zeroth order logic is really the formal logic?
I don't know. This was an interesting question. I thought of because to me,
As opposed to
classical
first
logic
order.
and propositional I always use synonymously, and yet they say that propositional logic, you don't have the law of identity in it as an axiom because it's not propositional. There's no P or Q. It's but okay, I get that.
So is it? And I'm asking.
You can't derive the law. Like for example, you could derive the law of non-contradiction from the law of excluded middle, or vice versa. I've done that. I've literally proven that on one of my blogs. It's not that hard to do. But you can't derive law of excluded middle from anything. It's strictly an axiomatic assumption, but it's not a propositional assumption. It's not relating to a proposition. It's relating to an identity. And so they say it doesn't really isn't something that used in propositional logic. But to me, classical logic and propositional logic to me are synonymous terms, but maybe they're not.
I think that there's slight differences in that classical logic is perhaps you would say is a proper subset of zeroth order logic. I'm asking.
Where's Malpass when you need him?
Yeah.
Go get him.
But so I have a question for the panel, and it's a logic question. Actually, this came up. We were discussing
5.
Logic, and
Damn it,
and,
42.
And so
I thought it was 5.
So I have 3 statements. Okay, let me give you the first statement. The first statement is exactly one of these statements is true.
Is this a knight and knaves thing?
The second statement is exactly 2 of these statements are true. And the third statement is exactly 3 of these statements are true. So again, statement 1, exactly 1 is true. Statement 2, exactly 2 is true. Statement 3, exactly 3 are true. Which of those 3 statements are true and which one are false?
Without thinking about it, I'm going to go ahead and say they're all false if taken together.
Well, a logically inconsistent system would mean that all of them can't be true at the same time.
Bingo on so point for Steve. so therefore you're saying that the statement all 3 are true is false.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, now keep going.
I don't know where else to go from there. I can just tell you that all 3, if all, they would have to be false because like I said, a logically inconsistent system means that you cannot have all premises true at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
So all 3 of those cannot be true at the same time. It's logically inconsistent, correct?
Yes.
So but then if we go with exactly 2 of these statements are true, and the first one can't be true, neither can the third one, so that has to be false. But then if we go with exactly one of these statements is true, it has to be the first statement. But the problem with the first statement is it doesn't really mean anything unless it's made as part of the set of the rest of the statements. If I just say exactly one of these statements are true, but I have no antecedent for these, then it's not really true or false. It's just a meaningless statement. So is it really true? I'm going to go ahead and say
if one of the statements is true, right? Okay, if one of the statements, well, actually, if 2 of the statements, it had to be only one of the statements is true, because if 2 of the statements were true, the second one would be true, the first one would be true, and then the third one would be true because the first 2 are true.
Yes.
So yes. I would just say the first one's true, the rest are false.
Yeah.
That's a good. That's I like that. I like that analysis. And you know,
I'm drunk off my ass. Hey, what do you want?
Well, so for me then, Landon, the question then becomes, what is the semantic content of the word these? What is it an antecedent for?
Yeah, and it's where, and this is back to where you're taught in formal logic that words are really a destructive in trying to do mathematical logic, right? Because those words have come with all this laden stuff that you end up messing yourself up. Now, what you can do is transform what you think those statements mean into formal logic symbols, and then it becomes clear.
All right, let me ask you this. Oops. And by the way, Smith's question was simple. He just had asked, are numbers, actual objects? Yes, in Quine's indispensability thesis, then in mathematical Platonism, they're actual objects. And I'm fine with that. I tend to nominalism, but I don't care. Pick one, stick with it. It makes no difference to me. There is no right or wrong answer when it comes to that. I mean, if you want to think that mathematics exist as objects that has real existence, I think perfectly fine with that. Quine would argue the same thing. Sure.
Mathematical
Platonism, I would argue for that you can't you can't make numbers. Numbers exist.
Well, yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, exactly. But when we say they exist, Quine would argue that because mathematics is the language of science, and if they exist for scientific usage, then we have to kind of assume that sets and everything related to sets exist, and so we treat a set.
And the number 5 exists independent of the universe, right? You cannot construct. I would state that you cannot construct physical laws that would not have 5 existing. Yeah, it's independent of.
Yeah, whether we like it or not is objectively the case that it exists in some capacity. I want to finish this argument because it gets worse.
Please,
believe it or not.
Okay. I'm sorry. Please go.
Yeah, no worries.
Oh God, Landon's taking another shot. Everybody,
you're gonna need it. And
he's sipping.
This is bad. All right,
he's just sipping.
Continue, Leo, on this argument.
Alrighty, let me make sure that I'm at the right space. Yeah, this sounds plausible, doesn't it? That sentence.
Does anyone guess who this atheist is yet? Some of you.
Is it somebody that is more well known?
No, not like a prevalent atheist. I mean, Cheshire, I think, has some experience with the guy because there was a kerfluffle with him a while back over the R word.
Like retard word?
Yes.
Is this
Okay.
GE?
I-
Did GE?
I thought
No.
Is
Oh,
that
I was gonna say, dude, if this is
relativity?
GE, I need to have a talk with him because
No,
he
actually,
does
I-
not
no, no,
strike
I'll
me as
tell you
this
this.
dumb.
Is that-
I'll give you a few hints. I was gonna play 20 questions. But I'll
is
give you
it
a few hints.
Michael?
I've never had him on, but I get along with the guy.
Michael
and
Sherlock.
he is related to Michael Sherlock.
It's related to Michael. Oh, is it Hamat?
No, it's John, the guy that from Alias International Alliance works with Michael Sherlock.
No, the other
guy.
one.
Yeah, the other guy. All right.
John
so,
who?
What's his name? Richardson or Richards or something? Nice guy. No,
I
I
don't know
have
who
to get
that
along
is.
with him actually, but and
I'll
he wants me to
pull.
come
I'll
on.
pull up his.
He wants me to come on his
Twitter.
show Saturday. And by the way, fun fact: Dr. Malik wants me on his show. I was thrilled to death. And by the way, Landon, while I'm name dropping here because I'm drunk, you're gonna love this. If I didn't already tell you, do you know who I have on in 2 weeks? You're gonna shit yourself.
Gonna check yourself.
Who would I say? I presume this person's alive.
Yes.
Because
Yeah,
otherwise
yeah,
that would
well,
be surprising.
you know, we're having a Ouija board seance. Yes, exactly. I love having dead people on my show. It's great. They're not very talkative, but
Oh, are
Yeah,
you
let me know
talking-
when you get Feynman on.
Steve, you've had people that have been committed intellectual suicide on your show.
oh, absolutely, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'll give you a few hints. I'll drop a few hints if you guess. Their postdoctoral person was Fred Hoyle.
Supervisor, postdoctoral
Yeah,
supervisor.
was Fred Hoyle. They have a PhD in theoretical physics and cosmology. They wrote a numerous amount of books over the years. One of which I remember reading was growing up called Superforce. I'll give you the initials, PD. Does anybody want to guess in the live chat?
I mean, I know obviously,
okay,
but
then who is it?
well, because you've mentioned him already.
Oh, that's
I'm not
fine.
gonna say it. I was gonna ruin the fun.
I mean, I look at more details from him. But that's all. I mean, I used to love reading his books growing up because we would relate, things to the lay person.
The one thing I don't know about him is he atheist, agnostic, or theist? Or
He's an atheist, but
not
he
really?
wrote some stuff on the fine tuning argument. That's what we're going to be talking about. The fine tuning argument.
I thought he was an atheist, but I couldn't remember. I
he's
was
an
thinking he might have
atheist.
said he was more agnostic.
Well, he has a really interesting position on the fine tuning argument that I happen to kind of. I think I would agree with him in some ways.
Yeah, I haven't read a lot of.
All right,
work
do you
on
want his first name,
fine-tuning.
Landon, or his last name? Not Puff Diddy, but that would be cool.
Daddy.
Well, I mean, I think that because I'm just thinking about in terms of people that have done. So I know that, for example, that there's Paul Davies has done a lot on.
Yes,
on that.
Paul Davies.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, now that's a big name.
I mean,
right?
I usually PD. I think of the Duroc, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Paul
Paul
Dirac,
Dirac,
okay,
yeah.
he be dead.
That's why I
Brandon.
asked if it was
He be dead.
Paul Dirac.
I'm
Actually,
just-
Do you realize that
Good
all
book.
those guys from the Vienna Circle and that whole whatever like photograph, every one of those guys is dead?
Yep.
I don't think there's one living, is there?
I don't.
Yeah.
But
I
anyway,
don't think so,
yeah,
no.
no. Paul Davies is going to join us for fine tuning argument, and that's going to be amazing.
I have not met him,
he's a
but I
hero in
certainly
mine.
have. I certainly have attended one of his lectures.
I would love to have a discussion with him just to run because I am of the opinion, and yes, it's an opinion because I know there are people that disagree that the universe isn't even finely tuned at all. But talking about the universe in that way, to me, seems almost in like, what is the standard for fine tuning?
Well, we're gonna
How
get
do we
into that.
establish that? And then
It's-
like, what probability
It's so
population do we pull that out of?
complicated,
And-
And, I think Davis makes some good, interesting points because I happen to kind of agree with him. I used to think the fine tuning argument was not that great until I actually started reading more about it, and it's not a hard bad argument. I think it gets you to God. No.
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad argument, but I do think.
But
it's
you know, but the thing that's a problem is that the fine tuning sometimes presumes you can actually tune, right?
Right.
The universe is, and to say,
And that's
well, what would happen if something changed? It's almost like the physicist version of well, if we take out number 4 in the number line, what happens, right?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, I don't want to get a whole FTA thing because that's going to be a whole different things. But yeah, I just want to let you know that I had Paul Davies coming on.
well,
So
okay, good, but it's good. So anyway, it's an interesting point, and it is there's really good secular discussions about.
Yeah, I don't think the
fine-tuning.
puddle argument is a good defeater any longer. I
It's
did
just-
for a
it's just
while,
that-
but looking more into it, I don't think it's that strong of an argument.
I take a lot of the position that Sean Carroll takes. Like, what does it mean to say that the universe is fine-tuned? How do we determine this? Fine-tuned for what?
That's fine. We're
Or
going
he
to
also
get into
says
that.
we're-
That's fine.
I'm okay with saying that the universe is fine-tuned, but saying that it's fine-tuned for life requires establishing certain presuppositions or axioms that I don't think one could reasonably establish.
Yeah.
Well,
And
we'll get into that topic. It's a nuanced conversation, to say the least.
It is very
Yes.
much so. That's true.
All right, so
Well,
continuing
congratulations,
on that
Steve. That's a good thing to do. And so
It's too bad
hopefully,
you guys won't touch the Kalam, because that's a fun one. God, that's so much fun.
yeah. So just to let you know, I am working on some shows for Our Favorite Universe, and I have one coming up on the core of Mars, and another one on wine and space.
Nice. I would listen to that while I drink.
And
wine.
then Steve, I will give a bow to your idea of rum and coke. I'm going to do a wine and cheese.
Yeah, no, I know you. I know you ripped me off from that. That's great.
And I would like
But that's fine.
people on this show to show up at time. And
I
do a wine and
love when people take my shit. And
I can show up
That's
and I
great.
can bring a lot of people that I definitely think Landon would love to
I
have
would come on in a
discussions with.
heartbeat. And by the way,
By the way,
I
I
could
gotta
get some
say
of
this really quickly. I gotta say this.
Sure.
I know Dapper's gonna laugh, but we were talking about him earlier. John Maddox, Quantum John, as I call him. I want to see him have a discussion with Landon because
Yes,
John thinks he
yes.
knows a lot about computer
God.
science, and I mean he knows some
Are you
basic stuff.
trying
but-
to assault Landon?
No, it's just it would be so,
Don't
God,
you
it would
dare
be so
assault
much fun to watch. It just would.
I am still recovering from my long discussion with Mr. 300%. So, give me time.
Are you talking about Mr. Intelligent Design?
You might say that, but it
Oh,
cannot
good
possibly
grief.
come.
That was years ago. You're still shaking over
No,
that? Holy
no.
crap.
I keep being reminded by people about that discussion.
Was it Edward?
Edgar.
Edgar.
Yeah, Edgar, I can't remember his last name.
All right.
He had a debate with R and Raw. I just want to mention this because
That wasn't a debate.
So
No, that
goddamn
was-
funny.
that
Well,
was not
it
a
wasn't.
debate.
But the experiment that he brought up in that debate that he did with the eggs.
Yes. God's Auditor says for $2, I can bring the wine. Absolutely. And by the way, God,
Absolutely. In
we
fact,
are going to meet
I'm
up.
from-
God's.
I'm
God's
telling
Auditor.
you, after this whole pandemic crap is over, I want to travel. I've already made some arrangements.
Yeah.
And I've already talked to some people. And hopefully when I travel, I can stream from there, and so I can have paid for and stuff like that. But I want to go out. I want to meet people, and I want to have on the street kind of stuff. But I have to wait till this whole crap is over. But one of the two people that I really do, I really do want to meet God's Auditor, and I've got to have dinner with Landon. I mean, that's just
Yeah.
And
And I'm saying God's
Cheshire
Auditor
has to come down to
he's a
California, and
incredible.
I'm not going to Canada. You come down
Winemaker, brewmaker. I mean, having a
We'll meet
wine
somewhere.
and cheese. Of course, God's Auditor. I want you to come on and do a wine and cheese thing as well. So,
well, if
that being
Cheshire
said-
comes to California, I can go up north and we can hang out with Ben and Billy and
degree.
do a stream with the Drunken Peasants, and Cheshire can get gropey with
Yes.
Billy. I mean, I know she's been dying to do
Yeah.
that.
Okay. Yeah.
So Steve, what I want you to do when
Don't tell Billy though. It's a secret.
Post-pandemic
He knows.
era
He knows.
is I want you to go to Penn and Teller show, and then go around to the stage afterwards. that back door, and have a discussion. They always come out and have discussion with their fans.
Are they still performing at the Rio?
Well, it's. I mean, they were.
All
It's
right. By the way,
COVID,
the Rio was one of the best hotels I've ever been. I loved the Rio. When I used to go to Vegas, I used to stay at the Rio when I can afford it. way back when.
Her name is Rio.
But Leo,
and
one of these
she-
days, you mentioned the Kalam, but I do want to have
Mm-hmm.
a philosophical discussion one of these days. If you're familiar with it, called the Grim Reaper paradox.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Capturing Christianity used it in his back and forth video debate. It wasn't live. They're just making videos back and forth with rationality rules. I
Yeah,
can't think of his actual name.
Stephen
Stephen
Woodward.
Wolford or Woodford or Woodward or something.
Look, Steven's a smart guy, but I think he's gone down the path.
Oh no.
path of,
I have an issue. Like you said, I think he's actually one of the better atheist, secular advocates on YouTube. But when he was doing, I've been following that debate, and there's some objections that he brings, and I'm just like, that's not an objection.
I'll have to watch it.
With a lot of them, a lot of atheists bring objections to specifically the Kalam that I'm not even going to say that they're bad. I think that there's reasonable responses to those objections. There's just so much better. There's so many objections that are better to bring.
Well,
to
I
that
usually take the
argument
column in the modus ponens form because I think it's easier. And a lot of people don't understand the conditional of the first premise. But when you're talking about infinite regression, it gets into actual infinities. And I find the topic to be interesting. And I think the Grimm-Reaper paradox is a very interesting thing. I think there's a way out of it using causal finitism, but I do want to.
I was going to say cause indefiniteness, which I'm sure both Steve and Landon.
Same thing. When you have causal finitism, there's Alexander Pruss and there's some other people that have argued some other things. I can't remember one guy's name, but he argued it was an aggregate of the modality, aggregate of the mereological aggregate of all the conditions for the Grim Reaper or the bells or whatever. But anyways, we'll get into that time. But so go ahead and read on this. But I thought you might be interested in having a discussion of the Grim Reaper paradox.
Oh, 100%.
Cool.
So I'm going to start back just the couple sentences before it, just so we know where we're at.
Sure.
The law of identity states that a thing cannot simultaneously be something else. That sounds plausible, doesn't it? However, for that to be the case, one or both of two propositions must be true. There must be static instance, nows, and or change must be precluded. Neither is observed. Which is weird, because that first one, that there must be static instances, and maybe I'm just thinking way too mathematically, but that's generally how I believe in special relativity. I think maybe general relativity time is depicted mathematically in terms of oh god, why am I drawing a blank on that? Cauchy surface.
Cauchy.
Yeah.
Cauchy. Cauchy surface. But here the problem I have, first of all, I don't think time and space are discrete. That's actually one of, ironically, and I'm not using that word correctly, I understand. But it's funny because discreteness of time and space is actually a way to get out of the paradox of the Grim Reaper paradox, but it doesn't really work. But anyways, I see the problem where he's going with this so far. So what he's actually saying is this: over a period of time, things change, and therefore, if it changes, it can no longer be itself. Not recognizing that at any given moment in time, even by the way, there's no temporal quantity in or variable in an identity of A equals A or X equals X.
And exactly. This Steve is what we're talking about. You have to understand what the object is, right? Yep. Not and to say the object is part of the object is the properties of outside it is I think a bad
bizarre.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So what he's going, and he doesn't argue this, but what he's kind of arguing is, look, let's say you have a dog, right? And let's get it, not to get into essentialism, but what constitutes to be a dog, right? But let's say there are some essential features of what it is to be a dog. That dog dies, and it just decays into nothingness after a while. At some point in time, it's no longer a dog, what we would consider to be a dog. Okay, fine. Mm-hmm. I grant this. Again, putting aside mereological issues, which I think mereological nihilism has some ways out of that, obviously. But let's assume that you have at one point in time a dog, and at a later point in time it's no longer a dog, so it's not a dog. That doesn't mean the law of identity doesn't hold. At any given time, the object is still in itself. It's still the same object. It doesn't matter whether it is changed to not dog. At any given time, you instantiate, and this is what was important, even though it's time independent, there's no time in the law of identity. There's no variable in it for that. But any moment you instantiate, that you pick to instantiate the object, wherever that object is, it's still itself, period.
Yep. I agree.
So do you see his blunder here, Landon? That he's thinking that as an object changes over time, becomes not that object. He thinks that's
and there the blunder is, what is the object, or what is the thing, right? And it's people who look at that and say, well, you can never step in the same river twice. Well, actually, yes, you can. You just got to define what the river is.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So I mean, people had explained to him his blunder, by the way, but he wasn't having it. And I was like, look, if you think this is a good argument, go run with it. I'm telling you right now, no philosopher is going to take you seriously with it. But anyways, continue on.
Alrighty. In fact, there are no nows. Time does not stop. There's only before now and after now. And everything is relentlessly and uninterruptedly changing. Time doesn't move. Time does not flow. We move in time. Time does not move around us.
Yeah, and that gets into whole whether time is, a platonic form
and there, of course, also the
reductionist.
semantic meanings of words and so forth you get tripped up in. And
and what does it mean before and now?
Definitions.
I mean, look, that again goes back to the Grim Reaper paradox, right? Because that the Grim Reaper paradox, people may not know, I'm not going to go the whole paradox, but it basically is predicated on the fact that you have an infinite regress. It leads to a paradox, at least a conceptual paradox. And to say that you have something before now, and that you have to have some kind of beginning, right? And so for him to say that there are no nows, which, by the way, we don't know that. I mean, there are what's called presentism, there's eternalism, there's expanding block time, there's A theory, B theory, but it doesn't matter. Whatever moment you picked to instantiate the equality of the identity, it is the same. An object is always the object, period. There's never a time something is not itself, no matter how much has changed. That's what he didn't seem to realize.
In a rational axiomatic system, yes.
Yes. But Steve, that's begging the question.
No, he was actually arguing at some point, like A equals not A because you have a dog equals non-dog. No, those are an equivocation. You have two different objects at that point.
Yep.
The object's properties have to be the same. If it's a different time, different space, different properties, it's not the same object any longer.
Mm-hmm. And there's a whole bunch of assumptions about time, the arrow of time, and other things which are also bound up in.
Don't get me started.
I would say that's entropic based, but All right, continue on.
That is, A is always in the act of becoming something else, not A. There is no moment where anything is 100% pure self. Okay. Except in our imaginations. Existence is a process, not a condition. That last sentence.
It hurts. It burns.
It does.
Brain cells are dying.
That's why we have to drink whiskey.
Now again, this is an atheist is saying this. This is not some weird theist. This is an atheist of a very large organization.
Why? And you've said it before, Steve. And there are more instances, I should say, where I find that, for me, this is true rather than false, that theists tend to have a better understanding of formal logic.
I agree.
And philosophy and argumentation than a lot of atheists do. Atheists are just, well, I'm not convinced, you don't have evidence, yada, yada, rama, rama, ding dong. And that's it.
Oh, yeah. No, I you see me getting into those discussions all the time. Even today, people are like, I just don't believe because there's no evidence to believe. And I'm like, so that's your reasoning? Because there's a lot of things we believe without evidence. It's like you must have some positive reasons why you don't believe to balance it out, right? I mean, they don't seem to think that way in evidentialism. Mm-hmm. But anyways, so you see where he's going with this, right? Because at some point in time, something may not be, or something may become something that it wasn't originally. Okay, but that doesn't mean at any given time it's not the same object. Object equals object. Mm-hmm. I mean, he's just not understanding that if you have A at one point in time and A prime at another point in time, the properties are not the same. They're not the same object anymore because the properties have changed. The spatial-temporal relationships have changed. Mm-hmm. If any property changes, they're not the same object any longer.
Exactly. Yeah.
I wonder what this guy thinks of Schrodinger's cat. Like, if he's so simple for him, like, it's obviously both alive and dead because it's going to be dead eventually.
Yeah.
All right.
As I say, and quantum mechanics will challenge a lot of your assumptions of the world.
A lot.
Well, you know what's funny is Malpax actually sent me a long time ago. He sent me something, and I would have to find it and dig it up. But he sent me a quantum logic as it relates to classical logic. It might have been speaking like High Greek to me or whatever. It was. I was like, this is not even a language here. I don't know what the hell this is. It was tough. All right, but go ahead.
It's interesting. Anyway, he says the conceptual realm is not consistent with the natural realm. Wait, is he trying to draw a distinction between abstracts and concretes?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's exactly what he's trying to do.
It's a sloppy way to do it.
Yeah, well, it doesn't make much sense to do it that way at all. I mean, look, we understand there's an abstract realm, and we understand that what that means, right? These are conceptualizations. And a theist is the one that comes along and argues, hey, if something is a concept and it must exist at all times and all places, it must exist in a mind to do so. And so that mind that exists in all times and all places is God. That's the theist argument, believe it or not. That literally is the transcendental argument for the mind of God to exist, because for these laws to always exist, and they're abstract and they're conceptual, there must be a mind to conceptualize them.
Exactly.
It's a bad argument. We'll get into that another time. But I mean, that's the argument that they run, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. A lot of precepts, a big precept argument.
Oh, huge precepts on that. But I mean, why is he saying the conceptual realm is not consistent with the natural realm? Who says they have to be? I can think of a lot of things conceptually that clearly are
the
not
funny thing
in the natural realm.
A lot of our concepts can be consistent with the natural realm. So straightforwardly, the statement isn't true in all cases. But like Dapper said, I think it was Dapper that said that it's a really, really bad way of trying to draw that distinction between abstract and concrete.
Yes. All right.
The last paragraph, of course, the period of time over which logic is wrong varies according to the material in question. Gold is probably the substance that remains unchanged the longest, yet we must realize there was
unless it's a radioactive isotope of gold.
Yeah. And then it ends unless for me on my screen, all I see is yet we must realize there was.
I was going to say, what an interesting thing to specify.
Okay, there it is. Steve's changing the size.
Yeah,
there was a period billions of years long before gold existed. No, the period before gold existed wouldn't have been billions of years. Maybe a few dozen million.
But I mean, mostly what we think is that gold, one of the biggest productions of gold are colliding neutron stars.
Yeah, neutron stars, nucleosynthesis. But I might be wrong, but from what I know is that very trace amounts of gold and even elements as heavy as lead can be created in like type 2C supernova, like the most massive supernovae that are out there in very, very trace amounts.
Yeah, in rare stuff, but not in the quantities that we have.
But there's an interesting identity.
There's an interesting question, Leo, which is at what point did gold in non-trivial quantities show up after the Big Bang?
Yeah.
Well, there would have been some nuclear synthesis at some point to do it, but even hydrogen started synthesizing first, and then helium, and then you had lithium, beryllium.
But in the if our model of the Big Bang process is reasonably correct, you did not even up to the time of the Big Bang flash, you had hydrogen around 70% and helium around 24% and like 1% lithium, and that was about it.
Yeah, you probably didn't much higher than lithium.
You'd have to generate, if we understand, you'd have to generate neutron stars, which would mean you have stars that are formed, collapse, don't form black holes, don't.
Well, but still, there could have been very, 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 very massive stars that burned out very quickly, but we're still talking orders of magnitude more than.
Yeah, and the counter thing is that we do not have a really solid handle on supermassive stars. That the physics of supermassive stars is weird.
Mm-hmm. And I know that there's a potential model out there that says that the earliest forms of stars that may have existed in the universe were not actually driven by stellar nucleosynthesis. They were driven by dark matter decay reactions, and they were called dark stars, and they were so massive that they could be a few astronomical units.
But now they're saying that dark matter is just primordial black holes on the order of 10 to the raise of the negative 11th.
I'm going to be honest. So. I'm going to be 100% honest with all of you. I just no.
You read that as well.
Because I would think
I saw that come up. It was like dark matters. The hypothesized that it's primordial black holes in the order of 10 to the 11th kilograms, which is a small asteroid, basically. Which, by the way, isn't far fetched because if you look at the
it isn't, but
black holes, it would be about those size, right? Any
PhD theoretical astrophysicist Ethan Siegel, who writes for Forbes magazine, did an article, I think it was just last night or the night before, that theoretically you could turn any object into a black hole if you can bring its diameter or its radius below its Schwarzschild radius.
When you go into like King Kraken and I did the math of showing
what many objects that can actually do that. Like you can't actually turn. Like would they say, well, you can turn the Earth into
anything into it. Because all it is you're right. It's just density. Kraken and I did the thing. I know people on Steve's show where we calculated the Schwarzschild radius of a testicle, right? Yeah. If your testicles are squashed into a black hole,
it's a very simple formula.
And how long would it be before it decayed?
The sun is 2.95 kilometers. I remember doing that exact calculation. It's not that hard of a calculation, believe it or not. All right, but anyways, let's just wrap this up. So what does it say at the very end?
It says, since the rest of logic depends on the reliability of the law of identity, it's all wrong. Or, to be kind to philosophers, logic is just a useful thought exercise. Discuss.
Oh dear.
It's and I told him
That sounds
it's
kind of
not,
condescending.
I
and
told him
arrogant.
it's not even wrong,
Yes.
and he said, "Well, at least you don't think it's completely wrong." I'm like, "Oh God."
No.
It's like, oh, you didn't even know what I meant.
It's,
You
it's
Yeah,
fucking-
totally-
exactly.
It's not even wrong.
It is not even wrong. And no, I'm serious. He actually said, well, it's not completely wrong or something. Like, dude, no, when I say it's not even wrong. And I said it's fractally wrong. And he's like, well, what is this after the fractals? I'm like, are you punking
Oh my
me?
God,
And
wow.
he wasn't punking me. I swear to God, man. You can go look it up if you know the group. I'm not going to say because it is a private group, but he did post this more than one places, I'm sure. And I did ask his permission to share it. But holy God Almighty, man! It just blew me away when I was like, "Dude, this is such a bad argument. You're making all non-believers look stupid. Don't do this."
Yeah, we do that perfectly fine, all on our
Yeah,
own.
we don't need your help. We can have a rum and coke night and do it ourselves.
Excellent.
Anyways, Cheshire is sitting there just going, "What the hell is D&D?"
So Chesh, what are you been up to lately, if I may ask?
Oh, just causing trouble everywhere I go, all of the time, 100% of the time. I do have a big thing that was written up by Dan Price on Twitter. It's like a big ass thread all about Amazon, and it's a trip down a lane and a half. And so I'm
When you
looking
say it's all
forward-
about Amazon, like the company,
yes,
Or
like
the
well,
river,
Am-
or the
business
people?
practices,
No,
or
like
the
Amazon-
unionization and the busting
Yeah.
that Bezos is trying to engage in because he's a piece of shit.
yeah, it's about all that. It's about all that, the whole
Okay.
thing.
Oh God. You guys want to know something really interesting? So that plant, let me reword this stuff. Fulfillment center that's trying to unionize. They right outside, like you pull out of like the parking lot, go down this little road, and then there's a stoplight. Amazon actually lobbied the city to change the times on that stoplight because pro-unionists were stopping and talking to citizens and other employees to try to get their support for the union. So Amazon literally went to the city and had them change the times on that stoplight so that when you stopped, it went to green and you could drive so that the pro-unionists didn't have an opportunity to come up and talk to you. This is the level of union busting that they're engaging in.
It's a little bit on the ridiculous side, needless to say.
Well, that's capitalism for you.
I don't even think that's the way capitalism is supposed to work. Capitalism is supposed to work without that kind of interference, if it's actually capitalism. At least the way people portray it, anyway.
Yeah, that's how a lot of like ANCAPs portray it, but let's be honest, ANCAPs don't understand capitalism very well themselves, if I'm being honest. But that's a road I don't want to go down because I'm a socialist, so I could throw out God knows how many hot takes right now.
There's so many hot takes, you guys. You don't even understand. There's so many.
So you're
That's
saying
what
that
say.
ANCAP was handicap?
No,
Ooh.
anarcho-capitalist, which I don't even know how to summarize that ideology other than it's really, really dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been just kind of getting into trouble all over the place. I'm actually learning how to play some version of auto chess that is it's a League of Legends version of the game because one particular person has been bothering me to learn how to play, or I should do a stream of playing chess. So I've learned how to play auto chess, or I'm learning how to play auto chess, and it's interesting. It's tricky. I'm getting the hang of it.
I'll never play chess again after I found out there was a move called en passant that I never in my life knew about, and that just threw me for a complete loop. It was like, again, Mandela effect. How do you go through your whole life? I played chess, and I never heard of this move until 3-4 years ago, and I was like, holy shit!
I mean,
this
people
is a
who
legit move.
research the rules of chess, the history of the rules of chess, will talk about its development.
Yeah, it was like 1500s it came about or something. But it's just like, I was like, how is it I could play? I mean, I thought I knew how to play chess, but then my whole life was turned upside down to find out, fuck no, I didn't know how to play chess because I'd never heard of that rule before. And obviously, land.
I do have
but Leo, have you heard of that?
Question.
Do you know what the en passant?
No,
rule
I
is?
don't. I don't play chess. I've never played chess. I've had no desire to play chess.
How about
I know it
Dapper
sounds
or
weird.
Lorence or Paul?
Yeah, I'm aware of en passant.
Yeah.
It almost never comes up, but yeah, it's a thing.
Screw you.
It always has been.
Yeah, last time I did it, I was in school.
Well, you're English,
school,
of course you know.
and I used it,
But
and
it's
then I
French.
got accused.
En passant is French.
Whatever.
I got accused of cheating, so the rule book came out.
Gotta love that.
It is an odd rule, and it seemed like somebody probably wanted to win and made the rule up and enforced it, probably. But that's my guess.
Can I ask a quick question?
Must have been a king.
Please.
Yeah, I love how he just says
so-
they're French. It's like, okay, well, is French not Europe? It's not, unless they moved it. I know I suck at geography, but damn.
Did they move it? Did they make
Well, I don't know. All of USSR's
It's-
changed since I was a kid. No wonder I suck
It's
at geography.
Bugs Bunny
You know?
with the saw just
Everything
cutting
I
off.
learned about the USSR doesn't exist any longer.
Yeah. Now, to be fair, Steve, that the rules, for example, Italians, for example, changed the rules in 1880 to allow for en passant. So it came about. You said,
I thought it was
in
about
the Middle
40 years,
Ages,
I thought, yeah.
but the last sort of, if you talk about universally accepted in terms of chess playing regions, Italy was the last holdout that accepted in 1880.
And no, Ink Boy, I don't mean castling. Castling I know about. En passant is a very special move that on your first rank, if you as a pawn, if you move up 2 and you have a pawn that's next to it like this, you can actually cross over to its lane and take the pawn. And I don't mean by diagonal. I mean if you're on the same row, you can cross over to its column in front of it, pass it, and take the pawn. And it can only be done if the pawn is on the taking a double step or whatever double move from the first rank. That's the only time any of another pawn there you can move in front of it and take it. Again, never heard of that move until like 3 or 4 years ago.
Well, like I said, it doesn't come up all that often, and I feel like most chess players forget that it even exists.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean,
And by the way, I think
my whole
other
life
thing
not
about-
knowing that it existed. That's just weird to me.
Look, I played many a game of chess forgetting that it exists and only thinking about it afterwards.
I guess it's similar to the thinking that like we all play Monopoly. Most of it, many of it, we know, but many people probably don't know. Like the whole free parking kitty thing. That's a made-up house rule. That's not in the original rules.
Yep, not in the rulebook.
Yep.
Also, don't try to get Boardwalk and Park Place. They're worthless.
Oh, I go for the greens.
I go there.
That's
There's
about
a
it.
few different things that I go for, and I just kind of play by ear as the game
I
goes on.
refuse to play Monopoly unless it's Monopoly Junior.
The last Monopoly I played was called Bibleopoly.
Oh,
Ooh,
good.
And it was really bad, but it wasn't as bad as the game about evolution that Ray Comfort and Kirk Cameron
I've
released.
seen
That
those
was way
cards.
worse.
Oh my
Those-
goodness! No, wait, hold up. What is
Those
this?
are epic.
What
I
is-
forget what it's
oh,
called. I forget what it's called, but
I have
it's
played
so bad.
that.
We
Well, I
played.
haven't played that game. I've seen those cards.
I need to
They're
look into this
amazing.
because that needs to be something that's featured
It's-
on my channel.
It's the absolute worst. We bought a set. I don't know. We bought it for while we were doing a 12-hour show, so we played it on that. It was just
Dude,
the
those cards
absolute
are brilliantly stupid.
Holy crap!
So
Ju-
I-
just-
I- I-
yeah, but
wait,
just
I need to
you're
find-
saying
like one of the questions, for example, this isn't a real
Please.
question, but this gives you the caliber of it. Is evolution true? No. Like
My goodness.
so you say this is called, you said it was it Creationist Monopoly or Christian Monopoly?
It's a creationist game that has these cards. It is so bad, but it's brilliantly bad. You know, it's one of those things that's so bad it's good. It's hilarious.
The thing is, like with a game like Bibleopoly or something, it's still basically Monopoly. So it's still a fine game as game mechanics go. But when it comes to like I said, I forget the name of it. But when it comes to it's called Creation versus Evolution. That's what it's called.
Intelligent design versus evolution.
I'm looking that up right now. Oh, intelligent design versus evolution. All right.
Intelligent Design versus Evolution. That game, even if you are a creationist, would just be a bad game to play. The rules of the game are just bad.
That doesn't sound like fun.
If you find a copy, I mean, if you you can find a copy online. But Dapper, if you want to play this, I will so come on your channel to do it.
I found it on Board Game Geek. Intelligent Design versus Evolution 2006. It has a 1.7 star rate. Oh man,
1.7. Damn.
I want to see what the reviews are. I'm not sure how to find them on this Board Game Geek website because I never use it, but I'm going to try and find some. So keep going, but I'm going to try and find some.
One game. There's actually another one that I mean, I've seen that game too, but the one he's talking about is actually these questions, and they're very specifically like that. Is creation is true? And it's like no, but.
I think it might be this one because I'm looking at Comfort and Cameron on the back.
Well, they have more than one.
Oh, okay. Is that the one you're talking about, Milwaukee Idiots?
There's the Intelligent Design versus Evolution, but that's more of a Pokemon type game, I think.
I'm not even sure how to interpret that.
Okay, I don't know if you've ever played Pokemon.
Well, like Magic the Gathering kind of cards, kind of thing.
Also, no, but
all right. So I found some sample cards here. True or false? There is no evidence for a worldwide flood in the geologic record.
That's it. That's the game.
False.
There you go. Yep.
True.
Answer false. All around the world, in rock layer after rock layer, we find billions of dead things that have been buried in mud and sand carried by water. Their state of preservation frequently tells of rapid burial and fossilization, just like one would expect in such a flood. Preservation of animal tracks, ripple marks, and even raindrop marks testify to rapid covering of these features to enable their preservation. No, that's the exact opposite of raindrop and ripple marks.
But it's creationism. Everything is opposite. What's the name of the game?
And just so you know, sometimes on these true or false cards, or just any of the questions they have, they cite Wikipedia, and that just kills me.
Oh my goodness.
What's the name of the game?
Bad. It's really
Which
bad.
book of the Bible said that the earth was a sphere thousands of years before modern science discovered the fact? A, Proverbs, B, Jeremiah, or C, Isaiah?
None of them, because the Bible didn't say that. It said it was a certain.
Well, it
Oh,
technically
but-
would be Isaiah. I think.
Dapper,
What do
what's
you
the
think
name of the
Kirk
game?
Cameron thinks?
Yeah, what do
All
you
the
think? What do you
above.
think? What do you think the Lawrence? You were saying what?
I think
what do
it would be
you think
Isaiah.
you think the answer is?
I think the answer is it's supposed to be Isaiah.
It is Isaiah, yeah.
What's-
And it's
what's
because
the
in
name- what's the
Isaiah
name of the game?
40:22 it says it's intelligent design versus
Is that what it
Yeah,
is?
intelligent
Okay.
design versus evolution. Yeah,
That's what I thought.
yeah. This is like I don't even know. Okay,
Hey,
so
just a quick question: does it say what Isaiah verse it is?
40:22. It's he sits above the circle of the earth.
Gotcha, that one, 4022. I'm
So
going
they
to
said-
put it up in
so they
my
don't know-
giant commentary. Hold on.
So whoever
Oh,
made
we've
the
got-
game doesn't know the difference between a sphere and a circle, which is not
Right.
surprising.
We've got some. I found some reviews though. Like we got more like brain destroyer cards.
Well, how about this? See if Lawrence can answer this one. Brain teaser. Ready for brain teaser, Lawrence?
Absolutely.
True or false? The Bible doesn't speak of a literal place called hell. It is merely symbolic of the grave.
Oh boy, that's.
I think that's
not an
dependent on
easy
your
question.
interpretation.
And that's one of those ones.
Oh no! What do you think?
Well, the
Lawrence?
thing is, they would say that that's false. That it does in fact speak of a literal place, although it, it definitely depends on which.
It is false, according to them.
It would depend on how you're viewing these texts.
No, that is incorrect. What they say is this. It depends on your eternal salvation may depend on your understanding of truth. That's what it depends on. And if you answer it correctly, you must give 2 brains to the opposing team.
Yeah, that brain shit was so fucking dumb.
Big brains. Big
All right, so
Surprisingly
I have-
small brains. Actually, they have these little
God.
pieces, these
How do
little
people
I
take
have an
this
idea.
seriously? I'm sorry. Ray Comfort is a Poe. There's no fucking way he believes his own bullshit. No way.
Well, of
I
course
have an
not. He
idea.
lives in a multi-million-dollar mansion in California.
I'm gonna. If anyone
It's like
has
a
a
Joel
copy of
Osteen
this
of
game,
Young Earth Creationism. He doesn't buy any of
if
this.
anyone has a
bullshit.
copy of this game, let me know. Because I want to turn it into. Okay, I want to turn it into
$35 used eBay.
something like a mod for Tabletop Simulator, and then just have a stream night where we all go into Tabletop Simulator and just play this game. And I think it would be one of the most ironically hilarious things that I have ever done.
We've done something. We haven't played the Tabletop Simulator, but we've gone over these cards before.
Do you guys want to hear?
I wanna actually have the
commentary
board.
about the Circle of the Earth thing.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Okay.
So this is from the Hermenia commentary from Boltzer. So what the circle of the earth means in the present text, verse 22, is not entirely clear. According to Sebold, this is, quote, the notion of two horizon circles. He believes that this notion of two concentric circular coastlines, that of the Earth disk and that of the heavenly mountain islands, is directly evident in Babylonian cosmology, as reflected, for example, in the Sippar world map, that's 6th to 5th century BCE, with earlier prototypes. If one thinks in terms of a horizon, then an enthronement at the zenith would be conceivable. But I think it is possible here that we already have a more developed form of astronomical assumptions. The circle of the Earth could be the Earth's equator. Job 22:14 and Sirach 43:12 talk about the circle of heaven. These two are hymnic, cosmological declarations. The two could fit together, for the celestial equator is simply the projection of the Earth's equator into the heavenly sphere. This is then of interest if it is assumed that both seemingly turn on a single axis that points to the north to the polar star. At the spring and autumn equinoxes, the sun rises at the point of intersection between the earthly and the celestial equator with the ecliptic.
False.
Well, so here's the thing that I always go with, because every once in a while I'm actually asked, do you think the Bible is a flat earth book? And I go with, I think some parts of it probably assume a flat earth, but I don't think that's the point of the Bible is to tell you about the shape of the earth. And I also think that verse doesn't say the earth is a sphere, but it also doesn't preclude the author from having thought that the earth is a sphere. He might have. I don't think he did, but if he actually did, I can still imagine the author of that verse writing that.
Yeah.
By the way, Napper, I saw on that little
a lot
white
of them
counter
go
you have behind you, you got about oranges on there. Can you toss one of those my way? I'm a little hungry.
You want a bit of orange?
Yeah, I do. Orange actually sounds pretty good right now.
Well, I just say that because a bit of orange is a creationist YouTube channel.
A bit of I've never heard of it.
Yeah, well, don't bother. There's not much worth there. Yeah, it's pretty bad. But yeah, that's actually one of the only things on my set that I didn't make myself. I downloaded a bowl of oranges because I'm just that lazy. But I made the table, I made the replicator, I made the avatar, I made the floor, the fish tank you can barely see. Made all, but then the bowl of oranges was like, nah, I'm just gonna get it from the internet.
So yeah, I made everything up. Let's do it.
But every once in a while, I get a comment, oh man, I hate when YouTubers download 3D assets and then use it like they're their own. I'm like, yeah, me too, man. I do hate that. Which one are you talking about? Because I don't think you know that this is something I made myself. You can find the different stages of me making the avatar on my channel. Jerks. Oh, you don't have an artistic talent. You're just a YouTuber. Yeah, okay, thanks.
Art comes in many forms.
It does. Yes, it Sometimes does. It's 3D dinosaurs that move around.
I made a layout. That was my skill set for today.
What the fuck?
It's a layout. It's definitely a layout.
Yeah.
It has some chroma key problems.
Give a little love to a Christian.
It has some consistency.
I have always said
problems, but it is a layout.
Hey, it was quick. By the way, I did. People on the outside just heard Robert Reed talking. Did you guys see Robert Reed's tweet the other day? It was hilarious. So some guy was like talking about Robert Reed saying, "Oh yeah, look at this avatar this guy uses." Blah blah blah. And people were like, "Dude, the avatar looks more like him, or the avatar looks more like." Well, so the avatar looks more like him than he looks. He looks like him. I was like, the avatar is spot on correct for Robert Reed. He couldn't ask for anything that looks more like him. And they're like, he really is that big, and I'm like, he's a 7th degree black belt. Yeah.
So, Steve, may I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
It looks like on this, in some areas, you chroma keyed out on your layout like white. Like
no, I only chroma key the back. This is the only thing that has a chroma key. This little rectangle here.
So the skeleton on the left is blue by your design.
That is a background picture.
Okay. You know what? Let's go with it. I'm just going to go with it.
It's also not really a background picture.
Oh, look at that. It's gone.
Foreground, but whatever.
Now it's there. Now it's gone. Now it's...
Some other day, I will try to figure out how it is that you did that. Because it looks like you chroma keyed out white.
No,
and then
no chroma key
the ocean is in the background.
It's a background picture that has the elements on top of it. That's it. It's a picture. Okay. It's literally a picture.
It come with the ones that
no,
would be
I added all the elements. Well, I mean, the
Yeah, you chroma keyed somehow on that.
No, the only thing I have chroma keyed is
I'm watching
this.
it happen, Steve.
This
It's
is the only
literally
thing I have
happening right
chroma
now.
keyed. That's it. What I'm flashing now. That's the only thing that's chroma keyed.
Yeah.
The rest is not chroma keyed.
Which means you chroma keyed out the color white. I can tell.
What are you talking about? Chroma keyed on what?
Don't
How
worry,
drunk
Steve.
are
Well,
you?
I'm not very drunk, Steve. I'll tell you what. Sometime later, hit me up on Twitter, and we'll go over better techniques.
Look, well, I mean, this was put. Hey, look, I threw this together yesterday. Only so I can.
I know.
But the only thing that's chroma keyed is. Let's see if I can add a different image here. You want churches? Here, let me. All right,
I mean, unless you just found something with the weirdest.
That's the only thing that I have
alpha
chroma
mask
keyed.
ever.
And give it about 30. Can you guys see? That's the only thing I have chroma keyed is my background.
I'm gonna have to wait. I don't know.
Can you do one of like a massive like brawl taking place behind you?
I could do it. Yeah, I could do an animation.
So I don't know. I haven't seen the background change other than we did on and off.
I think I.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can see that you chroma keyed out your own, like
That's the
your
only thing
green
that's
screen.
chroma keyed.
So how are you getting that beach in the background? That's
Because I have the
separate from
background, and then on top of that, I have the other elements.
So
want me to show you? I can,
the other person put on top of this an alpha mask skeleton where all the white parts were alpha masked.
no, that was the skeleton was a part of the frame.
Well, what's the skeleton then?
That's part of the frame. The parchment that was on the parchment.
Right. So what are you applying to that
Oh, I
parchment?
think- I think
I haven't
skeleton
applied anything to the
transparent?
parchment.
Okay, sure.
Is your chroma key like
This is the
set
original.
over
That's the original border.
all the other things?
There, I just took off the border.
Is the chroma key set above all the other things? Because then it would chroma key.
Well, there's no chroma key there. I just put a border on there. I added the Kraken element on the bottom. I added the Kraken element at the top, and I added the Kraken element on the side there. The rest came with this overlay.
And so that overlay, that layer on your broadcasting software doesn't have any filters applied to it.
None.
So you managed to somehow download an overlay that bothered to alpha mask all of the white that's appearing on this.
Well,
is
it's
the only other option.
It's a PNG.
Right, that's great. PNGs can be alpha masked, and for some reason you managed to find a PNG that alpha masked out
Yeah,
white.
well, PNGs usually have an alpha layer, don't they? But I didn't have any filters.
Often they do, but it's just a weird thing to alpha mask to basically color to alpha with a very, very narrow range white.
Hey,
which
look,
is apparently what has happened.
I'm no Kyle. Thank God. But
I'm just saying, Steve, you've got our resources available to you. Please just contact us. Me and Chesh are here to help you with these odd things that happen occasionally.
I really did want to do this myself. I needed to be productive.
Well, you can also contact us and we can walk you through it.
That was good. Thank you, though.
Oh, I'm not. I mean, it's not like it's a big deal. It's just odd. And there you go. But I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm just saying, like, use the resource. We can teach you more effective ways.
Big a deal.
Are you talking about OBS?
Well, I don't know what broadcasting software he's using, so but whatever.
As far as I know.
I mean, I'm using slobs.
Okay,
so it's Streamlabs OBS.
So yeah, so it's either with Streamlabs, if you have an image, right, it'll take into account alpha masks or alpha layers, but you can also chroma key images. So I had assumed you chroma keyed something out.
Do you know how to do OBS stuff, Dapper?
Yeah.
Do you know how to do it on MacBooks?
I don't know specifically what the differences are, but if I take a look at OBS, and I can probably get it to work. So yeah, if you need to get with me and work out some like OBS stuff.
I do all my streaming on a MacBook because the laptop that I'm on here.
There's your first mistake.
Is a Pixel. Well, Macs are better than Windows. I don't care what anybody said. They just are.
Linux is better than Windows. Who cares?
Yeah, Linux is better than Windows, in my opinion. Mac.
I have Mint on my laptop. Cinnamon and Mint and those kind of things are really good.
But overall, Leophilus, the answer is yeah. If you send me a message on Twitter or something, or tweet at me or something, and we can get into like a Google Hangout or something, and we can have you share screen, and we can go over stuff on OBS.
Because I get
appreciate it, but I don't care.
When I'm commentary on a YouTube video, when I'm talking, but the YouTube video isn't playing, my mic just picks up my voice like it should.
You want? Oh, hang on. You don't want to? You want to help me out with something? I have something you can help me out with. Then
Hold on.
seriously.
There's crosstalk.
So if I play the YouTube video, it will play through OBS, but then my mic also picks it up, and I have no idea why. I've turned off everything globally so that I'm only bringing an audio through the scenes and everything, and I have no fucking clue why it's still doing what it's doing.
I might be able to figure that out. I'll work with you on that
later. The problem I'm having is that the mic is picking up the desktop audio through something, and I just can't figure out where it's picking it up.
I mean, a problem with the mic actually picking up that's physically playing through some output device is the most likely situation in that, but it could be another thing. I mean, one solution might just be mute your mic before you hit play.
Yeah, and see, that's what I did on my last live stream, is that I used mute when I wasn't talking.
Yeah. And what was the thing, Steve, that you wanted?
But isn't it the problem that, again, the fundamental problem, I guess the premise is that macOS attempts to protect sound streams. You can't go directly there. So you have to use an intermediary that will capture the sound and potentially send it to one or more places.
Yeah, that's what I use, a third-party audio capturing software. I Show You is what it's called.
But I Show You has been deprecated in macOS 11. So I presume.
So in macOS 11, you cannot use I Show You, is what you're saying.
No, it's been deprecated, meaning, in fact, they go through a thing of saying, hey, if you're using macOS 11, you don't want to be using I Show You. You want to be using the new thing.
I just downloaded a deprecated thing for OBS that I didn't know was, and it started giving me memory errors. I'm like, they don't tell you these things. It's like, oh, use this because I want to do 3D transfers.
Right now, I Show You will if you read the page carefully, will say, hey, you want to be using SW Audio app if you are using macOS 11.
What I don't understand is why OBS can't just pick up the audio on a MacBook like it can on fucking Windows devices.
Because Windows is inherently insecure and allows that crap to happen.
That makes sense, yeah.
All right, so PJ for $2. Thank you for the little thing, PJ. Good to see you. She said she was going to drop by, and she did. So thank you.
Is it a pair?
All right, so my question to resolve to anybody, and me and Mikey Famine, and I know Dave McGinnis worked on it as well. None of us could solve this. So if there's any audio experts out there that can solve this, how do you, without a mixer, without an external mixer, and if you say banana or waste meter, I'm going to strangle you. But how do you use Guitar Rig to play guitar through a single computer through Google Hangouts or Meets? Nobody knows.
Don't tell him, because then he's going to start doing it.
Oh no, I'm gonna let him seethe on this. If you want a project, there you go. Figure that one out.
All right, well,
we're all trying to do it, and nobody can figure it out.
I have Premiere coming up in about 20 minutes, and
I'll take your time.
I have some stuff I have to get done before that. So, thank you everyone for having me. It's been fun, and if anyone does want to see that premiere, it's gonna be pretty short. So if anyone does, I posted the link. Feel free not to. But yeah, that is the Dapper Dino is an atheist 100% confirmed premiere. So you know.
Thank you, Dapper, for your show, and people should subscribe to Dapper Dino. It's cool stuff.
Thank you. I mean, subscribe to everybody here, really. But all right, thanks. Talk to you later.
Peace out.
No, Jared. I tried it through a microphone. It's not the same thing. I want to be able to input it directly as audio source, not blast it so loud that my roommates get upset.
But I will also see you guys later. Gotta head out and do some stuff. So thanks for having me. It was fun. I'm gonna be drinking. So
and we will see each other on Milwaukee Atheist Sunday School.
Yes, on Sunday, and we'll see. Maybe you will, maybe you won't win a shirt this time. We'll see. You got competition now.
Excellent. By the way, Lawrence, I would suggest that rather than, if I happen to win, rather than giving me a T-shirt, assuming you don't have one, put the money into the 666 fund.
No, I mean we can. I mean that's the part of the rewards is to make a T-shirt. But I mean we can talk. Okay. We can. But the thing is, it's your choice. It doesn't really matter. We can. We'll talk about that more on Sunday.
All right. Ciao, ciao.
Thank you, buddy.
Peace out.
All right, so anybody else got anything they want to go? We'll wrap it up soon. People are going to watch that premiere. But anybody got anything on their mind, want to get out? Say it now, forever hold your peace.
Oh, did you want to look at that menace thing?
That would take too long now. I do. I mean, I even have it prepped. But for God's sake, that's a whole lot of fuckery. And I don't think Landon doesn't like that kind of stuff.
Why even give him the attention?
Well, because it's like herpes. It's never going to completely go away. So you might as well scratch it every so often, I guess, right?
It's not about attention, right? Like that, like
this was from 8 months ago. It just practically was wrong then. It got worse over time.
It's one of those aged like milk things. It's not about at the end of the day, these things are going to have attention either way, right? So there's no point in being like, well, if we just ignore him, oh no, it's not really gonna work. It just doesn't work like that. It's not with people that are this like
I don't know how much you can compactify wrongness in something. It's like, is there a black? We should, you know what? Let's do this. Let's come up with a name for a new black hole. There's a type of black hole that's produced with just light, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's think of a name for a black hole that's just from sheer wrongness.
Wow. I mean,
and
now you're including things that aren't even wrong. You're talking about just
it's so compactified, dense wrongness that it's actually formed a black hole.
We should make one for hypocrisy too.
A logical black hole, or
we already
black
have
hole.
one for hypocrisy. It's called conservatism.
It's a reasoning black hole. It's a logical black hole.
It's one of those situations where, like, at the end of the day, these things are going to exist, so we may as well enjoy them while they're there.
Well, we could play. It has to be. We should base it on menace and stuff. So maybe like a many hole, a menace hole,
menace hole,
a menace hole, a menace hole.
If the objective is to take the piss out of him, I'm all for it.
How would you spell menace hole?
Menace and then hole is one word.
Menace.
Maybe a hyphen in between them. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's just I'm serious. I don't know how these people get so much shit wrong. It's that you got to be making an effort to do this. I just can't imagine that that they do it accidentally or they just I don't know. It's so much wrongness. Look who decided to join us.
Wow! Hey Mikey.
The famine is here.
I don't know how he gets Link. I don't know who gives it to him, but whatever.
By the way, folks should check out Not One Heroes. This guy is playing in there. So
DD stuff.
Yes, it's great fun. Hello.
Hi, buddy.
How you doing?
Doing good.
We're trying to come up with a name for a black hole that's created out of sheer dense stupidity.
Give me a minute.
And we're all co-created because, like I said, I just can't think of a name for it. It's.
Hey, Chesh. Digging the candle.
No, we're not going to call it a Chesh hole. That would be
bad.
Thanks.
A Chesh hole. That just sounds really bad.
Yeah, that's not going to work for us, Mikey.
Nobody ever wants to fall into a Chesh hole.
No,
I was just saying we got the candle vibe going. That's all.
Yeah.
Mine's just off camera.
I got this cool thing this is my grandfather. Do you want to see what he looked like? He looked like Austin Powers. This way.
Wow. International man of mystery.
Right? Look at that.
Yeah.
Secret
Jason
Canadian
Hole is
man.
good, but it's just I don't know. It's not quite there, you know.
Landon, what's it called? Like that radius thing?
Schwarzschild radius.
Schwarzschild radius. So maybe if we just said the something radius, it would apply. Well, then we'd have to.
Yeah, but should we name it after the people that are wrong, or should we name it after the people
Union Rock, how about just call it a U-hole?
The people. U-hole.
That's actually pretty good. I like that one.
Yeah, I like U-hole.
U-hole.
It also works for YouTube too. U-hole.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now we all know that it would be named after Uni Rock, but we're just gonna call it a U-hole.
Triggly hole.
Well, Trigglypuff is the symbolism for the U-hole. It's like Trigglypuffs are probably what the virtual particles coming off a U-hole is.
Have you added that, by the way, to your membership? I gave you the emote.
Oh, I don't know how to do that shit. I probably could figure
What do you mean? You don't
I've
know
done,
how to
I did
add
it a long
emote
time ago, but yeah,
members?
I'll get into my
Bruh.
things and figure it out.
The fuck?
So you like that U-hole? Kind of like U-Haul, but
I like U-Hole.
U-Hole.
U-Hole is funny.
Yeah,
I like
U-Hole
it.
is funny.
I'll be right back. There's a fire
Well, there you
truck
go.
in my
We coined
driveway, and I
something,
don't know
a
why.
U-Hole.
Yeah,
that's no good.
Hope everything okay.
So wrong. You turned into a U-Hole. Chris Foster for $5. Hey Steve, hope all is well. Since I got called out in my last super chat, I must say hi, Chesh.
Hello. Good to see you. Welcome to us hanging out and talking about nothing.
Can you make a U-Hole graphic? I'll add your Trigglypuff, and I'll.
I mean, I thought the Trigglypuff was the U-Hole graphic. Make up your mind.
No, they're related, but it can't be the same thing. Can it? Can it? Oh, I don't know. Can we? We can call it that. I don't mind. You want to call the Trigglypuff the U-Hole graphic? So when U-Holes come up, you do a Trigglypuff? I don't care.
I don't know. Whatever works.
Works for me.
You want me to make a whole new graphic that's
No,
usable
that's
on
too much work.
like
You added a lot of detail to that Trigglypuff. You can really see it on the mug. But here's the thing. I do want to do that Menace to Sobriety thing. I just don't. We're already like 2 hours into this one.
yeah, just do it another day.
Yeah,
it's not like we're never gonna stream again.
You never.
It's
know.
just it's
This
one
is
of
the
those
last
things where
stream.
Dude.
sometimes-
The way things are going, I swear to God, we're waiting for a zombie apocalypse or an asteroid hit. It's one or the other.
feels like it. It's one of those things where it's like, well, sometimes you just gotta enjoy the stupid, and it's just like there's so much to unpack in that nonsense that it's like maybe just throw the whole thing out.
So much stupid in there. Yeah, no, I think we'll probably save it for another time.
I've been largely inoculated from it.
Hey, Mikey, by the way, I did ask Dapper Dan or Dapper Dino and a few other people how to do the whole guitar hangout thingy. They said they'll figure it out. I'm like, good luck with that.
Oh, yeah, they're much more equipped to doing it than me.
Hey, look, if anybody can, they can, but I'm too stupid to figure it out. I fully admit this. Maybe I could do it with an external mixer, but without the external mixer, the voice meter doesn't do that. It doesn't work like that.
Nope. I've tried for weeks and weeks, and after week 5, I just gave up. I was like, no
joke. It's hard. I tried. I couldn't do it.
It's not even a hard thing. It's just like, okay, A goes to B. B's not working. Now A's not working. Oh shit! Let me restart. Okay.
Echo.
A to C. Yeah, it's just such nonsense. I think they deliberately make it hard, but unless you
have to have an
computers,
external mixer. I didn't see anything that allowed for it with an internal, even with a voice meter.
I mean, unless you're Herman Lee and you want to buy 2 laptops or 2 PCs.
Well, even two. I got a laptop. I still don't even know how to do it that way. Unless you have to log in on the second one, and you just log in as an audio source.
I don't have Herman Lee money. I don't have Dragon Force money. So.
No, if you ever get stuff like that, I want to do some cooking stuff like Chesh. I want to like pimp her out, and I've been watching a ton of cooking stuff. And like they go to Vietnam, and they like one of the greatest channels I've seen is it's called the Best Food Review Show or something. Love that show.
I gotta get like a whole nother. If I wanted to stream cooking, I would need to have a whole nother computer set up in my kitchen.
That's fine.
Another hole.
Yeah,
but I mean,
whole mother.
They have, or
another hole.
Do you guys watch Gugu Food or something like that? Gugu, he's got like 2-3 million subscribers, and he takes meats and he ages them, and some come out good and some come out don't. But I'm like, it is weird some of the shit that he has tried to age.
I just stick to the classics. Gordon
aged beef is really good.
Yeah, well,
Uncle
if it's aged
Roger.
right, yeah.
Uncle Roger, that dude is awesome.
But he ages it in like Nutella. He's aged it in Vegemite. He's aged it in yogurt.
Wow.
Aging it in butter is the best way. Coat it in butter
that came out
and stick it in an
good.
ager.
Yeah, the Vegemite did not work.
I'm not surprised by that.
Yeah, nasty. All right, I'm trying to figure out how to add my Trigglypuff here.
Vegemite is actually quite. I just today, although I had Ozymite was my
Your favorite
sandwich today. Although I tend to like Promite, but Ozymite is also a pretty good one.
I don't even know the difference with all those. It's
Something,
all
something,
yeast,
something
right?
Australian.
Talk amongst yourselves while I figured this out.
Ozymite, Promite, Mighty Mite, Vegemite, or they're Blend 17's one of the other ones that's kind of
Troglodyte.
rare.
Emojis.
Did you just say troglodyte?
Yeah.
Wow.
My personal favorite is Dolomite.
Dolomite.
It's a bit gritty. A bit gritty.
Dolomite. Dolomite is my name. If you haven't watched it on Netflix, watch it.
Dynamite is very spicy. You should be very careful when you eat it.
Yes, you should.
Thinking about the guitar problem, could you just not get a USB sound card and plug the instrument into it?
Maybe I don't have an external sound card. Mine's internal.
The only
You can
problem
get a
is
USB one.
I mean, I have I should be able to just plug it into my USB through my I have a Focusrite, and it should be able to mix that through that, but it doesn't do it.
the problem is that most DAWs are digital auto workshops. So if it's like what's the big one? Ableton people use, or I use Studio One. It's just like the program that records, and that's if you ever see people with like the tracks and all that stuff. And like those take over like primary on all of your sound options, and you can never get them out and then into something else, and then put all of that into a stream. It just there's no way to connect them unless you literally do everything separately, and then just. Yeah, so if you don't have two machines, you're kind of screwed. It just won't work. You can try, but just be mad.
Chesh, would you be a wonderful person? No, not you're not. I don't need you to be a wonderful person. Sorry. I found the graphic.
Okay.
I was gonna have to send it to me again, but I found it. So.
Oh yeah. I sized it and everything.
Yeah, no, I'm getting the right resolution. I'm figuring it out, and then you guys will test it for me, right?
What are we talking about?
I'm
The
putting a U-hole on.
Ah.
All right, so, all right, do a U-hole emote. See if that worked. Do you guys know how to do a U-hole emote? It's just U-hole.
No, you gotta type it in.
Yeah.
Show it. It's the members. Members got to do it.
Yeah, members. Yeah, become member. Become a member. You get U-hole. Yay! There you go. It's not. I'll never do members only because I don't pull that fucking shit like fucking Jason does. I think it's retarded. But yes, I use.
You don't like members only?
No, I only use members.
Their
only
jackets are splendid.
But I don't think there's any reason to have members only. I want everybody to be able to talk, whether they're a member or not. I want members to feel like they're important, and I appreciate every member that I have. But I don't think it should be at the expense of people that don't want to become a member and they still want to talk. I want everybody to communicate.
Mm-hmm.
I think there are very specific exceptions to when it's appropriate.
Well, like if you have a high-end guest, I could get that or something, or
or like a topic that you have to be really specific about.
Yeah, I'm not. Look, I'm not saying there aren't times to do it. I just would do it. Try to avoid it at all costs. Did U-hole not work? Just you tried it. What am I doing wrong here?
I mean, or if you have some acid wash jeans, I think members only is the only way to go.
He did it right. U-hole. Oh, I had capital U. So let me try with a lowercase u. So.
Steve, why don't you try it? You should be able to do it, right?
Oh, I should
yeah,
be able to do
Steve
it.
can do it.
I can do it a lot. No! What am I doing wrong here, people? Fix my shit.
Listen.
My shit.
Fix my shit. Fix it right now. Fix it good. Fix it long. Fix it right.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa.
Did that get you worked up, man? It should. Isn't it just colon? U-hole colon?
I don't know.
I'm new here.
Yeah.
New YouTube Buddhist.
Members can type colon to make it appear.
Well, Zeshi just typed
Zeshi
something,
just
but
did
it's
it.
just
There
a
you
A white. All I can see. Okay, there it is.
So what did he do that was any different?
Yeah.
I did the same
He said
thing.
you need an underscore before U-hole. But
Since
it must.
when?
But that's weird.
Since when?
I don't.
Since when, he says.
I'm very.
Yeah, no. It's supposed to be colon. It's supposed to be that.
I bought Breath of the Wild.
Oh, by the way,
think
there is hole.
Underscore.
You bought Breath of the Wild? Do you like it?
That's a
Isn't
hole.
it great?
I got a horse.
Teach
Nice.
me how you did that, Zeshi.
Did you get Which horse did you get? Did you get like a spotted horse? Like, did you just get a horse now, or like?
I'm on horse number 3.
Ooh. Have you
He's
found
green.
this? Oh, so you haven't found the sacred horse yet?
No.
There's like a
I'm
super
giving him an apple.
special. There's a super special sacred horse that you can get.
I wish I love open world kind of stuff, but then at the same time, I haven't done anything yet.
Oh, that's
Like,
fine.
Maybe I can't.
I've just
Maybe
been-
I can't do my own things. Can you
I'm
guys?
just fucking around.
I'm not a member.
Yeah.
So maybe that's weird that I don't have the ability to do it. But can another member try it? Type exactly what I just typed because it's not working for me.
Type colon then underscore then you.
Then hole. Then I'm assuming colon
Then
again.
backslash / ampersand
Up, down,
asterisk,
down, left, right, B, A.
left,
star.
right, A, B, up, down. All right.
You have to hold select, unplug the controller, and then
Justin,
You gotta switch the. You gotta move the memory card from slot 1
I
to
was
slot
thinking
2.
I think it worked for me too, man. This Justin, can you try it? You're a member. No, it doesn't, man.
how do I know what my relationship with my horsey is?
Ink
I
Boy,
guess I
can
have
you
to go
try
back to
it?
the place.
I don't have a lot of members here today. Jamie, can you try it? Jens?
One person got it to work one time.
You didn't put the
Scientific
colon at
proof.
the end, Steve.
I suck at this. This is why I have no members. They're like, your shit don't work, Steve.
Gotta love all these perks.
Yeah.
AKA, I keep typing in a bunch of shit.
Alrighty, guys, I am
going
gonna take off because I'm hungry, and I do have a premiere coming up at here at the top of the hour at 7 o'clock.
Shalom, my friend.
Oh hell yeah!
So it's gonna be fun.
All right,
Oh,
Justin.
it's a
See,
pleasure, sir.
I'm gonna be eating during that. Anyway, out everybody.
Thank you, Leo. I'll get with you later on for the Grim Reaper Paradox thing, because that's fun.
Sounds good. Just hit me up on Twitter or Facebook, whichever's easier for you.
Twitter.
Alrighty, peace out, everybody.
Fuck Facebook. I do so little on Facebook as far as direct messaging. If people message me on Twitter or on Facebook, they vast percent of the time probably won't get a quick response.
Landon, have you had this?
Oh, now it works like for Justin always. Anyways, that's the U-hole. So there you go.
Oh, I have not. Tell
Hey,
me
Lord
about that.
Bryant.
An authentic Caribbean legend, Boom Boo XO is masterfully distilled by hand, aged to perfection, and finished in oak sherry casks for a delicious, complex depth of aromas and flavors. So it is. It's Caribbean spiced rum.
Does anybody else move on to become a member? You get a Trigglypuff. And then you can go over to Cheshire's channel and actually get it on a cup. And it's high quality, too. I'm not fronting. It actually, there's a lot of detail in that shit. A lot more than my mug. My schmug. Josiah, thank you. Josiah, do a U-hole.
Hey.
Come on, I'm going to just call, does it sound bad if I just call people U-holes now?
Yes.
Everybody's a U-hole.
But can that be the name of your membership though?
U-hole level?
Everybody's no, all of them. Your members are all U-holes.
All members are U-holes.
Yeah.
That means they're so dense that they're just a black hole of stupidity.
I mean, they did become members of yours.
Fair point. I will accept
Wait.
that.
Oh, I'm
By
not
the way,
Well,
wait, but how did Jamie know about crap or love? How did he know about those?
Baby meat bathwater.
Does it
Prepare
tell
to
you
be
my
thrown out.
wait? How does he know what my emojis are?
Splash.
Because I got dumb, crap, love, and U-hole now.
Yeet.
How did Jamie get those though? It doesn't show them anywhere, does it? I don't know how this membership. This is why I don't have a lot of members. I don't know how this shit works.
You know nothing.
It doesn't work for me. And look, Lindall didn't work for them either. See, the shit's broken. YouTube, fix your shit. I failed. No, it's not you. You didn't fail. YouTube failed
your
you.
mission. You failed your mission.
YouTube, you had one job, man. One job. Yeah, I don't know why it's not working. I'm logged into my account. It should be working. Yeah, like Josiah can see all of them. They all work for him. You like the crap?
Oh shit.
So
yeah. For each, you only have 4 emojis available. So. Beginner's new hole.
Did you guys see Raya in The Last Dragon?
Is she the? No, wait. I was thinking of.
That's the Disney Plus one that just came out.
No. I was thinking.
I did hear about it, but I haven't seen it yet.
I was thinking of the girl.
I don't have
awesome.
Because I don't have Disney Plus because I'm not an asshole.
Not to,
Disney Plus.
Not to get into too much of our private discussion, but the last time I talked to Mikey it came down to Rihanna or Scarlett Johansson. We narrowed it down to that. We just couldn't figure out anything after that.
Not enough information.
Yeah, life. We were trying to figure out the meaning of life, and it came down to one of those where we just couldn't figure out which way to go.
Nope, trying to get me killed. Nice try, Steve. Try better than that.
You had no input on that, by the way. If anybody's
there you go.
Yeah, if she's listening.
Hi, baby.
Everyone is a U-hole.
Jamie be upgraded to curious follower. Thank you, Jamie. You're a maximum U-hole.
Terminal.
Well, there's also the wormhole.
A terminal U-hole.
X.
A worm U-hole.
It's a wormhole.
Oh my god.
What's the right outside this photosphere, Landon?
I can change these names. I don't care about the names of the levels.
The black hole. It's that PNR.
Do you want me
to name for the PNR?
PNR for what?
No, for black holes. Like there's a photosphere where all the light is just like kind of like swirling about before it gets eventually sucked in. But then there's will it ever, Landon?
Yeah, it does eventually. But
there's an stable orbit, and then
there's a stable orbit, and so you get light that sort of piles up there, amplifies his.
Have we ever noticed?
Hey, by the way, I want people to know that he's a younger creationist, and we get along fantastic. I mean,
me?
Jimmy's the younger creationist.
I thought you were talking about me. I was like,
no,
I didn't know.
No, you're a Scientologist. There's a difference.
That's
I'm from the cult of Cthulhu.
No, it's dude. No, dude, it's Thebans. Thetans. It's Thetans. But thank you, Jamie. So, should I change? I can change these to a-hole and stuff like that. New hole. I don't mind. Do you want me to do that, guys?
Yeah, I would be in a wormhole. That would be.
Well, okay. So, help me out here because again, I suck at self-promotion. This is something that's long been established. We'll call the level name. We'll call it a new hole. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so a new hole, a U-hole.
Wait, if I got to submit this for a review, they should automatically go through. I mean, it shouldn't take forever to
I don't know.
Yeah, pretty good if you have use yes. You have a couple of things that just make it sound like you're insulting them.
Well, my
trigger hole.
My viewers should be used to that. What a process! You got to actually go through a review for all these things.
You have to get a review for what?
For every edit you do on these things.
Every edit on your Patreon?
Yeah. So new hole, we'll call the curious follower a curious hole. Who actually sits around and tries to freaking validate these things? Holy crap! And it takes 24 hours.
A robot named Marcus.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of it is kind of automated. We'll call it.
There's probably a bot that just checks them for swears.
We're gonna make the top level the U-hole because that's her Trigglypuff thing. And now everybody's holes.
What? Does that mean only top people are going to be able to put the Trigglypuff?
No. Anybody can do that. No, anybody can do that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I think I just lost my horse.
No. Have you found the horse the resurrection shrine, or not shrine.
Oh no, my horse is hurted. Come back.
You can feed it apples.
I hope there's nobody manually looking at this shit to be like, what the hell is this guy thinking? This is stupid.
I have no idea doing what they're doing. So
You can feed your horse apples to make it feel better.
Can I give him these radishes that I don't want? Here, come here, horse. Eat
You
this
can
radish.
try.
We're gonna call you. We're gonna call you whole
Certainly
supreme.
try.
Double burger.
They're gonna be like, this dude should not be doing this after been drinking. Yeah. So top
probably
level
a
now,
wise
you whole
idea.
supreme. Nobody should be doing that except for me, the most
You whole
diehard of
supreme.
followers.
The horse
That's
doesn't
my-
like radishes.
I have my scam tier, and that's the 7 circles. That's what you get.
Nice.
Pay $500 on my scam tier to get this.
At least it's not false
Hey.
advertising.
Oh no, you legitimately get exactly what it says. You get the picture that got Team Skeptic Stream pulled down. That was made in MS Paint.
All right, so I got new hole, curious hole, devoted hole, right hand hole, and then you hole supreme.
Right hand
Whole
hole.
Supreme.
It's not sexualized, Mikey. It could be. I don't care, but whatever.
It's not.
It's not, but it could be. I don't judge.
Not. Rapid fire cannon Maokai because pff, why not?
They don't make this shit easy, though. I have to tell you that for damn sure.
Should I go? Should I do it? No, I
You're
shouldn't.
This is a bad horse.
Oh,
Listen.
They're all bad horses.
Listen, damn it.
I so miss having a Switch. Are you liking it though? Isn't it good?
I didn't think I would like the animation because it looked a little bit wonky, but after playing it for like 10 minutes, all the stuff that I thought about, I just forgot about because I was like, I'm playing Zelda again.
Yo, fair.
Like the original Zelda, like Link?
Well, I'm Link, but this is Breath of the Wild.
Oh, is that the open expanse one?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I just been running
So I was
around
like, how'd you know that? I don't
fighting
know.
these little dudes and collecting berries and shit. And now I got horses. I could give 2 fucks about what the story is. I don't care. There's a warthog over there, and I'm gonna get it.
That is pretty much how that works.
Tomorrow's Good Friday? It's not on my calendar.
It is.
Why is it not on my calendar? Shouldn't there be a holiday? My calendar usually tells me holidays.
I thought I thought we already had Good Friday. It's tomorrow?
Well, Lent is from like up to Good Friday, isn't it? So it's February 17th to April 1st. So today should be the end of Lent. So tomorrow should be Good Friday, right? But it's not on my calendar. I don't know. I'm not Catholic. I don't know how this stuff works.
About to run out of chocolate all across America.
Where's Lawrence when you need him, man? He's my go-to guy for this.
Lawrence of Arabia?
That exactly. You know.
That's who you're talking.
Yeah, call him up on my Ouija board.
Couldn't be anybody else. Oh. Oh no, I'm gonna die. There's monsters.
It is Good Friday tomorrow because I've got the day off.
Well, it's not
That is a Good
special.
Friday.
It's not that special of a holiday, is it? You shouldn't get the day off.
I'll take them.
Well, it's a banking holiday, isn't it? It's not like a normal holiday.
Yeah, bank holiday. I don't wear bank holidays.
Yeah, Passover. You know, I shouldn't say this because people are gonna get on my ass. Passover's a weird holiday.
How so?
Well, because like it's the Jewish belief that when they put the blood of the lamb on the doors, that the angel of death or God's going to pass over them. Like God's not going to know which ones are Israelites and which ones not. Like it's like, oh, you did this. You put blood on your door, therefore you don't die.
Yeah, that gets me as well.
Yeah,
Listen,
it's not
there's
holiday
a
to
lot
me.
of questionable things that God does and does not do in that whole Moses situation.
My perks are in review, and it's making I look at this and go, "What the hell is this guy freaking doing, man?
No person is going to look at it. Stop pretending there's any people that work at YouTube.
That's a fact. You think that's funny, but it's true.
It is funny and it's true. What do you mean?
Yes, I know.
It's true.
I can tell you right now, there ain't no motherfucking person that works at YouTube. They got some people in the legal department. They have these customer service representatives, but they're just average people that have a script that they go by. They have very little. The only thing they can do is they can recommend to a second level review, and I've had that done. But yeah, they just bullshit.
The only people that YouTube have that work for them are people that work to deal with the advertisers.
Yeah, where the money is.
Yeah.
Hey, they put resources.
You're just lucky you've got a channel now, Landon.
Yeah, that's true.
Because Landon was a bad boy.
Yeah.
Landon's come back from the dead on that.
He was though?
He was saved.
Was he actually a bad boy though, or was it just YouTube being a dick?
Does it matter to you?
Yeah,
Do they differentiate?
I made a joke that was considered to be potentially.
Well, don't say it. You're gonna get my channel demonetized, or you actually wrote it. That's the difference.
Yeah, don't say it. I'll say it. No. So what is joke? What no?
so that was potentially offensive, but I've never found an Australian who was offended by it.
Don't you love though when YouTube tells you what's offensive or not? Because you're not smart enough or wise enough to determine these things for yourself. You need them to tell you.
Well, I mean, the Australians can't decide for themselves. The Australians need YouTube to tell them that they should be offended.
Yes, I guess they're a protected snowflake class.
Oh, I'm so getting an Australian in here.
Red eye.
They're hard to find. I don't know.
Allegedly.
Half of their animals want to eat them alive. I don't know. They're pretty tough.
No, seriously, a friend of mine, Ellie, she had posted like this huntsman spider above her, and I was like, do you realize that in the second it took you to take that picture, that huntsman spider has calculated over 1 million ways to kill you? It's my friend. I'm like, no, it's not. You may think it's your friend, but it still wants to kill you. You may not be able to because they're technically harmless. And by the way, I'm sorry, people that deal with insects, anonymous insect who's in the live chat was. Harmless to me may not be the same thing as harmless to you. Because when you say something is harmless, to me it means cannot harm you. But oh no, certain things that can bite the shit out of you, they consider to be harmless because it's non-venomous or non-poisonous. Bullshit category type thing.
What's something that's harmless? What's a harmless animal?
As a huntsman spider can still bite the crap out of you.
I'm just saying, just give me one example of a harmless animal.
Well, there's none in Australia. They all want to kill you.
Aside from the drop bears, of course.
The drop bears are real. I've shown one on Twitter. Not to
allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly. We're not allowed to actually say that they're real. It scares away the tourists from what I understand.
It really hurts the industry.
Right?
There's a way around it, isn't there? They put Vegemite behind their ears.
Gross.
I'm trying to get an Australian here. We need some diversification.
Yes, we have to be. We can't be hemispheric biased.
Yeah, it's more for YouTube algorithms. They're not harmless. Residents like, huntsmen are harmless. Bullshit. They can still bite you. That's not harmless to me. Your and I definitions of harmless, not the same thing.
Then Mikey's right. Steve, what is a harmless animal as far as
something like that bites the shit out of you?
That's anything. Pretty much anything can, as long as it has a mouth.
No, something's not.
So what?
Yeah, but the spiders they don't have enough.
Well, daddy longlegs can't puncture your skin supposedly, but even though people have said that they've been bitten by them, but I'm not worried about daddy longlegs. Nobody's ever fucking hurt from a daddy longlegs.
I would also probably argue that that's not an animal; it's an insect.
It's still all animals are insects.
But not all insects are animals.
Yes, they are.
Did you see him thinking about it?
No, but all insects are animals, not animals are insects. Yes.
So what about like a moth? Would you say?
Well, actually, spiders aren't even insects; they're arachnids.
Right.
They have 8 legs. Insects.
What about a ladybug, Steve? Do you think a ladybug's harmless?
In Australia, they're still trying to kill you.
They're all driving you.
Right, they're all trying to kill you.
Bowie knives.
They may not be able to, but they want to.
They're planning something. Don't take your eye off of them.
Oh, all right, Rez. I'll get you the message directly, Rez. The link.
They're coming for you, man.
I'm just saying, Steve. Anything can bite you. Anything can hurt
No, that's
you.
not true.
It is, though. Unfortunately, it is.
Good grief.
Womp 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 womp.
Hey, Rez, send me a DM on Twitter so I can get you the link directly. Is it just me, or when you go to search for people in groups, it doesn't fucking work? When it says search for people in groups and I type in like a certain name, it never comes up.
Groups meaning what?
In messages, it says
In
search
Facebook?
for people. No, in Twitter.
What?
Twitter. It says search for people and groups, and when you put something into search for that I know have had messages with, it don't work 99% of the time.
Oh yeah, I don't find the search function in Twitter messaging very good.
So it's not just me. Thank you.
I don't know if it's not good or if it's just not intuitive. I don't understand.
I can't figure it out.
So.
I get the last like for example, Rez just messages me. I can put resin. No, I put resin. It doesn't come up. I don't get it.
I'm right here.
So what's trying to kill you now?
Hi, Rez.
Hello.
Hello, Rez.
Yeah, so huntsmen are fucking harmless. It is incredibly fucking difficult to get them to bite you. I've been bitten by one in a very rare circumstance, and it's like a severe mozzie bite. Like, that's the worst you get out of it.
Severe what bite?
I'm far more fucking worried about earwigs.
Yeah, I had a friend of mine that demonstrated how to bite it by basically taking the web of his finger and exposing it and jamming it into the huntsman to get it to bite.
Wait.
To show me that it's
I don't
possible to get bitten.
this.
I mean, he really tried. It took a couple of tries.
The defensive mechanism of the huntsman spider is to run. It is one of the fastest spiders in the world. That is what it's evolved to do to get away from danger. Its bite is a very last-ditch effort that will only do if you're actively squashing it slowly.
Wait. But get back to how are you afraid of earwigs?
Earwigs?
Yeah.
Because they fucking nibble my toe, like under my fucking desk.
Dude, we've got earwigs all over the desert over here. Well,
yeah, we have.
I've never been pinched or bit by an earwig. Matter of fact, this actually summer is the first summer I've lived here in the last 7 years that I have not seen an earwig yet because we have lizards like galore. And
I like lizards.
I love lizards. Lizards are great, and they eat the earwigs. But what happened before? We had a bunch of feral cats, and the cats were eating the lizards, and the lizards weren't eating the earwigs. So we had earwigs everywhere. Now that the cats are gone, the lizards are back, and the earwigs are gone. Biodiversification. Isn't a biodome awesome? How it works?
Allegedly.
My parents also live in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, and the centipedes over there get like longer than my fucking hand.
And they will kill you. Or at least they'll hurt like hell.
Well, no, they won't. But
centipedes is one of the most painful bites imaginable, from what I understand. The only thing that's more painful is the bullet ant.
Yeah, the bullet ant, yeah.
Hey, how about we do this? If we ever get Non Sequitur show back, which we're never going to happen, but this pie in the sky, how about we have Chester be bit by things, and she can gauge how painful it is?
Yeah, but basically, we could have a sound meter on the screen.
While she's cooking.
Yes.
I vote the most cowardly person should go through
We'll call it Bites and Bites.
Funnier.
I think that's what we should do with Kyle, since he's going to become your indentured servant.
I'm just saying.
He doesn't even know the shit.
What if since Chess is so small, we just give her a live lobster, and then it just becomes a battle to the death between two similarly sized objects. One trying to cook the other one.
No, we're putting against
how dare you?
You could just get a saddle for it.
No, you won't take this.
Just get a saddle. Get a saddle, and she has to saddle the lobster and ride it into the pot.
I'm just trying to come up with ideas, man. I'm trying to be novel and shit, man. It's been tough lately.
Yeah,
man.
no, huntsmen's fucking harmless.
I
have handled them. They're fine.
You know who says that? Someone who works for the lobby of Huntsman Spider Eradication.
Yeah, I bet he gets paid for this shit. I bet they pay him off.
I mean, they look.
They're like, tell them that they're safe. Tell them that they're safe. Just
yeah, it's fine.
No,
Coach yourself.
They might be formidable, but
I feel relief when I see a huntsman in the corner of my room. I leave it there.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Is it secret? Is it safe?
Yeah, no, they generally don't bite, and that's true. But okay, so let me ask you this: do huntsmen eat redbacks?
Yes, they eat like many other
Then
different.
I'll have huntsmen all
problematic
around my
spiders.
house.
Like whitetails, redbacks, funnel webs.
I leave
those
dad
other
longlegs
spiders.
where they
Yeah,
are. I don't give
funnel.
a shit
I
about them.
don't like funnel webs. They're
Well, fuck no. They'll kill you.
yeah, they're nasty.
Well,
Steve is afraid of
theoretically they
all.
could.
I'm
but
not
there's
a
only been,
spider fan. This is well established, but dotty
I
longlegs
looked
don't
it up
bother me.
recently. Apparently, there's only been like 11 recorded deaths from funnel webs, and they're the most deadly spider in the world.
Yeah.
But that's probably just because our healthcare doesn't suck dick.
Colorado biker pepper has been envenomated by a lionfish. I've never had that happen, but I will tell you this is a true story. I was snorkeling. Yes, I was snorkeling off of I think it was Guam, if I'm not mistaken. And if you've ever been to like Guam or any of those islands, you literally can go a mile out and it's like this deep. It's just weird. Beautiful waters. But there's a couple areas where you're going down about 8 feet or so. And
Ooh, the deep end.
and it was with a I was with a partner snorkeling, and there was a lionfish down there, and he started swimming finish, and I'm pointing to it. I'm like, go up, and I had to explain to him, dude, that looked like a lionfish. You don't want to mess with one of those things, man.
She's snorkeling in like this hip high water. He's just in this hip high water. He's like,
I will
man,
tell you this. I will tell you this. Even though I don't know if this was legal or not where I was at, so I hope that Guam doesn't try to arrest me. But there's sea turtles everywhere. And you can actually hold on to a sea turtle and it'll like drag you. You shouldn't do it because it's wildlife. But they're the most majestic creatures. Just so nice and friendly.
Yeah, you can encounter them in Hawaii. You're supposed to leave them alone, but they actually like to come up and snuggle up against you. It's kind of hard to.
They need some.
I'm a
man.
big fan of the ocean. I am a big fan of the Pacific, not the Atlantic. Fuck that ring. Whether the blue ring octopi shit. Everything in the Atlantic tries to kill you.
blue-ringed octopus is no fucking joke.
Yeah, see, the Pacific snuggles up. Atlantic tries to kill you.
No, but in the Great Barrier Reef, they've got all kinds of jellyfish that are it's the ones that don't kill you, but bring you into misery for a long period of time. That's what it's.
By the way, we don't have
Fuck the box jellyfish.
the box. Yes. Yeah, boxes. Screw that shit.
Thing is
California
nasty.
doesn't have brown recluse indigenous. They're not indigenous here, but we've had them because of importation, and so it's rare. But the brown recluse does exist in California, but they're not a native species here. Just like the bark scorpion is not really indigenous here; it's from Arizona.
Steve.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you a choice here. Which?
Oh, is this gonna be like murder, kill, fuck, but with insects?
Yeah, you have to get stung by something.
It's eat, sting, squish.
What now kind of game is this?
Squish.
I like that. I have to write that down.
Eat, sting, fuck.
Oh,
Eat,
gross.
sting, squish.
All right. Let me get some columns going here.
Eat, sting,
squish.
fish.
Squish. Right?
So either
You gotta eat it. You gotta let it sting you, or you gotta try to squish it.
Fuck me! I just drank this with no cola. Holy shit!
Good stuff.
how was it?
Now we'll get a real answer out of him.
I'll get you a real answer. But
which one are you gonna eat?
No, I gotta cut this with some root beer, which, by the way, probably really good because it has a vanilla flavor. So give me a second here.
I think I want to eat a cricket.
Be stung by a honeybee and squish. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, sort of it. That's the
Honeybees don't. That a mosquito.
because you'd rather be hung by a honeybee, unless of course you're allergic to them. They're not so bad, and of course they only sting once, and that's sort of it. So,
all right, Steve. So for you, we've put up. You have to eat a brown recluse.
Now we're talking raw
stung
cooked,
by a
though.
box. Yeah, the grasshopper, I would eat it live, or I would like it like roasted.
Do we get an option here? How we can we get an option how we can prepare it to be eaten? Because raw is a different story.
You gotta do both.
Now you're
you put it in your mouth and chew it, right?
All right. So what are the animals?
What's on the list here? We got grasshopper.
Venomous means they can actually inject venom, and poisonous means you eat it, you can die. That's the difference between venomous and poisonous.
Yes.
Yes.
All right.
So I actually like this subject. I'm a fan of reptiles. I love snakes and I love lizards and love that shit.
And spiders?
Insects, no. And spiders especially no.
Jumping spiders are awesome.
There you go.
They bite
Jumping
too.
Spiders. How about what if we make like a hybrid chimera spider that can like swim and fly?
What the hell is wrong with you? We already had a pandemic. Now you want the invasion of the hybrid swimming arachnids?
Sounds fair.
I'm not ever going to sleep again, by the way.
Oh no! I hope I didn't put any bad thoughts in your head.
Oh my god! This is no. I'm not even. I'm not even fronting. Diet Shasta root beer and Kraken. Holy shit! That is a very good pairing. Landon, you should try rum and spice rum and
Kraken and root beer.
Root beer. It's really good.
I mean, well, I did before. The last one I did was a rum and root beer.
Yeah, it's delicious. All right,
Yeah,
so
I did it online. You probably forgot. Maybe you were.
Well, no offense, you drink a lot in these things. So
sorry. Now I've only had one shot, right? I'm taking my
you gotta
time.
catch up, man. All right,
Okay.
so give me the insects, Mikey.
Well, you get to pick. You have to pick 3.
I gotta pick the insects. What kind of is that? You tell me the 3 insects.
Torture. Nah, man.
What are the 3?
You're gonna have to do one of each of these. So, which one do you want to eat? And don't hit me up with some like crazy recipe that takes 37 minutes.
What are my choices?
You gotta eat a bug live, a live bug. Pick it.
Cricket.
I think live is a bit harsh.
Go
depending on
for a
what it
cricket.
is.
Yeah, does it have to
Well,
be
he's not
live?
actually going to eat it. So in the thought experiment, I don't have to spare the lives of these fake insects that I'm having.
Crickets have a very hard exoskeleton. I don't think crickets would be too great to eat.
Yeah, they're crunchy, but they've got some. Or actually, the flying termites.
There you go.
How about a ladybug? They're small and I wouldn't
have
even taste
eaten
it.
one, a couple accidentally.
I'd go for a ladybug because I wouldn't even taste it. It'd be like whatever.
Yes, there's a story about how that happened.
Like
You got things flying into your mouth.
Well, into your food and in your mouth, in a swarm in Africa.
Oof. I'd probably eat a cricket. Ant. I'd eat an ant.
I
even know
watched
if I ate
them make a chutney almost out of ants and their eggs, and it was kind of interesting.
Yeah. All right, you got to get stung by one of them.
Yeah, you know what? I've been stung by a red ant before. That doesn't bother me that much. Not a bullet
So
ant.
usually, Mikey, you give him the 3.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I don't think Mikey knows how to play.
That's the way the game is supposed to be.
That's never
played.
existed until now.
Yeah, but this makes it harder. And he has to go through the added level of torture of he has to conceptualize each one of his options.
No, because he can just pick wimpy things and then be done with it. So
Yeah, I'm not getting stung by a hornet. I'm not getting stung by a yellow jacket. I'm not getting stung by a bullet ant. I'm not getting no, or a murder wasp. No.
How about this? We'll just pass. We'll do it.
being
pass the
stung
buck.
by a gummy worm. Yeah.
Yeah. I will eat and get stung and squish a gummy worm. Now you've been disarmed,
Science.
Mikey. What are you going to do?
Science.
You've been
Okay, let's
outplayed,
do this
bitch.
So then the person, I don't know how it's represented on the thing or whatever, on the stream. So then the person next to you gets to do yours. So you know what I'm saying? So Chesh doesn't get to answer hers. She has to give Landon's. And then Landon gives mine. And then
If you give her the 3 and they have to decide between them. That makes more sense to me.
all right, let me look up a list of insects.
Where's an etymologist when you need it?
Dapper.
No, we had insect anomaly in the live chat earlier. He's an expert on insects.
List of insects.
Right, I'm going to go to bed. It's 1:30 here. It was been fun.
Thank you, sir. Always a pleasure, man.
Here's Elena.
Appreciate it, Paul. Have a good one.
Oh, the answer is easy. Cicada, cicada, cicada. There you go. And we all win.
No.
Cicadas down
Well,
the
first of all,
board.
I don't sting. I would not eat one, and I'll squash it.
Aren't they supposed to be coming out this year?
Yeah. Well, they come out once a year. They come out from their burrows and shit like that. We don't really have them here. But when I used to live back more further east, oh my God, you can hear the cicadas like from a mile away.
Well, I'm talking about like
where's
the
Brainbug?
17 regions.
Get Brainbug in here. Where's Brainbug?
If we talked about eating bugs, he'd probably annihilate all of us.
No, what do you? He's not that much into bugs that he won't eat them, will he?
I don't think that'd be like eating his pets. I never said I would eat a bug, brain bug. That was someone else that looked just like me in this exact frame.
He's a science communicator. You know that, right?
Yes. Lovely chap. I'm definitely not eating a grasshopper on Zelda because that would be bad.
Yeah, you don't want to eat the bugs. You make them into you make them into elixirs.
Ooh, what does?
I don't know too many bug people besides brain bug and anonymous insect. Now you know what I do like? I do watch liking lizards eating bugs. I don't mind that. Snakes, when they eat and they feed, they're fascinating.
That's been popping up a lot for me. Is like this dude who has like trained marmots or skinks or not skinks, stoats, and he like trains these like critter getters, and then the whole YouTube video is just like this fucking murder weasel just devastating like a whole horde of mice. I'm like, who's watching this? This is not National Geographic. This is just a predator just with a bucket full of prey.
This is genocide.
Yeah, this is this is not fun. I feel awkward, but they keep popping up.
Well, I watch so much stuff that I get all kinds of things that pop up. I'll watch an auditor thing, and I'll go to a food thing next. It's weird. I just been binge shitting watching things lately.
Yep, I've been watching a lot of car stuff lately.
I don't really watch any car stuff. I mean, I watch some stuff with like the one guy that has high-end cars. He gets pulled over all the time because I think he could,
Oh yeah,
pay tickets and shit like that.
He's Canadian too.
He's
I
Canadian,
think they're over.
And he has a driver's license down
in
here, and
BC.
they don't understand that we have a thing with Canada that they can drive down here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've seen that one.
Yeah,
I've
seen him.
like that.
I think that's like daily supercar or something like that.
See, that's what we need. We need that. What people like think of as of a topic or something like that. They think Chesh and Steve. Or Sheev. We can call it Sheev. I don't give a shit. Whatever.
I don't know if that would be really conducive to the whole non sequitur idea, right? Because it's about like random.
All right, so they don't think about us with anything. That would be even better.
Right.
My horse, he does love me.
My horse is amazing.
A horse is not an insect. I do know this. It's an ungulate. I knew that.
Steve, did you see Lil Nas X's video?
What is it? Whose video?
Lil Nas X.
Oh, with him humping Satan? Yeah, I watched it. Of course I did. I like this thing. Hey, look, I think Old Town Road is actually a pretty decent song, and they took it off the country western charts, which is bullshit. It's like, what the hell is
It's haters.
Yeah, I mean, it's country western. Okay, sure, it's a little rap version, but who the fuck? I mean, what the hell does it mean to be country western? It's Old Town Road. It's about a guy and a horse and a road. How much more country can you get?
All I need is a pickup truck,
Right.
an ex-wife, and my old Highland Blue.
Some old lady bitching at him, and some white beater stuff. No. Here's the thing. Like the satanic shoes and things like that. By the way, he's not getting sued for that, but the company that put it out because of logo infringement, and they have a right to get sued, by the way. But I think he's like the ultimate punk on that. I think it's freaking hilarious. To be honest with you,
He's the king troll.
Of course he's trolling.
He's he's the first person to win the internet.
Yeah, I got no issue with what he did. I think it's hilarious myself.
He's 2-time heavyweight champ at this point.
But he is smart too, because he's not like I said, he's not the one being sued because he's actually not the one selling the product. But yeah, he likes to pull these little troll things, and he's good at it. So what the fuck?
I think it was when, I don't know if it was when Old Town Road was out. It was when something was out that he had put out, and everyone was talking shit to him on Twitter. He's like, one more y'all talk shit about me, and I'm sucking your dick. And I was like, bruh.
Yeah, he don't give a shit. He uses haters to his advantage. I respect that. Jamie, I have seen Tiny Angry Squeaking Frog. Who hasn't? Squeak.
I've seen it. It's adorable.
It's like the death cry. I killed you. But yeah, no.
Josh, how do I kill the sentinel things that keep chasing me?
And they're probably comfy shoes too, by the way.
Get a shield, and you can knock it. You can knock their ability back if you time it right. It'll hit them right in the eye. Otherwise, hit them in the eye with an arrow, and then you can attack their legs.
All right. Don't know if I can do that.
That's how you got to do it.
All right, I'm about to die. I meet you head first, death.
What is this bullshit? Oh, fuck you. And your fucking 3-star garbage.
It broke my shield. What do I do now?
What the hell are you playing?
Zelda. He's playing Zelda Breath of the Wild.
I have not played a game.
If you're not to fight it, then you need to flee.
The last time I played a game was before Destiny 2 had a complete, reset thing with the whole expansion. I stopped playing everything.
I had to stop with them. I just had to stop.
Destiny was taking up too much of my time. I like Destiny 2, but I mean, it's just grinding at a certain point, and it's not even fun because people cheat this. There's more cheating in that game than any game I've ever played.
I did I think for Destiny 1, and then definitely for the drop of Destiny 2, I was top 2% Warlocks. Competitive.
Warlock.
It's the best one.
Yeah, it's fun, but the problem is again, you go into a Crucible, they're all fucking cheating, and I don't mean like just they're good players and you just call them the cheating. No, they legit all use aimbots and shoot through, and they know exactly where you're at every single time. That's called cheating.
Win the game by taking objectives. So if you kill somebody, if you don't get an objective, is that really worth it?
Yeah, sometimes the fun is just killing things.
Well, I mean, and that's fine. That's an okay way to play the game. But the thing is, you're not necessarily going to win if you don't take the objective. So
maybe
you want to kill the enemy to get money to. Well, I mean, I think a lot.
Okay, you get more money for win.
Well, you get more money when you kill an enemy. So when you kill an enemy, they die, you get money, so you can spend items, so you can kill him easier, so you can take the tower easier, so you can get... it's still beneficial to get kills, it's just not how you necessarily win the game at the end of the day.
I mean, I like playing games, but League of Legends is not my thing. Rez and I need to find a game we can play. I mean, I actually like that one game. What was it? Remnant? From the Ashes?
What about Red Dead?
Red Dead Redemption? Mm-hmm. I mean, that looks like, don't get me wrong, that looks like a really good game. I don't know how co-op type it is, but I don't know. It's not the. I really like the games where you have like again, you have a tank, you have a support character, like a healer, and then you have a DPS, and you have specific roles, and each person has to know that role.
So you would like League of Legends.
Well, yeah, I like that aspect of it, but at the same time, the whole lane thing, the whole figuring out what you got to go buy and how fast you got to go buy it. You got to learn the whole.
It's a steep learning curve.
It's a steep learning curve. Yeah, I don't like steep learning curves. This is how you heal. This is how you do this. And
what about Final Fantasy?
Hang on, Mr. Serious. I played WoW for 10 years and I was really good at PvP in WoW. I was like one of the best mages on my servers. Not fronting, I really was. Go look her up. I had the second most kills on the entire server. Thousands of games of Warsong Gulch. But that took over my life. It was like...
One of the highlights of my life is I was the second rogue on my server to get the pair of Warglaze of Azeroth.
Well, I got Warglaze too after it became easy to get, but...
that was so satisfying.
What about Final Fantasy? Or hold on, what's the other one called?
Did you have Blood Elf Rogue?
Yep.
Is there any other kind?
Blood Elf Master Race.
They have the best ass, that's why. They do! No, seriously.
They also have the best animations.
They have the best. They really do. Blood Oak.
Especially for melee.
Blood Elf Female Rogue has the best animations, man.
Also the warrior as well now.
You have a list.
Maki says we should play competitive Yahtzee.
If only there was like a game that really you didn't have to have a console for, and like there's all kinds of different, like magic dealers, healers, tanks. If only there was like a game that wasn't on the computer.
Zelda?
Zelda. D&D.
Oh,
Jesus.
Dude, I told you I would love. Have you played with Cheshire yet? That's not sexual, Smitty. Have you played with her yet?
No.
Why not?
I'm in a campaign right now.
I would love.
Yeah, he's got. There's a thing called Nat One Heroes. You should.
Yeah, I know. I understand.
check
Yeah, no, I know his channel, but I'm just saying.
That's right.
Why can't?
Hey.
As you approach the ford, out of the waters rises this bard that has a pan on his head or her head. I don't know. Is he?
Are you talking about Murphy?
Yeah, Murphy. Rises. You can work her into the campaign.
Well, okay, listen. Murphy can be in every campaign. Murphy is a boy. Murphy is a boy goblin. He is the greatest goblin bard that there's ever been, as far as he's concerned. But that's because there are no other goblin bards.
Well, Mikey told me that he doesn't want you playing D&D with him because you haven't ever debated.
What?
Yeah, he told me this.
Have you been in
Why wasn't I told about this?
Have you been in a debate?
Yeah. If you haven't been in a debate, you can't D&D, okay? I didn't make the rules, Josh, okay?
As a rule, I don't debate.
It's a rule. Yeah, it's a rule in like 5th edition or something.
The anti-Scanlan? A little bit. Murphy isn't too interested necessarily in banging. Murphy is definitely interested in making a goblin town and uprising, just in a way so that the goblins don't get taken advantage too much, but also by basically becoming an underworld lord. Like he buys information and runs the...
God knows it. We've been going for 3 hours. This is
Murphy's all utility.
This is the exact rum and coke night I needed today. So
Excellent.
seriously, this has been enjoyable. I'm laughing and it's fun, and I want to thank everybody who's showed up.
You need
those
to
who
be,
didn't show up, I'll thank them too.
So I was looking at that
good.
screen link that you put up there. Wirelessly capture.
Steve, if we're gonna wrap up,
I'm not ready to wrap up yet.
At some point, you need to pull that up and watch it because it's glorious.
Didn't I say I wasn't going to go for a 5-hour stream? Holy fuck, do I not listen to myself? That's Johnny Depp.
Steve's a liar.
Why'd you show me a picture of Johnny Depp?
Have you seen him?
Yeah, I know what Johnny Depp looks like. Is that not Johnny Depp? Because it sure looks like him. What am I doing with this?
I don't know. She ran away.
Oh my
Steve,
goodness.
I just thought of a game where you can play a support character.
What?
Divinity 2.
We were going to
First of all,
stream
I've finished Divinity 2, by the way, the enhanced edition. And let me tell you something that I really got pissed about with Divinity 2. You want to know what I got pissed about? Because it's a really good game, by the way. But throughout the entire game, I literally was stockpiling everything. I mean, chest of shit left and right. More gold than I'll ever fucking use, right? Instead of buying books and everything like that. Get to the very end, you do some stupid little shit, you win, and it's over.
You just described like 99% of all RPGs ever.
It pissed me the fuck off. Now, I will tell you, though, I love the gameplay. The gameplay on Divinity 2 is fucking amazing. And the storyline's pretty good, too. But I didn't like the... I like the open world kind of thing. And why the fuck did I save all this shit to realize at the very end, what the hell am I going to do with it? I'm rich as shit. I got components galore. I didn't use anything to help me with anything. And it took a lot longer than expected to win. But you can't really go back and do anything.
Again, you've just described everybody's first experience with an RPG they haven't completed before for the first time. Like every single time. I did the exact same thing with the original Knights of the Republic way back in the day. Like I was like, I have all this shit and I never used it.
Yeah, because World of Warcraft, you at least this shit was used for something later on. You can give it to lower elves and stuff like that. But
well, no, World of Warcraft is even worse because all the stuff you worked for suddenly gets supplanted by the most basic uncommon shit
Right.
that drops in the next expansion.
Yeah, that is true.
Off of a trash mob.
You mine your first Eternium, and it's like, now it's like, oh. Pff. But no, I gotta admit, Divinity 2 is a very good turn-based game. I like games like that. And I didn't think I was gonna like it when I first played it. I was like, you're in that ship, and I was like, this seems like it's gonna be like dull. But once you get to shore, it's a great game.
We need to upgrade Cheshire's PC so it doesn't melt down, so she can actually play it.
So that Elgato Screen Link app isn't very well liked by a bunch of people.
I don't even know
What
what
the one I
that
got?
is.
You were when you had actually had a QR code sitting on your screen for a while.
Oh, you grabbed it?
And I just wondered what it was.
Yeah, that's their way to get like your cell phone onto your stream or whatever. Like it'll share whatever's going on in there, but they make you pay for it. Like they offer the app for free. Now sign up for our service for $15.99 a month.
Oh, I hate those things. Yeah,
wow.
I was like, oh, no way, dude.
Yeah.
Wow.
No, you're good.
Okay. Thanks for the review.
Yeah, see,
Yeah,
I'm just curious about it.
I'm not
Look
paying
what
that
look
much.
what Jens just wrote. Jens Van Broekhoven said, most JRPGs have an aftergame. Exactly. That's what I was relying on, Jens. But you know what? In Divinity 2, it didn't.
Well, that's because Divinity 2 is not a JRPG, it's a CRPG.
Whatever!
With a beginning, a middle, and an end.
Yeah, but I tell you what, though, I did get to level 21.
Nice. That's actually difficult to do.
Yeah, but did it do any good? No, because it's still the same fucking stupid ending.
So the thing is, Steve, don't they have a DM mode on there?
Yes, they do.
They do, actually. Yes, you can create your own campaign from within the game. Baldur's
So
Gate
once you
3,
get
I
to work,
believe, is going to have
I'm
the
not
same.
that good at it.
Well, I'm a
Get
21,
good.
I'm a 21, We'll make us a campaign. I'll play it. I think I have it, actually.
Actually, that's a game Chesh would probably like.
Divinity-
is Baldur's
yeah, Divinity
Gate
2,
3, 'cause that's basically it's D&D 5th edition in video game form.
Ranger, Necromancer. Mwah.
I can point out that Steve has access to all of my D&D resources because I let him into my Discord.
I do. I also have, you know what? I even have access to her channel. That was foolish.
It's all over now.
Oh yeah,
She thinks she owns this one, but little does she know.
Isn't it 95% hers anyway?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter because I am Steve. Haven't you heard?
Dun dun dun.
Plot twist.
Well,
I am
no, I
Spot.
remember. So somebody actually did say. I swear to God, I'm not making this shit up. Somebody actually floated it out there that Cheshire owns all my channels and all my AdSense goes to her.
Oh yeah.
Really? Wow.
Yes.
I knew-
I mean,
I
that
knew
was-
that for-
by the way, this was
I knew
news
that
to me because
already.
my taxes that I just paid quite a bit of money for didn't reflect that. So
Sorry
Wait,
about
you
that.
pay taxes? I thought.
I know, right? Yeah, believe it or not, I do. Matter of fact,
have I been
I'm not going to show you how
donating
much,
too
but look at taxes, Internal Revenue Service. Yes, I do get them. Yes.
Should I be aiming for a lower bracket so you don't get taxed as much?
Oh,
Well,
it doesn't really matter because I mean, the more you make, the more you get taxed. I was like, okay,
Yes.
whatever. But
So-
I mean, I
so
didn't
paying
make
tax
that much. But
implies-
my taxes are. I'm single. That's what kills me.
because paying a tax implies you had income to be taxed.
Yes,
and
but
so-
I'm a single taxpayer male. My taxes are quite fucking high. This is why Landon,
Yeah.
you and I should get married and we'll save on taxes.
Define high.
I think I'm probably about a 23 to 28% bracket or some shit like that. It's ridiculously high.
Oh my god. I'm
I'm
going
proud.
to
You're in
watch.
the 20 I'm going to be. I'm barely. I'm not going to be. Yeah. So the sort of it depends on.
This is
also
the only
you
time
have-
I've ever
you got,
taken-
you got state tax as well as.
Well, state
federal
tax I actually got
although
money back, believe it or not. But federal.
I moved to it. I have moved to a state that
much.
happens to have no
Not
state
much.
tax. So.
There's no such thing as state tax here.
Yeah, no, we have California tax. With California tax, I got a little bit.
And
back.
you also have local tax too.
I literally, well, for when I had to pay to file because I filed a 10, what is it, a 1040, not EZ form, but a 1040 regular form. And I had to do a 1099. I had to do other shit because
And you did do Schedule A stuff. Yeah.
Schedule A. I itemized. This is the first time I've ever in my life actually itemized shit because I had enough deductions to do so.
Because normally the way it is that there's a kind of a default. Here's your basic deductions.
Yeah,
and if you can
8700.
itemize to get better than basic deductions, you should itemize, right?
I did itemize. I did it completely to get the most amount. It didn't come up that much ahead, but it whatever. I take whatever I get.
I got something a little bit more interesting than fucking taxes.
Taxes are never interesting.
Apparently,
they do tax prostitution even though it's illegal. So
that's
just
weird.
let you know.
So the taxation without representation.
Have you seen Congress?
Apparently, Steve Irwin's daughter, whose name escapes me right now, has had a baby. Has had a baby. And Terry Irwin has tweeted out beautiful baby Grace first croc encounter April Fools. And it's the family. So like her husband and then Terry, her, the baby, and Steve's son all standing around her holding the baby. And they all got a pair of Crocs in their hand.
Oh,
Nice.
Adorable. Wholesome.
Wholesome. Fun fact, Jared Falwell was busted with a hooker about a mile from my house, and I lived there for 20 years, and I never knew there was hookers around there. I feel like I missed out.
Well, he might have just...
gone now.
Did you know that Jerry Faldo was around there?
Yeah, I did. The only thing I knew about Jerry Falwell was one of my aunts was a huge fan of his. I think that changed after he got busted with a hooker. But I was like... No, it was Jimmy Swagger. That's what it was. It wasn't Jerry Falwell. It was Jimmy Swagger.
Okay. I was going to say, I didn't... All right.
Falwell got
Swagger,
some bullshit, but it doesn't matter. Pick one. It's all the same. No, it's Jimmy Swagger. He was in Indio, California, where I used to live, and he literally got busted like a mile or so from my house with a hooker.
Old people at weddings always poke me and say, "You're next." So I started doing the same thing to them at funerals.
Well played.
Oh, that's a good one.
Somebody had posted like on Twitter, some atheist person was like, you don't really have gay friends unless you go to a gay wedding. I'm like, shit, they got free food. I'll go to a gay wedding. I'll go to a funeral. I'll go to a bar mitzvah. Food's food. Hey, Lord Crocker Squirrel. Hey, he came by to see me on my channel for a change. How are you, Lord Crocker Squirrel? He has a gaming channel.
What does that say about me when I don't go anywhere with anybody?
I love when I see people I haven't seen for a while. They don't come around my channel much.
You're an introvert.
Yeah, they have no friends.
And you would be correct.
None of us do, man.
Number one answer.
I have people that tolerate me.
What we have is we don't have friends. We have people who don't want to kill us. Now we might have animals that do where you live, but well, I guess humans are animals, huh?
I'm far more scared of humans than any of
as well as you should be.
Here.
Humans are the most dangerous species on the planet.
Xenomorphs. I put them up on the list.
Yeah, maybe I do need a game to play.
Non-fictional.
It would be really funny to watch Steve play like horror games. Like get him play like Dead Space and then.
I feel like it'd be a
little. I used to play Silent Hill. Those were great games.
I feel like Steve would be that player, like trying so hard to like figure out what the controls are, he misses the jump scare.
Jumping is not my forte. Even in in Destiny 2, jumping sucks. Jumping is hard.
It was great. It was perfect.
Oh no.
That was one of the best jumping games.
There's probably something about like I don't think Steve could be as disappointed and frustrated with Divinity than I ever was about Kingdom Hearts 3.
Never played
Fuck you, Square Enix.
You didn't play Divinity 2?
No, I didn't play any of the Divinity games.
I will play Divinity 2 with you. I will even start from scratch. I'll play support character.
We could put a full party together.
I would play Divinity 2. If Cheshire could get their goddamn computer to play something other than Solitaire, I'll play it.
She's got Minesweeper.
Hey, Minesweeper is memory intensive.
I got that old school pinball game.
What do you need for your computer? What are you still waiting on?
Space pinball something.
What are you still waiting for?
Space Cadet.
What was that, Steve?
Will your computer play games now?
I mean,
She
it's
got
the
Beat
same
Saber.
computer I've had the whole time you've
But you
known
always
me.
have some fucking issue with it with your graphics card or some shit.
Yeah,
Didn't
do
you
you not
say at one
remember?
point-
I got a new. Oh, go ahead.
Didn't you say at one point like Minecraft tested your PC?
Oh yeah,
Minecraft was a
was
stress test.
shown.
Yikes!
Yeah,
Yikes!
yeah. It's pretty much okay if I'm the only one in, but if I go into a server, it's just like, oh god, no. Or
Wait,
if
a
I'm trying to
server for
stream,
Minecraft? Oh, Minecraft. I thought it was Minesweeper testing it. Minesweeper was taxing on my computer.
No, if I try and play Minecraft and stream at the same time, there will be lag spikes for sure. Divinity 2 won't even, Divinity won't run because I have Divinity. I have.
Why won't Divinity run?
We need to put. Okay, we need to GoFundMe. We need to GoFundMe for Cheshire's PC to
What
utterly
resolution
replace
are
the
you
one she
running
has.
Minecraft at?
I might have an extra video card. This one here is starting to make noises. The fan's starting to go out, so I'm gonna clean it out this weekend. I think I'm gonna get some compressed air. I don't know if you can hear it, but all the fans already. This is a great computer, but the fans, boy, they make some noise. But the video card is starting to make some noise too because of the.
I want
It's a great video card though. One of the best.
Yeah, maybe you have dust buildup on your.
Yeah, no, it is dust. I mean, I've had it for a while now. It is the best computer I've ever owned by far.
I want to build a computer on a pegboard and just put it up on my wall.
That's not a bad idea.
Get a Pi.
Raspberry Pi.
Or I have that little mini or micro. Was it the micro PC that Jigglypuff said it was a $3,000 laptop or something like that? The Atom. It's literally an Atom processor. They're worth about $100.
I do recommend Raspberry Pi, especially the threes. Pies
are good.
Three of them.
Yeah,
They're
good.
They're quite good.
Yeah, Divinity takes nothing to run. Divinity is but Winter goes on sale. It's too expensive right now.
I wouldn't say it takes nothing to run. It's actually quite CPU intensive.
Yeah. But yeah, it's
I
too
wanted
expensive
to,
right now. When it goes on sale, we can get it for her, and she gets a computer to play it.
For the Raspberry Pi element, I totally want to get a couple of those and some plywood and make a stand-up arcade machine.
Nice.
Because you can just pretty much just buy like a 45-inch flat screen TV is like $150 now.
Yeah,
Play like Night of the Living
flat
Dead
screen
or some
TVs
shit.
have come down to
Time
next to nothing.
Crisis.
They're cheaper than anything.
Yeah, they're so cheap to get now. And something 40 inches for like a two-person stand-up arcade game is plenty. Like that's a good size screen for that.
Hey man, I'll be
There's
happy.
an arcade.
I'll be happy with 8.
There's an arcade like not that far from me that was actually selling their old Time Crisis 3 arcade machine for like $4. And I was like, "Oh, if only I had the money."
Do you know what the best Okay, I'll tell you factually. The two best monitors ever made. I'm not even fronting here, people. The two best monitors ever made. One was a Sony Trinitron, and the other one was a Hercules monitor, monochrome Hercules. That's the day of computers.
I don't even get
If you never used a Hercules monochrome monitor, you are not a computer person.
They're either not here or they got rebranded.
They did way afield.
They're great, aren't they?
Yeah, they way
Amber.
afield, but yeah. I and in fact for a long time I preferred that amber monitors just on the color stuff. They're early color monitors were
with
really
an IBM AT computer keyboard.
Yeah, the clicky clicks.
Clicky clicks, yes, not the XT, but the clicky clicks.
I don't remember what I'm using.
My computer keyboard is so loud that it sounds like it's a mechanical keyboard.
Yeah, I like that. I'm telling you, the 8088, the 8086, all that shit with the clickety click on the back on the Hercules monitor days and the K Pro.
What's weird, Chesh, is I'm pretty sure some mechanical keyboards are quieter than yours.
Yeah, fact.
Mine.
42 inch for $130 is actually really cheap, man. But they've come down next to nothing. The monitors are the cheapest things on a system nowadays.
Yep.
And then I don't think I'm gonna be worried about getting a new computer either until non-sec was running again or like something else happens. I do like goblin reads and shit. Like I don't fucking need something that fancy.
Yeah, I mean my laptop keyboard went out and I have an external
Plus,
one.
I have other things. If I'm gonna do a GoFundMe, I have other things I'm gonna pay for before I'll get a new computer. So I don't wanna...
Fair.
What's the difference between
if you fuckers would play something interesting like Terraria or something, we could put together a server. That takes like nothing regarding resources.
I have Terraria. I only have so much time, and I am lazy.
Yeah, I don't. There's some games that I like. Like I like playing Neverwinter Nights, but God, the farming on that is ridiculous.
League of Legends, actually, I want to do a stream doing some art because League of Legends just came out with a new champion, and I'm like, this champion design needs to be better. And so the champion is Gwen, and she runs around with some scissors, and she hits people with scissors, but she used to be like a little sewn doll, but she just looks like a lady, and I'm like, okay, no, we need to adjust this character design so that Riot doesn't just keep having, oh, look, a cute, pretty girl.
See, how do you keep memorizing the different fucking champions and all the, intricacies of each champion? There's like 100 fucking champions. There's no way you can memorize that shit. Why would you want to?
Oh, there's 100 champions. Oh, sweet
200, whatever.
It's getting there. It's
1,000,000.3.
Okay.
Either way, who the hell has the time to memorize the fucking intricacies of each champion?
I think there's over 150 champions now around there, and each of them has 4 abilities and a passive ability, and different champions have different abilities in which some interact differently than others. So Lulu, for example, has a passive called Help Pix, and so she's got another character that's with her named Pix. And so if she casts her Q, it's just glitter lance, and it just shoots forward and it goes through objects. That's fine. But her W and her E will do different things depending on who you click on. It's either a shield or it hits somebody and makes them visible, and then you can fire your Q off of it. And if you use it on an ally or yourself, it's a shield, and you can glitter lance off of them. And if you use W, it either polymorphs an enemy or it makes the other person go faster. It doesn't just make them move faster with decaying move speed over time, but it also makes their attack speed faster.
Well, yeah, that's too much information.
I forget the name of the champion, but the only one I could get behind using when I actually gave League of Legends a shot ways back, I forget her name, but she was the daughter of a commander. She has no resource. She just relies on cooldowns. One of her abilities is called Shun Po.
Oh, you're talking about Katarina.
Katarina, that's it. That was the only character I could find fun at the time, and that was like in 2013.
So real quick, Lord Crocus Squirrel, who hasn't been around for a while. Good to see you, brother. He says he hasn't been around for a while. He wanted a quick update on the non sequitur case. The court has decided that Kyle gets everything, and I'm going to prison. April Fools! How to do one? Fuck you!
I guess it's.
I lied. Now they're like, Steve lied. He said he wasn't going to do an April Fool's prank. Okay, whatever.
It had to be a prank, though.
It has to be a prank. That's not a prank. Yeah, it's true. So I didn't lie. Everybody tries to give me a lie. I swear to God, I have this one guy. Chesh, I'm not even fucking exaggerating. I have this guy on Facebook who I don't know who the fuck he is. I don't remember his name.
On Facebook.
And he's like, because I was like, I told him, I was like, because he says something about me, and I'm like, dude, you have no idea, because everything you say about me is wrong. He's like, we've known each other for years. And I'm like, we have no friends in common. You joined this group a few days ago. I don't recognize your name. I have no idea who the fuck you are. And he's like, you're just lying. And I'm like, no, legit, dude, I have no idea who you are. I've talked to thousands of people. I don't recognize your name. Maybe you go by an avatar or something. But he's like, watch Steve weasel out of this as he demonstrated that he lied. And I'm like, I don't think this word.
But I don't know who you are.
And I was like, you sound so butthurt that I don't remember you.
Congratulations, Steve. You're Thanos.
Oh my God!
What's his name?
Dude, it was embarrassing. Oh, John something or other.
Oh, I don't recall ever being a John in this community. So.
No. It was in a Facebook group, not my Facebook group. John Richmond. Who the hell is John Richmond?
That does not ring a bell.
That's what I'm saying. I have no idea who the hell it is.
Nah.
And then he's trying to white knight for somebody because somebody came along and started saying stuff. And I was like, hey, I asked your girl a question and she didn't answer. And they're like, you're a misogynist pig. That's a woman. And I'm like, have you never been a girlfriend? Because she's like, I'm a woman, not a girl. I'm like, so you've never been a girlfriend? She's like, I've been a girlfriend. They're like, well, how can you be a girlfriend if you're not a girl?
How much of a snowflake do you have to be?
Right.
Like, I understand, like, maybe getting offended by it, but to lash out like that on social media is just silly. Like, that's not the way to go about it, to put yourself in any good light. Because, like, who was it that did that? Oh, I was probably... I don't know. Who cares? Anyway, fucking dumb shit is the answer. That's, like...
Oh my God, they're going. They're still. I just checked, and they're still going on. Not more taken by quote girl, but by your condescending use of the term, as if to put me in my place, according to you. I wasn't even talking. I was like, hey, your girl here is like not showing me up as you said she was going to.
Maybe
show me
if
up.
she addressed the issue like an adult in the first place, we'd treat her like one.
Oh my God,
I'm not your
these
girlfriend.
people are so.
I'm not your friend, guy.
Can we have everybody in the?
Here's
can we
how
all
you
the members
address
do a
that, right?
Trigglypuff for the amount of concentrated stupidity? So they're U-holes. We need a U-hole.
All they have to do is just say, like, look, I find the term girl to be a little condescending and rude. Could you please use
What are you supposed to say? The phrase is, hey, yo, your girl, yo, your boy. I mean, we don't say, yo, your man over here, unless you're, like, dating that person. Or you don't say, I'm not going to say, yo, your woman here. That makes it sound like you're a couple, right? The colloquialism is, yo, your boy here is sucking ass, or, you know. How is that? How is that offensive?
Whose man's is this?
I
mean, okay,
the amount
I
of
can
fabricated
understand-
outrage these people have is beyond my comprehension.
I can understand being a little bit perturbed, but you need to, when you respond, you need to also answer the question.
They didn't. No, I haven't addressed
It's like, hey, your girl over here hasn't answered the question. Hey, don't call me that. I don't appreciate going from one to the other. Also, I did answer your question, or here is the answer to your question. Because Facebook doesn't have the same kind of limit as Twitter does, especially in a group chat. So just fucking, if you don't like it, you're welcome to say that you don't like it and you don't like the way it came across. That's fine. But if you don't also answer the question, you just look like a snowflake.
It makes them seem like they care more about their ego than they do the actual
No,
conversation.
it sounds like they don't care about the conversation, or they can't. You can't answer the question. You don't know what you're talking about, so you're obfuscating by talking about this other issue. I don't like how you said it, not instead of what you said is incorrect, and here's why. Because you can't say why it's
you
wrong.
don't generally say, yo, your woman over here, didn't correct me properly. That makes it sound like you're a couple, right? That has a connotation of, yo, you're somehow related, dating this kind of person. The colloquialism, yo, your girl over here is not showing me up as you said she was going to, or yo, your boy here is not showing me up like you said. You're not going to say, yo, your man over here is not showing me up, because it makes you sound sexualized. Right?
The thing is that there is, as soon as you've made it gendered, there's no winning, right?
Well, that's true. No, you're right on that. Yeah, because they're snowflakes.
So, yeah, they're gonna obfuscate it no matter what you say.
No.
So if you say your friend over here, or if you say, hey, your buddy over here, I'm not their buddy. I'm a girl, or I'm a woman.
It wasn't even dismissive. I was just like, people tell me all the time, like, yo, Cheshire. When I said like Cheshire's my girl, that could be like connotated as dating, couldn't it? I guess now that I think about it. But that's not what it.
Whoops.
Diggy hole. I'm digging.
And a good stream, guys. Thanks for joining. We're done.
That was a money shift. You went from first to second. It's like, oh, I'm getting some steam. Let me go up to third. Bam!
Oh, the words I'm
back into first.
People are gonna like bitch at me for my perpetuity after this stream's done. They're like, I knew it, Stephen Chesh, man, all this time.
We do that anyway.
Conspiracy confirmed.
Yeah, right.
Lizard people confirmed.
Well, yeah, reptilian versus a goblin, I guess, right?
I don't know too much about goblins in the D&D world. And you're muted, Chester.
Did anybody do a Trigglypoof? Nobody did a Trigglypoof. We need a U-hole.
So what is the requirements for the Triggly versus
just a member?
U-hole.
You just do U-hole. It brings up the Trigglypuff. Poof.
I've got Trigglypuff as Triggly in my chat. So if you just type Triggly, it comes up.
People call me a boy. I'm not offended by it. I am a boy. At least last time I checked. I mean,
what up, boy?
What up, boy?
I call
who's your
myself a
boy? Yeah, Chester.
Yo, what up?
What up? Who's your boy?
What up? It's me, your boy.
Yeah, I mean,
there's the triggly.
I cannot deal with snowflakes very much, and you know, it's funny because I told this guy, I was like, dude, you got to virtue signal harder. Like, it's like you're not trying hard enough. Because he called me misogynistic. And what I write to him. I was like, totes, man, don't forget, when you virtue signal to show the female species you're a dominant male, you need to also use words like homophobic, transphobic, and sprinkle in an occasional bigot. Chicks dig that, man.
Oh, yeah, I sploosh.
Instant big O.
Boy. Untrue.
He's so virtue signaling, man.
I don't, why? I can't.
And this is why I don't talk on the internet anymore, except to post my links. Because if people don't want to talk to me like voice to voice and face to face, even if it's the view screen, I can't be bothered.
I mean, it kind of comes to that sometimes, right? Like, I don't really tend to interact with people that I'm not already familiar with on Twitter anymore, because it's like, if I don't know you, or I do know you, chances are I don't want to talk to you.
But just let me show you her response on this, right? Because the other person was, trying to like rile her up. Love this quote.
Yuck.
I have a life outside Facebook, but I have replied, I am all woman, little man. I suggest you do not make that, quote, girl mistake again.
Ask them if they're transphobic.
I should say, how do you know a man?
Jump to transphobia. Jump over to transphobia, all woman. So you're against anybody who's made any kind of transition.
Right.
That's pretty bigoted.
I know I could troll like that. I'm pretty sure if I wanted to. I'm not going to, but that would be a good response. Wait a minute. You're all woman, so are you against trans people?
So you're super straight and go right down.
Super straight. Oh, God, we need brass wisdom to join us in that episode. I swear to God, I'm not even fronting. Cheshire had to tell me what the hell super straight meant. I didn't know. She literally had a woman explain it to me.
We had to. Well, that's not woman-splaining. If you asked me to.
Are you a woman?
To you.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, maybe not. Who the hell knows with her?
Right. The thing is that it's only.
Stuff.
It's only women are femisplaining if nobody asked you to explain it.
She could be in a quantum state, where it's indeterminate.
If that's the way that we're labeling things, is a woodchuck? Now let's break that down. Is it name chuck?
So wood is this thing that you find. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Okay, you will not believe the number of times I've had people explain my own jokes to me. You want to talk about mansplaining? Holy shit. The number of times I've said a joke at a bar and then some dude goes, haha, that's funny because, and then they explain the joke I just said to me as if I didn't realize I was making a fucking
helpful
joke.
Stop it.
Oh my God.
Whenever people try to explain my jokes, I change the joke. I'm like, oh no, it doesn't mean that at all.
Wait, that assumes you've been funny before, Mikey.
Oh, no. You took it that way?
That.
No, I'm talking about eating sewage. What were you thinking?
They explain the joke to me, and they say it back to me, and then expect me to laugh at it like they're the ones who came up with the joke. It's like my brain can't handle the circle. We just went on a roller coaster.
I just find it amazing when people go out of their way to be incensed by. I don't get it. I mean, we try to avoid being offended. I go out of my way to be not offended. I don't want to be offended by shit, so I don't go out looking to be offended. But other people go out looking to be offended. That's their whole point. Oh, I'm offended.
I mean, isn't Steve that the issue that people see virtue in being offended, and some people gives them license to go and be offended at other people in return?
It does in some ways. I mean, I hate to say that they see it as a virtue, but it is kind of a way because it's persecutions versus privilege, right? And they all have this game of who could be persecuted more versus who has more privilege. And to them, in their mind's eye, they strive for that. So if in that way,
it's that thing we talked about at the beginning of the stream about people being self-righteous and being self-serving in that so that issue with Michael Sherlock and Caitlin Chloe. Caitlin Chloe is just 100% being self-serving and look at me, I'm such a hero. Look at me stand up for these people when nobody asked her to do so. There was no issue until she made it an issue. So the person causing problems for that minority is her. But because the mentality is this self-righteous idea, this self-serving, look at me, I'm doing so, this hero complex, that it's the same thing when it comes to being offended. I'm offended for these other people when nobody asked me to, or I'm offended because I'm going out of my way to feel attacked, or so I can feel good about myself for standing up for myself when nobody actually did anything to you.
Good. That's a good point. And on top of that, there's probably people who being offended allows them not to do anything else. That is, that there's oftentimes people that are offended, but if you were to inquire, well, what are you doing to solve the problem? Well, I'm being offended.
Right. It's like they've taken action. It's kind of like when you say that, oh, I've prayed for you. Well, you haven't taken any action to help me with my problem. It's the atheist version of that.
Yes.
I love Stephen Fry.
The secular version.
I love the Stephen Fry quote. I find that offensive. Well, so fucking what?
Good for you, I guess. And yeah, no, Landon's right. There's this mentality that you're like, look, this is me helping with a problem that exists, whether it's a problem because you're being attacked or whether somebody else is being attacked. Is I'm offended for these people or by these people, so I'm going to attack this other person because attacking this other person is support for this minority or this whatever group issue. But attacking someone does not equal supporting these people. In fact, attacking people, especially when it's not required, asked for, or necessary, and sometimes forced, is bad for these people, and it doesn't help them in any way, shape, or form, and in fact makes compounds the problem and makes it worse.
Excellent points again.
I love getting compliments from Landon.
Who doesn't?
No, that was a very good explanation. So yeah.
Jinx.
See, she's not just a pretty face, Mikey. I told you.
I told you that. You were drunk.
Not with this nasty ass thing on my lip.
Is that a new life form?
Yeah.
I can't even see.
You know, actually, a lot of people wondered how Cheshires reproduce. They actually just bud. A little bud of a new Cheshire will start to grow, and it will just drop off, become sentient, and then Bob's your uncle.
Because of the pandemic, she probably is asexual.
Well, it'll pop off and it'll start growing on its own over somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And then it'll pop one of its own, and the circle of Chesh continues.
Getting old.
Mm-hmm.
You really don't get pimples. I mean, occasionally, like one every half a year, but I mean, very rare.
If you strike me down, only another 3 will take my place.
Is it a cold sore or is it a pimple?
Cold sore.
Cold sore. Okay. Those I think I've only had like one. I don't even know if I ever had a relaxal core sore, but I heard they're painful as shit.
I only ever get them in this one spot too. So basically, I have like a way of dealing with them. I just don't have any tea tree oil right now, which is fine. But what you do is you just give them a little pop, get the pus out, put some peroxide on it, let it bubble for a little bit, then throw some polysporin on top.
Whatever
Clean it
works,
right up.
man. So we were talking about super straight, and so I invited the most super straight person that I know.
What's up?
What's up?
Hello.
How you guys,
mister?
So are you still super straight?
Oh yeah, of course.
Because I didn't know what it was. Cheshire to tell me.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's the logical conclusion of the other side of that argument.
I didn't think it was a real thing. I did not know this was an actual.
It's a little bit of
controversy.
It is a little bit of hyperbole that basically has been blown out of control. So it's like in Steve's wasp argument, a theist would be like, I don't not believe God exists, right? So it's the same thing. It's just applied to when people are telling you that you have to be attracted to trans people or you have to be attracted to this particular group, people are going to say, well, I'm only attracted to this group. What does that make me? Super straight. So that's what they came up with.
So using Cheshire's usage of this term that I newly discovered, brass, I'm going to put you as the formidable lead expert in this particular topic.
Yeah, sure.
So, as a super straight person, that means that you will not date a woman who's bisexual? First of all, what's wrong with you? And I mean, that's just silly talk, but that's what it means?
I mean, a super straight person generally is just someone that says, like, they would... Because here's the thing, like, what straight means, at least in the...
Oh my God, turn your mic down a little bit. You're like, pegging me high.
Hissing.
By the way, don't put that in a soundboard. Mr. Brass is pegging Steve.
Oh.
Thanks for saying it again.
Well, basically...
I gave him time. I really got to pay more attention to this shit.
Well, basically,
What are you not on the board again?
No.
Well,
sorry.
Basically what it was is that, at least in the more left-wing community, or at least more with the activists of that community, basically they've redefined straight to where you could be straight if you date a biological woman or if you're dating a trans woman.
Okay, what does that have to do with dating a bisexual woman?
Well, I mean, all my last girlfriends have been bisexual.
Well, most of mine have too, but that's not super straight then, according to Cheshire.
Yeah, so from my understanding of the term is that if you're super straight, you are only interested in other straight people of that orientation. So you're only interested, you're only interested in the opposite gender who are also heterosexual. So no trans, no fornicating with the other gender, none of that. So a straight man will only be attracted to a straight woman. Right. A straight woman will only be attracted to a straight man. Which seems odd to me,
but that's how she
it doesn't, that's it is supposed to be odd because it's in response to, no, you have to be attracted to a trans male or female, or you have to be attracted to somebody who is bi, because otherwise you're a bigot. It's in response to that to say, why should I be? I
get that, because you shouldn't have to be attracted to anybody.
It's bigoted to say you must be attracted to XYZ because you are not taking into account.
I love Landon with all my heart. I'm not sexually attracted to him, much to his dismay.
And likewise.
Yeah, I'm not offended. Not offended. Wait a minute, why aren't you? What the hell's wrong with you? You see my hair? Now I'm a little actually upset and depressed. That's okay.
Don't worry.
You want to cuddle with me? Okay, whatever. You'll drink with me though.
Shut up, Little Spoon.
I am. I want to be Little Spoon. I'm always the big spoon. Can I be Little Spoon once?
Nope.
So Mr. Brass, wait. I still don't understand. So you will date a bisexual woman, but the normative understanding, from what I understand of super straight, is that a cisgender heterosexual male will not date a bisexual female, which again,
what
weird,
Mr. Brass
but whatever.
is describing to me is just regular straight.
Yeah, straight.
You won't date, period, right?
Well, basically,
bi women are the best.
The meme, like I would say, the meme that came out was like the idea was about it is that, like what Cheshire says, like people were being called bigots because they said that they wouldn't date a trans person.
Right.
And basically what happened is that it says, well, what am I going to call myself, like, if I don't want to date, like, a trans, like, if someone says I don't want to date a trans woman, right? And they would say, well, first they would say you're a bigot because they're real women. And so Super Straight was saying, well, it granted them, they say, all right, we get it, trans women are women, but, we're super straight, meaning we only date biological women, like for men.
Yeah, see, my understanding is that regular straight would be that you're interested in the opposite gender, no matter what their sexuality is, but you're attracted to the opposite gender.
Right.
So that
I'm not super straight according to Brass, but I'm super straight according to you.
No, you wouldn't be super straight at all. No, you wouldn't be super straight. So my understanding of the term, the way I saw the way I saw people using it, and the way I saw like the charts and people were explaining what they were talking about, was in response. It's a responsive slap back. So in saying that, oh no, you have to be attracted to everybody, otherwise you're a bigot, they're saying, well, if you get to be called a lesbian and you get to be called this, but I have to be called bigot, why should I be called a bigot? I'm actually this thing. So they're basically, if this side of the spectrum exists, then this side of the spectrum also has to exist. So I don't know if there's anybody who actually would fall under the heading. The point is that people are arguing for it, that it has to be the case because it's a pushback on how they feel they're being unfairly treated.
Yeah, which makes sense.
Or unfairly labeled.
But Mr. Would you put me as super straight?
No.
What happened was that, like, at least from what I understand from the meme, that originally this came out from I think it was like on TikTok or something, where this guy was saying, all right, look, trans women are women, I grant that, but, I only want to date biological women, and he says, I'm super straight then, because I don't want to date a trans woman. And,
I'm not interested in things that have the same biological organs
I saw
that
it pushed even further.
Love your brass, but I'm never going to date you.
I saw it to include anybody of any kind of sexual orientation. So regular straight, somebody who's interested in only dating women, like biological women, but super straight is set to include anybody who is either bi or like they wouldn't be interested in dating a lesbian. They wouldn't be interested. So a woman would not be interested in dating another woman, nor would they be interested in dating a bi male. They would be interested in dating only straight men.
Which would make sense because there's probably religious people out there that are super straight that will not even date a bi woman, right?
I imagine that.
I think it's really irrelevant at the end of the day when it comes to an actual relationship or an actual. It's all
irrelevant, but yes.
This is why most of it has to do with the SJW situation, I'm going to call it, as well as like just the straight up argumentations that are happening and how to kind of navigate that and what the response is to somebody saying that, well, no, it doesn't matter. I think for most people it wouldn't. If somebody was a man and is a woman, if they pass well enough, I don't think most people give a shit. Yeah. But then you have people who are saying, well, I'm only attracted to this and I'm only attracted to that. And it's like, I mean, yeah, sure, that your sexual orientation should probably be the least interesting thing about you.
Yeah. I mean, a reason why I sort of got into it is that, I mean, funny enough, you said like the more, like I was saying too, the more SJW wing of the activist, but I got into it because I seen that side of the argument, like those side, and I also seen some conservatives getting mad about it as well.
Oh, it's definitely just everybody getting mad.
Yeah. Everybody be pissed off. Everybody just have their own little.
I mean, because the conservative argument against it was that, oh, you're conceding too much ground to the enemy, and
I don't know what that means.
And that was sort of their argument. And you know me, Steve. Like my whole way of going about things is I say, all right, what's going to piss off the most amount of people in my mannerisms, and I generally go for that.
Yeah, no, I mean you're a skill troll in that department. Yeah.
Yeah, and so. That's what I did with the super straight thing, because then I got both conservatives and liberals, more liberals, I would say 80-20, with liberals going after me.
But let me ask you, when you use the term super straight, what did they, in their mind's eye, think you're using it as?
They mostly think, like, I know Shannon Q, she sort of sees it as, oh, you're just being transphobic.
Oh, she straight up was saying if you use this term, you're a bigot, which completely misses the entire point.
Yeah, I don't think that makes much sense.
That's so dumb. Can I just point out?
It's a retort to things, and I don't see it being a bigoted term, but.
Can I actually point out that it's actually a more inclusive reclassification because it acknowledges that trans people exist, and by reclassifying what we used to call heterosexuality is actually saying, okay, yes, trans people exist. Therefore, we should probably reclassify what these people would have been originally into this new thing. Therefore, that way, trans people don't waste their time by trying to date these people. Because you obviously, as a trans person, would not want to date a
Well, that was the
super
Anthony
straight
Riley
person.
thing, though. The Anthony, remember, she was saying that, not Anthony Riley, what was her name? Not Anthony Riley, the flat earther, the other one. Riley,
Dennis.
Dennis, thank you. She said that if somebody didn't want to date a trans person, that's just transphobic, and even the trans community spoke out against her and said, no, that makes no sense. That would be like, oh, a gay woman who doesn't want to date a man is, all of a sudden being, bigoted or something. No, I mean, if a woman dates women, then I'm not going to be like, oh, she needs to date men. No, that's just silly.
The argumentation of super straight is about making a point. It's about making an argument. If you're saying that it's okay that you can be attracted to this, this, and this, then it's equally okay to not be attracted to this, this, and this. It has to be. You can't force people to respond to you in a specific way, and that's something that I think a lot of the SJW trans community has an issue with. They want to present a certain way, and they're upset that people do not react to them the way they want to be reacted to. But you don't get to decide how people react to you, despite no matter how you present yourself, because it's a social situation. It is a social contract. You can't dictate how people respond to your presentation. The only thing you can decide on is how you decide to present yourself.
Yeah.
That does not mean anybody has to, they shouldn't treat you poorly. You should still have rights. You should still be allowed to do the same things that everybody else is allowed to do, but you do not get to dictate whether or not people accept you or view you in a certain way. All you can control is how you present yourself.
Yeah, how people accept you is different.
Right. And so what trans activism on the SJW, again, this does not apply to all trans people. Some people have
largely
a little bit better figured out. This is specifically like the keyboard warrior SJW. It's not even necessarily trans. Yeah, it's not even necessarily trans people doing this. A lot of this is not trans people doing this.
It's a lot of fringe stuff.
Or trans people, which is why we're running into these problems. Exactly what Landon and I were saying earlier. You've got people who are getting offended for these people and causing more of a problem. Because
that's pretty typical nowadays, though, isn't it?
Right. So when you decide you want to present as a woman and you're a man, and this is why they call it passing and not passing. If you do not pass well enough as a female and people don't react to you the way you want, I start to question, what were you expecting? Well, if you're a man and you want to be treated as a woman, how do you think women are treated?
Yeah, real quick, Rez. Mr. Serious had asked, can you reach super straight too? Yes, it's called dating yourself because nobody else wants to. That's how straight you
fuck yourself.
When you reach level 2.0, man, you're on your own. But that's fine. But if I date myself, does that make me gay? I'm curious. Maybe
only if you identify as yourself. Right? It's the identity rule.
Oh.
Well, I mean, Steve, how can you date yourself if you don't exist?
That's true. But if I identify myself, okay, if I identify as Mr. Brass and I date myself, am I gay?
So, according to the identity rule, you can always date yourself. But the question is, do you give consent by necessity?
Like if you bring up a really old movie and you date yourself,
myself, consent is already there. By action.
When you bring up a radio drama and the talkies, is that how you date yourself?
Oh, you guys are confusing me. By the way, I do want to put a shout out to Original Nielsen. She's this high.
It's funny in the community because
why'd you get in here, Original Nielsen?
There's a good point, that was made. Of course, this is not all trans people. In fact, most of the trans activists I know are not actually trans people themselves. So
the thing is that you have a situation where the SJW community is made up of people that are professionally offended for other people. It's this hero complex. That's why you notice that a lot of them tend to have that really incel vibe. that really, really you seem kind of like you're an incel, and it's that hero complex. It's that I'm the hero of these people, and they will accept me, and they will accept me as their savior because I'm such a good person. Yay me! It's self-serving. You're not actually helping the trans community. You're just telling that you're speaking for them instead of supporting. You're attacking other people instead of supporting people, because those two things are not the same thing. But I think Rez has been trying to jump in with a point, so I kind of want to let him finish whatever he's trying to say.
It's been sort of like not skipped over, but sort of like skimmed over. I just want to hammer this point home. It is as bigoted and stupid and wrong to tell someone they must be attracted to XYZ as it was for people, for whatever reason, to tell people like homosexuals and bisexuals that they should not be attracted to the same sex. It is as bigoted, as wrong, and as stupid.
Yeah, no,
That's
why they are the same thing.
The rule of thumb is this:
point.
Nobody should tell anybody else what they should or should not be attracted to. It's
And
not
there
possible.
you go. That's
not complicated. It's pretty
Or
damn
even
simple.
better, don't ask people who they're attracted to because it's none of your fucking business.
Exactly.
Mind your own fucking beeswax.
But Mikey, you know what I like. Oh wait.
And that's the point of the argument, right? It puts out the point of, so you don't like it when other people tell you you can and cannot be attracted to somebody.
Right.
And so if I say I am or am not attracted to this thing, you're now dictating to me what I can and cannot be attracted to.
Right, they're saying it's wrong. There's like some kind of moral fact of the matter to be had. You're just wrong for not being attracted to a certain thing.
Well, it's the same thing as people dictating to Steve whether or not he's an atheist, and saying that no, you are an atheist and I'm identifying you this way. Meanwhile, half of the new atheism plus TM is saying, well, you can't tell people what they should identify as, but they're perfectly fine to identify an agnostic as an atheist and tell that the agnostic they're not allowed to identify that way.
Right.
It's the same kind of
hypocrisy.
Yeah, it's very much so. I just always think it's a stupid thing. Like that we have to really have these sort of, like, I found it was sort of like a good meme, and I like sort of like me. I'm the trollish sort of guy. Like my rule of thumb is like, if I can find something that both liberals and conservatives are going to rag me with,
jackpot.
That gives me encouragement to go after it.
The thing is at the end of the day, it is an argument to point out that hypocrisy. It is an argument to point out that, like, the ridiculousness of a lot of this SJW keyboard warrior situation. So again, this isn't an argument against trans people. It's not at all, and it's not an argument against people's sexuality. It's an argument about identity politics and how they're absurd, and you shouldn't tell people what they can and cannot do as long as they are, or how they can and cannot identify, as long as they're not harming anybody.
That's my view. I mean, that's exactly my view. I mean,
if the SJW community was consistent, then what they would say is, yes, of course, if you identify that way, then good on you. I applaud you for being able to do that thing. But they don't, because
my preferences are not contingent upon how somebody identifies at all.
Yeah, and it really.
I mean, if Mikey told me he identifies as, Winona Ryder, I'm not going to want to date him. I mean, it's just be nice if you can, but I mean, I don't. Whatever you
I didn't know you had that
no difference to
Winona Ryder syndrome there.
I like Winona. Winona Ryder's pretty hot. Well, we already did the Scarlett Johansson and the Rihanna thing, so I needed to add a little new mixture to the mixture.
I don't know why I have to be the target of your attacks.
Catherine Zeta-Jones.
Catherine Zeta, not really. She's actually a little bit insane for me, and that's saying something.
What is she insane about?
She had like blood around her neck and.
Well, that's me on a Friday.
That's true.
It was a movie, Steve. It was a movie.
When she was dating, what's his name? Wasn't it Catherine Zeta-Jones?
Catherine Zeta-Jones is hot. Fuck off.
Well, I'm not saying she's not. I mean,
you have to be sexually attracted to Catherine Zeta-Jones. I'm telling you, it has to be the case.
Damn it!
If you're not a bigot,
I'm a terrible cisgender heterosexual white male. I suck at it. Man.
I'm very glad that I spend very little time on Twitter, because this all sounds frustrating.
It's
I mean, props to y'all for fighting.
We don't know how we do it. I mean, it takes a lot. It's a lot of energy expenditure dealing with this
the quote unquote good fight. But it's going to be a cold day in fucking hell.
It's not even a good
before
fight.
I care
it's ridiculous
about anyone's opinion on Twitter. Show me the fucking golden retriever trying to pick up 2 tennis balls instead of 1. Like, show me that and get off my fucking feet.
Because
I don't need your shit.
Nobody cares. You know.
Well, just Steve.
Hang on.
Well, just remember, when Steve first went on to Twitter, his hair was black.
That's true. Yeah. Time will age you. But Christina.
Hi.
It has been so long.
I know, right? It's been so long.
Where have you been?
I don't know. Just living life.
Not on Twitter.
Yeah, basically.
Now she knows why after listening to this shit, right?
No, just trying to just, get my life in gear, do more art, that kind of stuff.
Well, good for you. At least you're doing something productive.
Yeah, trying to.
We're not.
Just hanging out on Twitter.
We're hanging out at 6 o'clock on a freaking Thursday night having Kraken.
Oh, man.
You want some
I'm
crack?
driving up a hill.
I got crack.
I removed Twitter from my.
It really is.
I got so frustrated with too many people.
I was going Angelina Jolie. I'm sorry.
What was like basically apologetics about men being creepy and inappropriate, and then it was like, oh well, maybe he didn't. Oh well, what if it was this? Oh what if it was that? And I was like, this, you have so incredibly missed the point that I cannot, like, this is such obfuscation and so far into apologetics for this man being a creepo that I can't handle it. So I had to delete Twitter off my phone and take a break from
Facebook. Man.
Yeah,
I don't blame you
I was
at all.
just like, no, I'm out.
I do want to correct it.
I saw that thread.
I do want to correct it. I was thinking of Angelina Jolie, my mistake, which was the blood of Billy Bob Thornton. Catherine Zeta was married to Michael Douglas, right? That's I don't find her all that great, to be honest with you. Don't get me wrong. I mean, she's.
I don't find Michael
not
Douglas
attractive, but
have you even seen The Mask of Zorro?
Yeah. She's okay in it.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah. No, I mean.
Have you even seen The Phantom?
She's no Selma Hayek, okay?
Of the opera?
That's true.
Yeah, Selma
Hayek.
Or who's the other one? Who's the other one? Who's Selma Hayek's doppelganger? Just as freaking amazing. What was it? Penelope Cruz.
Oh no, I'm not.
No, not really.
I like Catherine Zeta-Jones either way. She's better. 10 out of 10.
I tell you what. Here, you know what? Being the magnanimous guy I am, I will give you Catherine Zeta-Jones for Selma Hayek. I think that's fair. It's an equitable trade.
That's right.
Wait, do they know this? Because we need to make them aware of this somehow.
I'll
Does she travel? I got to go to her? How does it work?
I already sent her the link.
Thank you. Mikey, you know what? This is why I like Mikey. He's got my back.
What do you think would happen is if when we were talking about stuff like this, we legitimately just sent a link out on Twitter to them?
Well, first of all, here's the reality.
I'd blow up my
If any one of my
computer.
crushes actually did appear, I would actually be a lot more introverted than you would think.
To be fair, he does freak out a little bit if my sister comes by.
I do. And this is off air, too. I mean, so it's not like I'm playing. Her sister makes me kind of tongue-tied. Yeah.
I didn't even know Chess had a sister.
Oh, you missing out.
She's so cute.
Oh, God, she's amazing.
She's a rat gynecologist.
What?
That's what Chess. That's what Chess.
Oh, I was going to say, is that a thing?
Scare people. She scares people off the scent. That's how you know she's been dealing with this for so long. She's like,
she's a critical theory, gender feminist studies student.
She does artificial inseminations for cows. You still want to meet her? Well, all of her toes are crooked. You still want to meet her?
She got gloves.
That was actually one of the first things she ever said when she came onto one of the hangouts was that she was a rat gynecologist, which was really funny because Astronomy Live was there and Red's Rhetoric was there, and Red's was like, "Wait, you too?" And then Astronomy Live was like, "What?" Because she just said that off the cuff.
She is really adorable. I mean, there's just no question about it. I mean, I just like that whole piercing goth. She's not goth, but I mean, just the alternate type look. Kimomaki has claimed Penelope Cruz. We'll get Kimomaki because we love you. You get Penelope.
What's the name of the girl from CSI who's always in the lab?
From CSI or DSI?
NCIS?
CSI.
NCIS. NCIS. You're talking about
that girl. Is that your sister? She's just got like tons of piercings.
She's really cute. All those tattoos aren't real.
Tons of piercings and a lab coat.
Yeah, like
combat boots.
Yeah. But still, those tattoos aren't real. You know that, right?
I got to get more tattoos.
Nobody. Can we bet on Selma Hayek at least?
Whenever I hear Selma Hayek, because I'm always in that sort of political community, I always think of that the economist F.H. Hayek, I think his name was.
No clue.
But I mean, I actually do like Selma Hayek too. Like the work.
Yeah, the work.
The work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, is that what these crazy kids are calling it these days?
Yeah.
Yep.
I like that.
And by the way, yeah, her name is Paula Perez. I think Abby from CSI is Paula Perez. She's cute.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Mm-hmm.
I'll still take Jerry Ryan over all of them. If you ever get
Jerry Ryan.
Back off, woman. Back off.
Who's the guy?
You've got your own, okay? Leave something for the rest of us.
Jerry Ryan has not fucking aged either.
Right? She looks better now than she ever did, man. I mean, it's like, holy shit.
I have like a 3 to 5 step.
Tom Ellis. Do I get to make I want Tom Ellis.
Oh, there's literally like 3 to 5 steps from Jerry. What's her name?
Jerry Ryan.
Jerry Maguire?
Ryan. Jerry Ryan.
Oh, I love Jerry Ryan. Yes,
there's a few steps between her and the reason why we had President Trump.
What?
I know that.
I don't
story.
get that.
Don't disillusion me.
So
Tom Ellis, please, thank you.
So follow the cork board with the push pins and the photos with the red string.
Why you gotta go politics? We're talking about
no. This is just chill out. Chill.
I'd rather talk about Trisha Helfer.
I wasn't gonna lead you astray. But dig this.
You're going from Trisha Helfer to politics. Okay, great.
No, she was married to Paul Ryan.
We know this.
Who bowed out of the election because of some stuff between them. She divorced him. He lost. Obama won. Obama was the president for 8 years. The white people were a little upset, I guess, about that and decided to vote for a Cheeto instead of a person. And that is why we had Trump from the black
So the real question is...
So she would have stayed with her husband, even though he cheated. Then he might have won his election, and then we would have never had Barack Obama, and then we would have never had
Mikey, the real question
as a response.
Does Trisha Helfer...
Are you blaming a woman for
He is. Well, there's always a woman to blame.
Because they divorced their cheating husband?
Haven't you heard of Jimmy Buffett? A woman is always blamed.
She's indirectly responsible.
Mikey.
It's the butterfly effect. He
Mikey.
flapped his wings, and she moved away, and that spiraled us into this chaotic universe that we're in now.
Trisha Helfer in Battlestar Galactica or in Lucifer?
Didn't watch either one.
BSG.
What the hell's wrong with you?
I'm very busy,
dude. You're not right.
Fuck Lucifer.
Tom Ellis.
She's better at Lucifer than she was in Battlestar Galactica.
Ellis.
Nah, get fucked.
You guys don't appreciate a woman that has been finely aged over time. It's like a wine. Landon gets it. He's a sommelier.
Yeah. I've been drinking whiskey, so it's
I'm
it's a rum and coke.
Yeah, this is not wine, but this hasn't been finely aged. But
that's okay. I'll go down. I'm gonna go down soon and make dinner and have some good wine. So
you do your thing, man. How long do they age this? It doesn't say its age, so it's probably not.
6 weeks.
No, it's like an off the shelf rum.
Ingredients:
It's not
Thunderbird, Mad Dog.
Mad Dog 2020. Oh no!
I think Mad Dog over Thunderbird.
It looks like this is a Biff 1986.
Why did I not restart?
Keanu Reeves was good in Constantine.
I heard they're bringing him back.
Keanu Reeves is good. Period. End of sentence.
Yeah, he actually really does strike me as a nice guy.
Yeah.
Have you ever? There's an entire subreddit called Keanu Reeves being awesome.
I'm pretty sure like him and Tom Cruise are like the only two nice guys in Hollywood.
Tom Cruise?
Tom Cruise?
What?
Yeah. Like I hear nothing but good
guys,
things
he doesn't
about
know.
like.
Really?
He doesn't know, guys. He doesn't
How can
know.
you not know?
Really?
How can you not know?
Yeah, he's.
If he's done some shady shit, I've actually not heard. No.
Wow.
I don't follow that closely, to be honest.
I got bad news for you, guy.
Oh.
Maybe Tom Hanks.
Okay,
Tom
I
Hanks is the
retract
one.
that.
Tom
Keanu
Hanks
Reeves
is a nice
the
guy,
only
not
nice
Tom
guy in
Cruise. I
Hollywood
think
then. There
I
you
think you
go.
got it confused. Tom Hanks is a nice one.
Are you talking about Mission Impossible or Toy Story?
Yeah. And by the way,
I thought for a second there I was like, oh wait, no, Tom Hanks had some shady. No, wait, that's Woody Allen. Never mind.
by the way, to Mike Ortez, he asked, "What about Amanda Holden?" I didn't know what the hell Amanda's talent. I mean, she was on was X Factor, Simon Cowell's show, The Voice. No, not The Voice. The other one, American
Idol.
American Idol. That's it. I don't know who the hell she was. I've never heard of before. But
Dolly Parton is probably one of the nicest women on the planet.
Oh yeah.
She always wore these very low-cut outfits on American Idol and got in trouble for it. But damn, she.
She's a Southern girl. That's her
She's
thing.
Southern, yeah. But I didn't know why she was famous. I didn't care, to be honest with you. But I didn't know who she was until a few years ago, to be honest with you.
America's sweetheart will always be Laura Bailey.
Laura Bailey, what is she from?
Oh, Laura Bailey is such a
But my favorite is
God,
Marisha
make me
Ray.
look this shit up. Laura, is that
Marisha's great.
Laura
Laura Bailey. She's a voice actress.
She's
Cree
like
Summer.
in every fucking video game by Blizzard ever.
Oh, she plays Summer in Firefly.
What? That's Summer Glau.
Oh, that's Summer Glau.
Yeah, that's...
God damn it. I love
What?
Summer Glau. She's, oh my God.
How did you not know that off by heart?
Oh, okay. Well, where's Laura Bailey from?
I'm glad nobody took my answer of Betty White.
She is in Last of Us. Betty White is.
I'll give you a hint. She was fucking oh no, shit. Fucking characters left my fucking brain. Oh no, shit.
Turn it off and turn it back on again.
Reset. Did you try turning it on? Yeah. Did you try powering it back up?
Uh-oh.
Do a reboot.
Reset your dims. We see them. Oh, she's from,
Ellie in
she
The
played
Last
Jaina
of Us.
Proudmoore, World of Warcraft.
Yes. I just looked it up.
Yeah. She's
Yeah,
a
she's
she's a
in,
voice
She has a
actress.
sexy voice.
She's like
great.
I think she's
You know,
second
like mine.
for like the amount of fucking video games she's voiced in. Like the only person that's beaten her is Jennifer Hale.
Was she? Wait, was that
Cree Summer.
Was that Portal?
Cree Summer.
Who did the voice of Portal?
Cree Summer.
The voice of Portal. You mean GLaDOS?
GLaDOS, yeah. The singer.
Not sure.
Yeah. That's
Jennifer-
a trained opera singer did that.
Yeah, she's an opera singer.
Yeah, no, that's not Jennifer Hale.
Do you guys know?
Jennifer
Do you
Hale
guys
is, like,
know
everybody
Cheshire's
would be a
secret
swan.
talent? She can actually do GLaDOS. Like really.
Oh,
good.
really? Do it.
My God, I've done it a few times. You really?
Not for Christine. You haven't.
I'm putting you on the spot.
Well, I mean, you could. Ellen McLean. Ellen
Dance,
McLean
Goblin, dance.
is the voice.
I
Ellen
actually
McLean
myself,
is-
you know,
Do
I
it,
myself
Cheshire.
actually got to do a voice in a cartoon.
All right, let's do this because we don't have a lot of people watching. If you're in the live chat and you want to hear Cheshire do GLaDOS voice in a very sexy GLaDOS voice, dedicated to Christina, don't do anything.
Yep.
Just don't do anything. There you go. They're doing nothing.
The masses have spoken.
You got to do the will of the people, man. That's an internet fact.
Do it for the Vine.
Do it for the Vine. Vine doesn't even exist anymore.
What happened to
R.I.P.
Vine?
Vine.
Oh, that's right. It doesn't.
That
I liked Vine.
sucks. Yeah.
Me too.
Wait, did TikTok die? I can't remember.
Not yet.
No,
It's
not
still very,
unfortunately.
it's still very viral.
I mean, I
never
considered
used
it
any of
dead
these
once
programs.
nurses started dancing on it.
I think all they need to do is just wait for like the senators and Congress people to start making TikTok dances, and then the kids won't want to have anything to do with it.
Yeah.
Like Twitter had to have a resurgence because every single business CEO had a Twitter. Like, hi guys, what is up, my G? And it's like, oh Lord,
I did not have a Twitter account, so.
Unfortunately,
Hello,
Facebook
bloody
isn't
kid.
going anywhere.
All right. So everybody gotta be quiet.
Come on.
Muted.
That's fine.
That's it. That's all you get.
Do you want me to do like a song, or do you want me to just do the voice?
The voice, yeah. Oh, we got a challenge here. Mike Ortiz says, I bet she doesn't sound anything like GLaDOS. Well, you're going to be severely disappointed. Because I don't stroke her, trust me, but
you're going to take that, Jess?
You're going to take that line down? You're going to take that line down?
I don't think GLaDOS lies down.
She's not a real person. She's an AI.
She hangs up.
She does hang out. She hangs out. Her actual design is a upside down bondaged woman, like this way.
What?
Wait, this is a bad thing? Wait,
not even gonna
you not
ask
know
why
that?
you know this.
that's like the downstairs of Mr. Brass's apartment.
No, that's what the design is based off.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
nice.
Are you gonna do your voice?
Well,
yeah, I mean,
I'm
How
waiting.
have you been? I've been really busy. Oh, hello. It's you. There's such like a drop on her.
I actually agree with.
The easiest way to explain is speedy thing goes in, speedy thing comes out.
The best part of Portal is when they're in the elevator together. That was the funniest dialogue. That was brilliant. I mean, masterful.
Potato GLaDOS is
Potato
pretty
GLaDOS.
great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Potato GLaDOS.
I
He's
remember.
stuffing a potato.
I think Mike Ortiz has you beat, Chesh, for who's hotter, Ava Green.
About
I will
what?
agree
As
with
opposed
that.
to who?
She's hotter than Catherine Zeta-Jones.
I can't remember people by their name. Hang on.
Ava Green was in Casino Royale with Daniel Craig.
Mrs.
I did
Famine.
love her.
Oh, yeah.
Catherine Zeta-Jones. I prefer
No, yeah, me
Catherine.
too. I prefer Catherine Zeta-Jones.
I would pass them both, to be honest with you. I'm picky.
What is
Yeah.
wrong with you?
I'm picky.
I would go with Mrs. Famine. Yeah, that's my choice.
I have a
Yeah,
very specific type. Jamie Russell, $2. A+. Hey.
Remember what was funny is that I found out one of my friends, he did cartoons, and I asked him like if I could do a voice for his show, and he asked me if I could do any cartoon voices, and I said, yeah, I can do Scooby-Doo, Yoda, that sort of thing.
Hey, Mr. Brass, I'm going to take away your troll card because I said I have a very specific type, and you should have said in response, yes, breathing, and you missed out on that opportunity. -1 troll points.
Damn.
I like how Chesh is just sitting there singing to herself, muted.
She gets into this shit. Yeah.
I used to be able to do the cheerleader.
I got the Portal 2 song pulled up.
Do that in a minute. I used to be able to do the cheerleader Brittany from Daria.
No.
From what?
Yeah, have you ever watched Daria?
No.
Daria?
Daria,
well,
the old cartoon?
Yeah,
On
the old cartoon.
MTV, Beavis and Butthead's
I
friend.
used to watch it growing up.
Daria.
Yeah,
That was
and there
the
the-
girl also on Beavis and Butthead, I remember.
I think it's the accent that Steve's not picking it. Awesome accent. Whatever. So what? Your accent's cool. Doesn't make you better than me. Stop bragging about it. I'm not insecure. You're insecure. Oh, come on. I'm driving like shit.
Are you still playing driving games?
Yeah. I'm mostly
Yeah,
just
but
taking
Zelda-
that.
Wait, that's a Zelda game when you're driving?
Oh yeah, this is Zelda Breath of the Wind too.
Times
It's
have
awesome.
changed. Did Link get an upgrade?
This is Zelda GTA.
Yeah, he's got a 240 SX. It's
Does he
pretty
go around
good.
beating up
This is
prostitutes?
the new
and
Horizon
hookers
game.
You gotta go
I
tag
am
things.
so
You guys-
behind the times.
You right?
No, it's April Fool's, guys.
Oh yeah, it wasn't a 240
Oh.
SX.
It was
was
for
a
me
180
yesterday.
SX. Yeah, my bad.
You can get a
April
motorcycle.
Fool's was yesterday.
Yeah, that's yesterday.
Some people are
That's
foolish in the
people.
future, and some are in the
Yep.
past.
You can get a motorcycle that's in the DLC if you wanted it.
I did get
I'm
fooled by an
gullible
April
every day.
Fool's joke because some asshole decided to he's like, hey man, I have a link. This guy has a shipment of graphics cards. Here's the link, and I clicked it, and I got rickrolled, and I feel really bad about myself.
That's
Should have
annoying.
known. I should have known that was not. There's no way they found more of those graphics cards.
You'd think at this point you would probably have the just the URL memorized.
Phoebe Cates from Fast Time. Wasn't Phoebe Cates like 17 when she did that? That's a little weird.
What's up, kitty?
How did they get away with that, by the way?
What?
When Phoebe Cates in Fast Times, I think she was 17 when she did that.
That was so wrong. But so right.
I don't know how. I don't know how. I don't know how times have changed. I don't got weird.
So Steve, there's this thing called the patriarchy.
Yeah. By the way, Josiah Hansen had to remind me. Steve McRae, 2021, 4/1 at 2:00 p.m. I'm not doing any more 5-hour live streams.
You should know by now that every time Steve says he's not going to do something at the beginning of the stream, that's exactly what's going to end up happening. He's like, "Oh, we're going to have a short stream today."
It's my outlet of lying, so I've got to at least have some, deception in my life.
Like Steve was ready to start winding down the stream ages ago,
that's-
and then
okay,
he started
so
talking
the
about
intent was there.
he
Thank
started talking about huntsman spiders, and then I jumped in, and then everything extended from there. When you said you were about to
winding down, and then he gets left
Yeah.
to the next thing. And then I was like, "Oh, if you're going to be winding down soon, play this." And he's like, "I'm not winding down. What are you talking about?"
Wait.
When he said he was winding.
Wait, quiet. Everybody listen to the outside for a second. Ready for this? Tell me the outside if you can hear this. You guys won't hear it in internal, but the outside. Ready?
Cheshire does a better voice than I do. Please become a member of our channels.
Wait for it. Can you guys hear that on the outside?
Can't hear it on the inside.
It's not there yet. I heard it. I heard it.
Have you ever seen that GLaDOS voice generator?
That's funny. I like that. I should actually take off though. I got some stuff I gotta get done.
I'm not ready to yet.
I mean, that's fine. Tell you what, Steve.
Critical Role. Shit.
Make a character for me.
Make a character for you for what?
Make a character. Make a 5th edition character.
Don't you just roll it as you start?
You can if you're a weirdo. Normally people pick out their stuff.
So
yeah. Why would you want?
Well, how would you roll your stats?
Well, you roll your stats.
Not the character.
Oh, so you just make up your character parameters and then roll the stats for them when you get to the DM?
Yeah, or you pick your stats and use point by.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, there's different ways you can get that, but
yeah.
You can also use digital dice.
So you want me to create a character with a personage and all that kind of shit?
Yeah, make.
You want me to tell you you want to tell me when I used to play D&D in high school, there was 3 characters I used to play. You want to know what they were?
There was only 3 of them out back then.
It was a basic edition. Fuck off. the whole Gary Gygax had 3 fucking modules, man. They didn't invent the dodecahedron die until long after.
They had to flip coins for everything.
Exactly.
Back in my day, we had wizard, barbarian, and rogue.
Back in my day, we only had a 4-sided dice.
Yeah.
Now I'm so old. I remember when we had the one-sided dice.
I had a ranger named Straightwind, who I later named a paladin after in World of Warcraft. I had a fighter named Jaeger, and I had a magician, mage named Marcus. Those are my characters.
The
things you don't know about me.
Okay, so here's what we do. Steve, remake your characters from 1st edition and 5th edition.
Do you understand the difference between 1st edition and 5th edition? I don't know.
They're like dimensions apart.
That's what makes it fun. See what you can do to get as close as you can to your characters from 1st edition and 5th edition.
I'm pretty sure you
level
can't
mage back
actually
then was
make a
God
wizard that
mode.
pathetic anymore.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair,
Mikey,
they
what's
do
the highest level you have in your campaign right now?
Beefed up.
We are very early, so we're all level 4.
Okay, what's the highest level you expect to be at the end of the campaign?
I have no idea because I have no idea how long.
Because a 30 level mage is pretty fucking amazing.
30 is a long campaign. That's like years.
Well,
especially
it wasn't one sitting.
5th edition doesn't even go up to level 30 right now.
I think it's 25.
It's 20.
20 still.
As long as you don't do freaking like magical components and shit. Well, I understand magical components like expensive shit like diamonds and shit like that, but
what are you talking? Like you don't want to use components because you're like
I have Wolfsbane. God damn it! I got 3 copper for Wolfsbane. Fuck off.
I think there's something to be said that it does kind of
for it.
It does kind of breaks the fun of the game when it's like, all right, now I'm gonna catch how many rubies do you have in your left back pocket? It's like, dude, shut up! I have 10,000 gold. I can get rubies. I owe you some rubies.
But Cheshire, was you either told me that the rule of thumb should be this: if it's a non-expendable component, then you just assume you have it. But if it's something that gets used up.
Steve, you need to learn about 5th edition. 5th edition has spells.
I'm old. Stop it.
I'm trying to explain to you. 5th edition has spell implements.
Teach me about TikTok next time.
So if
she's
you're
trying to womansplain.
You have something called a spell casting focus, and so if you have your focus, you can cast through that without needing components.
Well, that's just the same as saying that if it doesn't.
You don't need components, so the only thing you need is something that's either consumed or has a monetary value that is consumed.
Which makes sense. Like diamonds.
Which is what you're asking
like
for.
a resurrection, you need like a diamond thing.
Right.
Well, that's that's a high level fucking spell. It's not fucking.
I was a 30th level mage. Well, the mage couldn't do it, but whatever. Clerics can.
You want to know how?
I used to have the Fiend Folio and the Player's Manual and the DM Guide, the original editions, and I had that shit fucking memorized back in the day.
Oh, Chesh, do you have the one I bought for you there?
You know, nukes can absorb a lot of information, so I just like
which one is it?
That shit.
Well,
Carry-on crawler.
I haven't actually seen it, so.
You got me wild now, right?
Yep. Oh, nice. Very
It's got
good.
some cool shit in it. Let me see here, because there was Revivify, which is only 3rd level. So you touch a creature that has died within the last minute. So this is a fast one, but it consumes. Components are verbal, semantic, and material, and it consumes a diamond worth 300 gold pieces.
That's Revivify at level 3, right?
Level 3, yep. If you want Resurrection, Resurrection is 7th level. It takes an hour to cast, and the components are verbal, semantic, and material, and it costs a diamond worth at least 1,000 gold pieces, which the spell consumes. You touch a dead creature that has been dead no more than a century. That didn't die of old age.
What's the one where it's not like Resurrection? They don't come back completely the same. Restoration, or it's a necromancer type.
Raised zombie.
Yeah, well, not quite
Raised
a zombie
dead.
either, but
Raised dead.
Is a raised dead where you're not quite the same as you when you left.
Raised Dead is in between the Revivify and the Resurrection.
There's Reincarnate.
Is it Reincarnate where you?
That's different.
Reincarnate is a 5th level transmutation. It takes an hour to cast. It's verbal, semantic, and material. It costs rare oils and just stuff that's worth 1,000 gold.
Character for Landon. He'd be like the Grand Wizard.
You touch a dead humanoid or piece of a dead humanoid, provided that the creature has been dead no longer than 10 days. The spell forms a new adult body for it and then calls the soul to enter that body. If the target is soul if the target's soul isn't free or willing to do so. The spell fails. The magic fashions a new body for the creature to inhabit, which likely causes the creature's race to change. The DM rolls a d100 and consults the following table to determine what form the creature takes when restored to life, or the DM chooses a form.
Form of Leonard Knoll.
The creature recalls its former life and experiences.
That's how you get multiple of me.
Abilities it had in its original form, except it changes its original race to the new one and changes its racial traits accordingly.
I want to hear Landon play. I want to hear him talk about how he's going to climb up the wall and use a rope to go over to the chest and disarm the trap and cast a detect magic spell.
I'd love to see Landon try and use high-level math to try and get out of any situation.
Well, I triangulate the vertices of the dungeon from the
Oh, come on.
According to this fractal equation, I'm pretty sure I can sharpshooter headshot this guy.
I have first and second edition books right over there. So
yeah, no, it's whereas it's critical. Fuck off.
So all it would take is for Landon like, oh, I'm sorry, DM, where's the sun at? Perfect. And then you just see a dry grin.
No, because then you get into the fun stuff and you say, which sun?
It's like, just what's the angle of the sun coming through the window?
Pull a tattooing.
Yep.
Right over there.
Raise Dead is a 5th level necromancy spell. It also takes an hour to cast, and it's a diamond worth 500 gold pieces. You return a dead creature to you touch to life, provided that it has been dead no longer than 10 days. If the creature's soul is both willing and at liberty to rejoin the body, the creature returns to life with 1 hit point. The spell also neutralizes any poisons and cures non-magical disease that affected the creature at the time it died. This spell doesn't, however, remove magical diseases, curses, or similar effects. If these aren't first removed prior to casting the spell, they take effect when the creature returns to life. If the spell can't return an undead creature, the spell can't return an undead creature to life. This spell closes all mortal wounds, but it doesn't restore missing body parts. If the creature is lacking body parts or organs integral to survival, its head for instance, the spell automatically fails. The coming back from the dead is an ordeal. The target takes a -4 penalty to all attack rolls, saving throws, and ability checks. Every time the target finishes a long rest, the penalty is reduced by 1 until it disappears. So the fun thing about that is you can use that to somebody who's been pulled apart, because all you have to do is cast essentially any kind of mending or a restoration, because dead people aren't considered creatures anymore. They're considered objects. Yeah. So you can essentially, or one of the ways to save somebody is to petrify them, because depending on your DM, petrification will halt any kind of 10-day
timer.
Time limit, yeah.
What about sweet or gentle repose?
Yeah, I was gonna say gentle repose should do that as well.
Yeah, you can, but you have to keep casting gentle repose.
Yeah, that's every day.
You only have to get petrification once. And then you
Would
just have to
technically have to petrify each body part individually, though?
Well, what you can do is yeah, you would, unless they were petrified and then they break.
Oh no!
You can use sovereign glue and put them back together. You wouldn't even need to use sovereign glue. You just use regular glue. You just use restoration.
I just use staples.
Isn't that what Sam Riegel did? He used sovereign glue, didn't he?
Oh, probably. Sovereign glue is funny and fun, but it's not really that big of a deal. It's one of the more boring magic items.
I have to pick out my new spells.
It's just magic super glue.
Now I gotta create a fucking tune.
Oh, Puck. Are you grumping?
Was that Puck?
Are you grumping?
I was like,
That's your brow, is he?
He wants
You sound like a Balrog.
Sounds like a Balrog.
That's fine.
Yeah, I want to play D&D now.
See?
I've never played it.
D&D now. Everybody loves D&D. D&D is great. 10 out of 10 would
D&D.
D&D.
I've ever played, man. I mean, seriously.
I know. I want to play it, but I just never gotten around to playing it. Which is funny because I know so many nerds. It's so weird.
If you want to learn the basics, watch my show because I'm playing for the very first time, and they have to explain a lot of stuff to me.
I wonder if I should a text-based game on Discord. That might be worthwhile.
Yeah, that'd be fun. You'd have to bear with me because I'm new. I mean, I love board games. I played so many board games, but I've never played that kind of game.
A text-based game means that you don't really have to have everybody in the same room at the same time to play. Everybody just answers when they get a chance to answer.
All right,
that's fun.
Well,
I'm gonna head off. So, thanks for having me.
It's probably about time to wrap it up.
Steve is mad and disappointed now because he's not playing D&D.
I know. Seriously, I wanted to fireball something, man.
Good night, all.
I mean,
Good night, Mikey. Totally.
Fireball is still a third level.
Yeah, but
spell.
It multiplies as you get higher level, so it could be very potent.
No, it's not about that. It's powerful. It is overpowered for the level you get it. The only reason you still get it at that level is because Wizards get Fireball at what? I think it's a third level evocation spell, which means you get it at level 5. And the reason you get it at level 5 is because Wizards have always gotten it at level 5, but it is overpowered.
It was like level 3 at one time.
Let me double check. It might be.
Well, there's different versions of Fireball. There's enhanced Fireball, multiple Fireballs, spread Fireball. I don't know. There's different Fireballs.
Yeah, there's. Hold on. Let me just pull it up because there's like Burning Hands and stuff like that.
Well, Burning Hands. Yeah, Burning Hands was. Yeah, I remember Burning Hands.
Scorching Ray.
Burning Hands was like a first level spell.
Oh my goodness.
Hey, you.
Hey, who's this?
Hey. This is Helios.
Helios, ¿cómo estás?
Hey, Helios.
Mm-hmm. I saw you guys talking about D&D, so I'm like, oh, I gotta get in on this stuff.
All you heard was Burning Hands.
Flame Blade, Firestorm, Fire Shield, Fire Bolt, Fireball. Third level evocation. So if it's a third level evocation, then Wizards get it at.
Yeah, I thought something was a third level for the standard.
Well, it's a third level evocation, which I think
1d6
means they
fireball
get it at level 5.
Oh.
The third level evocations, they.
It's 1d6 for his Fireball, isn't it?
Third level.
By the way, never believe me when I say I'm not doing 5-hour streams. It just April Fool's.
Yeah,
it just happens. They somehow time dilates and you are on for a while.
Yeah, you get it at level 5.
My caffeine corner lasts 2 hours, but it seems like 20 minutes.
It's a third level. It's a third level evocation that you get at level 5, and it's a target takes 8d6 fire damage.
That's a lot of damage.
Hey, you're talking about Fireball.
When you cast this spell using spell slots of 4th level or higher, the damage increases by 1d6 for each spell slot above 3rd. Fireball is OP. You're casting that shit at level 3.
Yeah, it's OP.
8d6 at level 3. Or sorry, at level 5.
Hey, don't underestimate shit like Magic Missile at higher levels, man.
Magic Missile is fun at higher levels. Finger of Death is fun though too.
Magic Missile is fun because
you gotta hit.
You fight someone who's like, I have 10,000 armor and all that, and you're like, Magic Missile, I don't care.
I miss D&D. God, that was such a good fun game. But I like the simple versions. The complex shit makes me scared.
I mean, 5th edition is one of the nice things about 5th edition is that it's not as complicated as 3.5 got after so many years, and it's not as I'm going to hold your hand and basically play cards with you as 4th edition was.
So when is 6th edition out?
Probably not for a couple of years. They're going to probably do. I would assume that they're going to do an expansion to level 3 or to level 30 before they would bring out 6th edition. That would be my guess, but what do I know? I don't work for Wizards. I do art.
Yeah. And Gary Gygax has been dead for over a decade, so.
It would be cool to do art for Wizards, though. That'd be neato. I could probably do something pretty cool that could go in one of those books.
I think it could, yes. Given I've seen the work you've done, so I would think it would work.
Christina, what character would you type? Would you be a ranger or fighter, magic user? What would you play?
Does Christina know what the options are?
Doesn't matter. Just
See, exactly. You gotta dial it back. I don't even know what
okay. So
characters do. I mean, I know the archetypes and stories and stuff, but I don't know in the game or the context of the game.
Okay, first you got to decide whether you're going to be a melee or you're going to be a caster or a healer. Those are your big kind of threes.
Probably a caster.
Or a tank, maybe. A caster. So
I'll list them off. They're pretty self-explanatory. Your options are Barbarian, Bard, Cleric, Druid, Fighter, Monk, Paladin, Ranger, Rogue, Sorcerer, Warlock, or Wizard, and that's just the base book. That doesn't make any expansions. But I think
Go for Wizard. Since you said.
Yeah, they're hybrids. They're hybrids too.
I do not recommend anybody who's brand new playing a Wizard or a Druid. Or
never go with
Druid. But it makes it fun though. And then you get to mess up and have experiences.
Spellcasting is complicated, and you're very squishy and will die fast.
Yeah. When you're level 1 and your hit points are 1d4, you're gonna die.
The only reason I don't recommend it, unless you really, really want to get into the game and just dive in head first, is because spellcasting is complicated. So you have to get into your spell slots and how many spells and prepping your spells. So wizards get the spell book, which lets them have a bunch of spells, but every day you have to pick which spells you have prepared, and so you can only cast those spells, and you can only cast a certain number of them based on the spell slots and what level that you're at.
Yeah, so you got to know ahead of time what you get for your spells.
I do like planning, but I wouldn't want to do that straight off the bat. That sounds really intense.
It really is.
I tend to recommend players do not play wizards, druids, or bards on their first time.
How come she go for a ranger? They have some casting ability, don't they?
Rangers have some casting. Clerics are good starting characters. They have some casting. Paladins, you could do sorcerers aren't so bad because you pick your spells and you know your spells, and then there you go. You don't have to pick.
What happened to illusionists? They don't have illusionists any longer.
Well, not. You could be a wizard who does illusion magic.
No, they used to have an actual illusionist class.
Yes.
There's also no, they just don't have the classes set up that way anymore.
I don't think that they've had a class called illusionist since AD&D, Steve.
You had to go there, man, didn't you?
You could go a fighter and play an Eldritch Knight, and so you can be a fighter who casts the magic.
Helios, did you see my tweet when I had said that the last time I had a booty call with somebody, I was on dial-up? Rotary? I had a rotary then?
Yeah.
And I got turned down?
You could do the road.
I was gonna make a joke about Thomas Edison, but I was fine. I thought that was a bit cruel.
The arcane trickster.
I don't know. He has some wireless. Well, no, he didn't really have any wireless stuff. He recorded this thing on a.
No.
Yeah. Either way, I still would have got turned down. But thank you.
Actually, if you want to play a really psionic-based kind of character, you can play a bard.
Ooh, whatever happened to psionics? The psionics.
Psionics aren't. They're not in the main book anymore, but their spells are there.
Yeah, they were added in with an
I've got a child. Hang on, I got to mute.
No, scions were added in later on. It wasn't part of the original series. It was an expanded psionic handbook.
The core book doesn't have psions in them, but because you've still got Mind Spike and charms and all that good shit, if you play a bard, you can just play a bard and flavor it as a scion.
Do they have Mind Flay?
Mind Flayers?
No, Mind Flay used to be a spell too. Wasn't it?
Mind Flay. Let me double check.
Mind Flay sounds like a cool band.
Minor illusion, major illusion, modified memory.
What alignment should she have?
Mind blank.
Sam, do you want
I
to be?
try not to worry too much about alignments in 5th and 4th edition, because 5th edition kind of sort of removed alignments for the most part. They don't really matter too much. I like to use them as a DM, but not every DM does. So
I like alignments.
You can take or leave alignments. They're important for some characters. They're important for paladins and for clerics. But for everybody else,
there's no other choice for a paladin but lawful good, unless they've changed that to all to hell.
Oh, they've changed that.
They screwed that. That's the one thing that was a constant.
You can be a paladin and be.
Well, I guess be lawful evil too, paladin. But I mean, what's the hell a chaotic neutral paladin?
It's a paladin that worships a god that is chaotic neutral.
That's stupid.
I'm pretty chaotic.
This is why you should not worship gods. See this?
There aren't really
leads
very
you to logical and
thank you.
abilities.
Now I need to check which gods are actually chaotic neutral. Hold on, because like where would that
Argument
fall?
for
I don't
atheism. Only lawful
That was
evil
more
and
like
lawful good for paladin.
Melora. It's Melora. Everything's Melora. Let me check the.
I think Alitamara is chaotic neutral still.
Let me just. I want to check the planes because that'll give me a better idea. I mean, I guess Sigil maybe would fall into that.
I think Sigil is just straight neutral.
Oh yeah, I guess Sigil would be neutral. Wouldn't be in the inner planes, it'd be the outer planes that I'm looking for. I get maybe the Feywild would be considered chaotic neutral.
Yeah.
I'm gonna head off, Steve.
See.
All right.
Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, folks. Thanks, Steve, for
be safe.
For the rum and coke night.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll be wrapping this.
Happy April 1st.
I gotta eat.
Or
eat
second,
something
depending
tonight.
on your time zone and latitude.
All right, we'll get some kind of D&D game going. We'll do it on
we talk about this
channel,
every time.
your channel, eventually on the GDC channel. If I have an online game, I'll put on the GDC channel. I know somebody wanted me to do Kerbal. They mentioned that earlier. I did play Kerbal the other day. Forgot so much about that game, but Kerbal Space Program is one fun game. I'm not gonna front. If you want,
it is fun.
Landon, Landon and I should do because I did a stream with astrophysicist Dr. John Kroon, Dr. John Kroon, and
I love Dr. John.
It worked out really well. But can you imagine being Landon played like?
Yeah, it would be fun.
Have you?
I like to go to the outer planet, but it takes what? Yeah, I've played it.
D&D.
I was doing the missions.
Because I mean, I have.
Planet.
Do you use the engineering guidebook handbook add-on thingy where it tells you the delta V and everything you kind of need? It's a cheat, but it helps a lot. It basically tells you what your rocket's going to be because in order to get to certain planets or moons, you really got to multi-stage and know what delta V you're going to need, or delta V for what you're going to need for each thing, and it gets really complicated really quickly, but it's fun. Yeah. It's fun in your head to go, okay, I want to have this burn for this long to get to this apogee to have this intercept. That's orbital mechanics in a nutshell. Yes, it's a simplified version, but it's pretty legit, man.
Yeah.
The first time you went to the moon and back, that's an accomplishment.
Real style problems. So yeah.
What's the furthest? Have you gone to all the planets? Have you been there before? Because those are hard. Some of them are like Jovian or impossible. You cheated.
I calculated and used computers. I mean, I didn't use it, but basically I did my own calculations to figure out what I needed.
No, it's not cool, man. You cheated.
Okay,
I don't have that skill set, so I gotta get.
That's not cheating. Some of
those moves are impossible to get to. You've got to have like these weird delta V's with these super multi-staging nonsense.
There's 3.
Do you
play Kerbal, Josh?
Yeah, bye.
No. Try oxygen not included. Both of you. You want to do something on stream, try oxygen not included. Guaranteed. There are 3 chaotic neutral planes of existence. So there's 3 spaces where there could be gods that are chaotic neutral. Ysgard, Limbo, and Pandemonium.
No, I remember Pandemonium, and I know this could be gods that paladins can pray to get power. But the thing is that the original set that paladins had to be lawful good, and then he allowed for lawful evil.
Yeah, no, they changed that. But not only do paladins not have to pray to a god anymore, paladins, if they believe hard enough in something, create
their own
either gods or are powered by because paladins are powered by their belief. So it could be anything. So if there's enough of them, and if there's enough of them together believing, they will create a god. But clerics do not operate the same way. Well, or atheists.
You want.
You could believe hard enough that there are no gods in the D&D world and grant yourself godlike powers and say, see, there is no gods. It's not a real god granting you power. See, I can do that too. The only thing that they can't get is they can't get clerics, because clerics actually have to be gifted divine power. And
they work through
what's one of the fun things about the Abyss, right? Or sorry, not the Abyss, the Nine Hells. Asmodeus is a god. But
wait, Asmodeus was a
the
demon
devils,
or devil. Yeah, he was a archdevil.
right, he's a devil, but he's a god. He's powerful enough as an archdevil to grant powers. So he is a strong enough archdemon to be a god, and there's enough people that believe in him and worship him that he has obtained god status.
So was Baal an archdemon god too?
No, he's ruler of the first layer of hell.
But he was an archdemon.
Yeah, but not Asmodeus level.
Well, I think
he's only ruler of the first layer.
Was the overall arching ruler of demonic.
Well, yeah, he's the lord of the 9. So there's the 9 demon lords, and so he's the lord of the 9.
Can you
so
imagine? Can you imagine if
hell.
Cheshire knew physics like she knows D&D? She'd be like Lawrence Krauss, man.
There's the 8 layers of hell, and Baal is the first layer, who rules the first layer, and he's considered the weakest. But he's actually currently, I think, out of favor with Asmodeus, so somebody else is there right now. And depending on what lore you follow, Tiamat is actually entrapped.
Tiamat was a god dragon.
She's the 7-headed.
Dr. Pi asked. He asked,
five-headed.
"Could you create a god of atheism?" Yes, Spinoza.
Yes.
The correct answer is Spinoza.
And in D&D terms, you could have a god of non-belief. It would just be I've played around with creating a cult of atheists in D&D because like the gods clearly exist, so they're clearly wrong, but they could have they just wouldn't be able to have clerics. Also, the rule generally for clerics or for paladins is you're allowed to be 1 alignment away from your god, but you're not allowed to be more than 1 away. So you could worship a lawful good god and be neutral good as a person, and you would still be able to be granted powers by that god. But if you were chaotic good, you wouldn't be able to worship a lawful good god, or that god would not be able to grant you power, or would not be willing to grant you power.
It's one step either way. So like if your god was lawful good, you could be lawful neutral or neutral good. Which, ironically, makes it so that if you have a true neutral god like Bacchus, you can be anything.
Pretty much.
I remember, when it comes to Baal, I know a lot of people, at least when you actually read the original language, a lot of people missay it, or they shorten it really, to say Baal.
Mm-hmm.
But reality, it's actually 2 words. It's Baal.
Baal, yeah. Well, anyways, now that I'm sufficiently buzzed, I got to find somebody to drunk dial, because that's how it works, from what I understand.
Listen, just don't follow Fisty. He's the worst.
The cult of atheism, yes, that's where
Mephistopheles.
I remember Mephistopheles. Well, Mephistopheles was.
Mephistopheles is the ruler of the 8th layer of hell, and he's the closest to Asmodeus in power, and so he's always trying to take Asmodeus's place, but Asmodeus is like, I snap my fingers and you show up, fuck you. Asmodeus is just beyond so there's actually a reason for that, but we can get into that another time if we're wrapping.
Yeah, because I gotta go find somebody to drunk dial. It's
awesome.
All right, well, thanks folks.
I'll give you a hint. Asmodeus is actually a world serpent, but I'm not gonna tell you which one.
Well, there was 4 world serpents, weren't there?
There's 2.
Tiamat was one of them.
Nope. Tiamat is a break off of Io.
Tiamat was a world serpent. Don't.
No.
Whatever. You all suck.
Nope.
See, change sucks. Go back to the first edition.
Bahamut and Tiamat used to be the same being.
Yeah. And the black dragon,
and
white
they're
dragon.
Io, which is not one of the world serpents. The world serpents are the ones that came before the gods.
So everybody that can do it, do a Jigglypuff. What is it? What's the thing? Colon, U-hole, colon. So if you remember, type that for us because it makes me feel good.
This is why I just made mine triggly. Yours is so complicated.
It's simple. U-hole. U-hole. Oh, I can do it. Wait. Hey, I did it. I did it. Yay!
Congrats.
Good job, Steve.
I'm so proud of myself. Steve done good.
Here's a cookie.
Good night, all. Good night, Landon.
Bye.
Good night, everyone.